Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 101. A small boat flying the Whitebeard pirate flag arrived near Nine Snake Island. The Whitebeard pirates visit Nine Snakes Island. At this time, on a high tower on Nine Snake Island, two female warriors from Nine Snake Island who were in charge of guarding captured the shadow of the small boat through telescopes. At the same time, I clearly saw the flag on the boat. The crescent-shaped beard on the skull's face is the Whitebeard pirates. The two female warriors were shocked and couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. What Luo Yi did in the Impel Down battle has spread throughout the sea. He beat Marco to the point where he couldn't stand up and defeated Whitebeard, the invincible existence in people's hearts. It can be said that in the Impel Down battle, Luo Yi rose up by stepping on the four emperors' Whitebeard pirates. After this battle, Luo Yi became famous, while the Whitebeard pirates, 17, seemed like strangers. Among them, Whitebeard's situation was particularly bad. At the end of the Impel Down battle, although the final showdown between Luo Yi and Whitebeard was stopped, many people could see that Whitebeard's body had reached the point of exhaustion. The two female warriors of Nine Snake Island, who were holding the guard, looked at the Whitebeard pirates' boat coming slowly towards here in the distance, and their hearts suddenly became nervous. Luo Yi is on Nine Snake Island now. A feeling that something big was about to happen came to both of them. Soon, the news of the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates was reported to the Empress and Luo Yi. In the palace, Luo Yi is preparing to go to the naval headquarters. Zoro's armament Haki has fully understood it and can fly with it. The marine battleship Luo Yi left for him has no effect on training him at all. Zoro's strength has exploded. After the report, Luo Yi's expression became strange. He deployed his observation Haki immediately and sensed the existence of the boat flying the Whitebeard flag. However, Luo Yi's observation Haki perceived more than what the two soldiers observed with telescopes. The boat was not big, and Luo Yi could clearly sense that there was only one person in the boat. A person Luo Yi is quite familiar with, the captain of Whitebeard's team, Marco. He was also the one who was beaten by scorpions so hard that he couldn't even use his devil fruit ability. Luo Yi couldn't help but smile. Judging from Whitebeard's selection, he knew that Whitebeard had something he wanted to talk to Luo Yi about. Although Marco was one of the first to rush to the street during the Impel Down battle, don't forget that he was also the first to rush to the Impel Down. If there hadn't been a scorpion ambushing Impel Down, Marco would have been able to successfully enter Impel Down. This is a guy who is strategic, not impulsive, and has strength. For Emperor's Whitebeard's captain is by no means an ordinary person. In comparison, Ace's character is too impulsive and is completely unsuitable for negotiations. It is also difficult for others to see the overall situation and consider things from the perspective of Marco. Therefore, after Luo Yi knew it was Marco, he determined one thing. The Whitebeard pirates may have encountered something difficult to deal with. So much so that he had to come to find himself, a man who was once his trading partner, and later had a war with him, and had a complicated position. At this time, the Empress also showed a curious look beside her. During the Impel Down battle, she was at the scene. She saw the battle between Whitebeard and Luo Yi very clearly. It can be said that if you love someone, you will almost kill Whitebeard. The pirate group breaks up. However, Whitebeard finally left Impel Down alive, which allowed the Whitebeard pirates to stay together. If Whitebeard had died in Impel Down, the remaining people would have been wiped out by all forces, dead and injured. I don't know. In a sea full of pirates, if you see such a huge cake, no one will go up and try to take a bite. The current Whitebeard pirates are also in a very bad situation. Therefore, Luo Yi has pushed the entire Whitebeard pirates into a very dangerous situation. If it is not handled properly, the Whitebeard pirates may become history. However, the Empress' face soon showed an expression of realization. She could see that Whitebeard's envoy was not here to declare war, so there was only one possibility. Come and make a deal with Luo Yi. 617 Luo Yi, do you want to see him? The Empress asked softly. Tisk, tisk, he is such a courageous man. Luo Yi sighed. Marco's appearance near Nine Snakes Island must be Whitebeard's order. Only Whitebeard would have such domineering courage and ambition to take Impel Down. Put things behind you and focus on the future. See you, of course I want to see you. Luo Yi said with a smile and a sure tone. Prepare the banquet. Luo Yi said to the Empress. The Empress nodded and went out to prepare the banquet. Although she didn't know why Luo Yi entertained Marco, she knew that Luo Yi must have his own reasons and would not ask any more questions. He just needs to do what Luo Yi tells him to do, and that's it. After the Empress left, Luo Yi sat on the chair thoughtfully. Marco, this is the pirate version of Hungmen banquet. I wonder if you can make it out alive. If you were as smart as everyone says, things would be a lot more interesting. It would be really boring if you died here. Don't let me down. Chapter 102. Marco, don't let me down. Luo Yi smiled softly. Luo Yi was also very curious about Marco. In the original work, Marco was also a very outstanding character, but in the Battle of Impel Down, Luo Yi didn't have much contact with Marco. Although Marco was very brave, he jumped a little too early in that war. Therefore, this time Marco came to visit him with Whitebeard's order, which had aroused Luo Yi's interest in this matter. This is the pirate version of the Hungmen banquet, Marco. It's not an easy thing to impress me. At this time, Marco's specially made boat was sailing on the Sea of Calm Belt. There was no wind on the sea. The boat kept moving forward under the special east-west system, and the speed was not slow. Calm Belt, this is his first time here. Marco had a strange feeling in his heart. During the Impel Down battle, he was beaten like a dead dog. He was still vivid in his mind. 187 He had never had such a record. It can only be said that the scorpion that blocked him during Impel Down, plus the human puppets Akainu and Kizaru, were too powerful. Moreover, after that battle, Father Whitebeard almost lost the power to fight with people. He was extremely weak every day and relied on various means to forcefully stay alive. This was what he couldn't accept the most. Father Whitebeard would lose at the hands of others. This was even more uncomfortable than his own defeat. This trip was under the orders of Father Whitebeard, and he went to sea secretly. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates was only hung after they entered the Calm Belt and approached Nine Snake Island. And Whitebeard specifically told Marco that although he has the ability to fly, he must move forward by boat after entering the Calm Belt. Thinking of Father Whitebeard's expression and tone when he said these words to himself, Marco felt uncomfortable in his heart. Father Whitebeard is really old. Thinking of this, Marco's eyes turned red, but he quickly returned to normal and calmed down his mood. Now Marco has been adjusting his mentality along the way so that he can face Luo Yi calmly. What he has to do when he visits Nine Snake Island this time is extremely important to Father Whitebeard and the entire Whitebeard pirates. No matter what grudges he has in his heart, he must stabilize his mentality. This matter must be negotiated. After a few minutes, Marco's face became expressionless, the turmoil in his heart had calmed down, and all he could think about was what Father Whitebeard had ordered. His rationality and overall view have completely returned to his mind, and some previous things will hardly affect his current feelings and decisions. Soon, his boat arrived at the coast of Nine Snake Island. The warriors of Nine Snake Island have already been waiting for Marco's arrival under the orders of the Empress. Since Luo Yi wanted to entertain Marco, the Empress naturally had to arrange everything. Looking at the female warriors who greeted him, Marco nodded slightly and was surrounded by a group of female warriors. Marco's eyes were very conservative and he did not look where he shouldn't. He seemed to be interested in the legendary and extremely fragrant and mysterious Nine Snakes Island. Without too much interest. Soon, the leading female general led Marco towards the palace. Along the way, Marco had a calm expression on his face and steady eyes. He followed the female general and walked quietly towards the palace. Luo Yi was in the palace, holding a wine glass in his hand. Observation Haki clearly observed Marco's situation after he landed on the island. As expected of Marco, he has become so calm. If it were someone else, it would be difficult for him to do it. Whitebeard chose the right person. Luo Yi smiled and drank the wine in the glass and sat down on the chair calmly. He is not going to see Marco now. Regarding Marco, Luo Yi is still very curious about how much magnanimity and ability such an outstanding person in the original work has. With Marco's status, it is no longer as simple as having strength. Vision, overall view, future outlook, strategy, magnanimity, courage, and charisma are all indispensable. If Marco really has the potential to go further, Luo Yi wouldn't mind having more contact with him. After all, it is somewhat unrealistic for one person to dominate this ocean. After all, Luo Yi plus himself, including the Hidden Figures section, there are no more than 20 people. While Luo Yi was thinking, Marco had already entered the palace. However, he didn't see anyone. There was only some sumptuous food in the palace, which smelled delicious, but neither the Empress nor Luo Yi appeared. Please wait a moment, the Empress and Lord Luo Yi will be here soon. The female general said to Marco, and then left the palace directly, leaving Marco alone in the palace. Marco's face became gloomy for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Luo Yi's approach was somewhat different from the straightforward style of Dahai, which made it difficult for Marco to adapt for a while. After thinking for half a minute, Marco sat down at the guest's seat and began to wait for Luo Yi's arrival. As for the food, his eyes almost never stopped on it. In the next room, Luo Yi had his legs crossed, and the Empress was massaging Luo Yi from behind. "Aren't we going yet?" the Empress asked. "I won't go," Luo Yi said casually. "Then are we waiting now?" the Empress asked softly. Of course she had no objection. As long as she was with Luo Yi, she would be happy doing anything. It's a bit boring to just wait like this. "Why don't we go to naval headquarters first?" Luo Yi muttered. "My shoulders are so sore. Is my shoulder suffering from frozen shoulder? I'm so scared. I don't know if I can recover from fitness. I don't want to go to the hospital." Chapter 103. It's a bit boring to just wait like this. "Why don't we go to naval headquarters first?" Luo Yi muttered. He was originally preparing to leave for naval headquarters, but his plan was delayed by Marco's arrival. Hearing Luo Yi's words, the Empress burst into laughter. Marco was waiting next door. He was going to naval headquarters at this time. He didn't know when he would be able to come back. If Marco knew about it, he might explode on the spot and spiral into the sky. But Luo Yi smiled, he just said it casually, just kidding. He was really afraid that Marco would cause trouble on Nine Snake Island after he left, which would not be good. Before going to naval headquarters, he must take care of Marco's affairs. At this time, Luo Yi's observation haki had a panoramic view of Marco's actions, including the instant changes in Marco's 687 emotions. Luo Yi's observation haki could not escape Luo Yi's observation haki. Fujitora can sense people's emotions with his sense of color, and Luo Yi's sense of color can certainly do the same. However, Luo Yi was not in a hurry. Marco had not been waiting for long, and it was still very early. Luo Yi drank the wine in his glass, stood up, and turned on a special phone bug. Suddenly a melodious melody came from the phone bug. It turned out to be something similar to the music player in his previous life. Luo Yi was also very surprised when he first discovered this thing. Amidst the melodious and interesting music, Luo Yi took the Empress's hand and pulled her in front of him. His other hand had already wrapped around the Empress's waist. With a slight exertion of her arms, the small distance between the Empress and Luo Yi disappeared. Under Luo Yi's embrace, the Empress and Luo Yi finally stuck together. The Empress' face turned red to her ears and neck, and Luo Yi's sudden movements made her heart beat wildly. She didn't expect that the moment she had dreamed of would come at this time. Marco was still left hanging next door. But at this time, the Empress had no control over Marco. As long as he was in Luo Yi's arms, it didn't matter if he stayed there until the end of time and the world was destroyed. Holding the Empress in his arms, Luo Yi is about half a head taller than the Empress. It can be said to be the best height difference. The touch in his arms is incomparable. Even Luo Yi has experienced many modern beauties in his previous life. Feeling the perfect figure of the Empress, Luo Yi hugged the Empress with one hand and held the Empress' little hand with the other. Under the gentle music, his feet began to guide the Empress to move slowly. It's a waltz. Luo Yi's favorite pas de deux in his previous life. The former Luo Yi was the world champion in the international waltz pas de deux competition. His love for this kind of dance is not something that ordinary people can understand. Similarly, Luo Yi in his previous life had extremely strict selection criteria for his dance partners, and it was extremely difficult to find a suitable dance partner. Now, Luo Yi felt the Empress's posture and steps, and discovered that the Empress was very suitable for the dance of waltz. In just a few minutes, the Empress became familiar with the most basic steps and was able to keep up with Luo Yi's rhythm. Moreover, her body also added her own understanding of dance, making the whole process extremely smooth and swaying. Smelling the delicious fragrance of the Empress, Luo Yi couldn't help but sigh. If he had a dance partner like the Empress in his previous life, his goal of winning 5 consecutive World Waltz Pas de Deux championships would have been achieved. But now, Luo Yi is extremely satisfied. Here in the pirate world, he not only has strong strength, but also has the best dance partner that he could not find before. He can continue his hobby. What else is he dissatisfied with? The dance was rippling, and the waiter who came to dress the queen to change her clothes saw the scene in the room and was stunned in place, forgetting her movements for a moment. The Empress at this time was more beautiful than ever before. Marco, who was waiting next door now, listened to the faint sound of music coming from next door. After taking 3 deep breaths, he still didn't have an attack. He closed his eyes and sat there, continuing his waiting. If he couldn't bear this, then he wouldn't be Marco. The task assigned by Father Whitebeard is the most important thing now. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Yi and the Empress finally stopped. The Empress' chest undulated slightly, and she looked at Luo Yi with a red face. She had just danced with Luo Yi. She has completely fallen in love with this dance. 1. Especially, being with the man you love is more important than anything else. One hand pinched the Empress's face. Luo Yi smiled and loosened his arms around the Empress, feeling very emotional in his heart. When he just traveled through time and space, Luo Yi could not imagine that he would dance a waltz with the Empress in the pirate world. There is such a scene. Well, that guy Marco has been able to wait quietly until now. It seems that this matter is more serious than I thought. Luo Yi said with a smile. The Empress nodded, her heart beating much faster than usual as she was still immersed in the dance with Luo Yi just now. However, the Empress also understood what Luo Yi meant, and quickly calmed down her mood, and followed Luo Yi towards the next door. Soon, Luo Yi's figure appeared in the palace next door where Marco was being entertained. The moment Luo Yi appeared, Marco's eyes opened. Taking a deep breath, Marco seemed calm, but he was already a little anxious. Fortunately, Luo finally showed up. Standing up, Marco saw Luo Yi sitting in the middle seat, while Empress 3.1 was pouring wine and preparing various things for Luo Yi like a maid, and his heart suddenly tightened. Luo Yi's posture is very high. There was a trickle of sweat on Marco's forehead. This meeting was more difficult than he imagined. If it is not handled well, the consequences will be very different. Seeing Luo Yi's eyes looking at him, Marco made up his mind and said, "Dad asked me to bring 10 devil fruits to fulfill the previous deal regarding Blackbeard. While talking, Marco handed a small box that he had always carried with him to the female guard next to him. Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up. The backhand he left behind at impel down worked. Chapter 104. Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up. The backhand he left behind at impel down worked. From Marco's words, Luo Yi had already judged the crisis the Whitebeard pirates were facing. It could only be Blackbeard. Before the impel down battle, Luo Yi once approached Whitebeard and traded Blackbeard teach. The price at that time was 10 devil fruits. Before the impel down war broke out, Luo Yi did capture Blackbeard, but later Luo Yi did not give teach to Whitebeard. Without him, all the devil fruit of the Whitebeard pirates had been taken away by Luo Yi. Whitebeard no longer has the ability to pay, so Luo Yi will naturally not give teach to him. So on impel down, Luo Yi simply threw Blackbeard teach away and left him to fend for himself. But Luo Yi also knows that with teach's ambition and ability, he will not die so easily. He will definitely find trouble with Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard's shock fruit. This is something that teach must get. And if Whitebeard doesn't die, teach will have trouble settling down. At this time, the small box that Marco brought over was also brought to Luo Yi's side by the female guard. Luo Yi opened the box directly and found 10 bright devil fruits neatly placed inside. The female guard holding the box stared straight at it. Even under Empress Shishibukai, she never saw 10 devil fruits in one go. This is devil fruit. Even the ability that people are least optimistic about can be sold on the sea for hundreds of millions of belly. If this box fell to the sea, people would probably shed their blood to snatch this treasure box. Luo Yi looked at the 10 devil fruits in the box, smiled softly, and confirmed Whitebeard's current physical condition. Whitebeard's health has deteriorated to the point where he has to seek help from foreign aid. After the impel down battle, Whitebeard's body deteriorated. It was Blackbeard's opportunity to seize the shock fruit. At this time, even if Whitebeard wanted to kill Teach, he was powerless. Luo Yi personally fought against Whitebeard during the Summit War. Whitebeard used his body to resist a planetary devastation. It was this incident that overdrawn Whitebeard's vitality and reduced Whitebeard's combat effectiveness by an unknown number of levels. This time Marco directly gave himself devil fruit in the name of the last transaction, just to ask himself to continue the previous transaction. Only this time, the postures of both parties have changed dramatically, and Luo Yi has completely taken the initiative. Whitebeard obviously knew this very well, so he directly asked Marco to come with 10 devil fruits. As long as he could invite Luo Yi, everything would be easy to talk about. Thinking of this, Luo Yi felt a little emotional. At this time, Whitebeard still looked like the strongest man he had ever been. In Luo Yi's previous life, there was the tragedy of a hero dying late, and in the world of One Piece, this is reflected even more profoundly. In this world where strength is respected, even if you were once the strongest man in the world, you will look even more sad when you get older. Whitebeard, if he died in the Battle of Impel Down, he could still retain his majestic figure, but now, Whitebeard, who has survived, has to learn to use other methods to let himself and his sons survive on this sea. Go down. Luo Yi, who wanted to understand this, suddenly felt that he should go see this old man who had been sailing on the sea for a lifetime. Although Luo Yi and Whitebeard had been opponents during the Impel Down battle, even Luo Yi had to admit that Whitebeard was indeed one of the few people in the sea who could arouse his admiration. If it were the previous Whitebeard, I'm afraid he would never make such a choice. Luo Yi spoke calmly. Marco was silent at first, and then nodded, with a bit of discomfort in his eyes. Luo, in a word, the current situation of the Whitebeard pirates. The former Whitebeard, the strongest man who would never turn his back on the enemy and run away no matter what, was now doing something that surprised everyone for the comfort of his group of sons. Luo Yi closed the treasure box in the female guard's hands, placed it beside him, raised the wine glass in his hand, and gestured slightly to Marco. A big stone finally fell from Marco's heart. Luo Yi's small action showed that Luo Yi had accepted his arrival. If he wants to talk about things next, it will be much smoother. Zhao hao of Zhao. Marco also picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Dad wants to talk to you personally. After drinking it in one gulp, Marco looked at Luo Yi and said Feng. Luo Yi's face was expressionless, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Whitebeard personally interviewed, it was either a trap or there was something important. However, Luo Yi knew in his heart that the possibility of this matter being a trap was very small. With the strength he showed in Impel Down, Whitebeard would not do such a stupid thing. In other words, Whitebeard really has something extremely important, something important that Marco can't even talk to. Dad said that what he wants to talk to you about has an important relationship with the 3 ancient weapons. Marco said. Chapter 105. Dad said that what he wants to talk to you about has an important relationship with the 3 ancient weapons. Marco said. Hearing Marco's words, even the Empress was shocked. These 3 ancient weapons are definitely something that all pirates in this world will be tempted by. Those are the 3 gods named Ancient Weapon, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, who have existed since ancient times and can destroy the world. As a Shishibukai, the Empress naturally knows the power of the three ancient weapons. Luo Yi also raised his eyebrows, but he didn't speak for a while. He knows more about the three ancient weapons in the pirate world than anyone else in the world. The former Shishibukai Sand Crocodile Clark Doll destroyed Princess Weiwei's country just for Pluton. This is not a secret in the eyes of some people. But Poseidon is Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Island. I am afraid that only Luo Yi knows this secret now. Has that old man Whitebeard discovered something? Luo Yi was very interested. You must know that the Fishman Island has been protected by Whitebeard before. It is precisely because of Whitebeard that the Fishman Island can be relatively close to each other for a period of time. Peaceful development. With Whitebeard's ability, it is not incomprehensible to find something on the Fishman Island. Thinking in his mind, Luo Yi showed a strange smile on his face. The Fishman Island seems to be a good place. It is not only an important transportation hub to the New World, but also has three ancient weapons. Poseidon. Luo Yi has already made a decision in his heart. Luo Yi, this trip will never be in vain for you. Marco suddenly became anxious when he saw Luo Yi not speaking for a long time. If Luo Yi cannot be invited, then what Father Whitebeard wants to do will not be accomplished. Luo Yi immediately smiled and said, Marco, I will come and talk to Whitebeard personally about the good things. There are some things that you can't make the decision yet. Luo Yi has decided that whether it is to meet this old pirate who has been sailing the sea for decades for the last time, or because of the Fishman Island, Luo Shi needs to talk to Whitebeard personally. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Marco was stunned for a moment, then his face showed ecstasy, and he fell down on the chair with relief. He finally lived up to Whitebeard's father's expectations. The meaning of Luo Yi's words just now was obvious. He would talk to Whitebeard personally. At this point, Marco finally completed his mission, without failing due to his own impulsiveness, and without causing the meeting to break down because of Luo Yi's weird temper. On the endless sea, on the calm sea of the calm belt, a huge ship appeared. The leader of the ship was a ferocious snake head, indicating that the ship belonged to the Nine Snakes district. It was Luo Yi and others on the boat. In this group, the Empress, Zoro, and Marco are all on the ship. Luo Yi was originally going to go to the naval headquarters to collect interest and obtain a large amount of devil fruit to unlock the hidden character section in his system. This time he went to sea, and it was just right. Go to Whitebeard's ship and see what medicine Whitebeard sells in his gourd. The 10 devil fruits given by Marco before were not enough to unlock the hidden mission section. It can only be said that the characters in the hidden mission section are a bit too unusual. Suzuki is okay. If Orochimaru appeared in this world, with his hard-working experimental spirit, I wonder what kind of black technology he would invent and change the entire world. The world is possible. If Orochimaru finds the devil fruit he is interested in and eats it to help him better realize his various experiments, Luo Shi doesn't know what kind of person Orochimaru will become. Rot. Fortunately, everyone in the Xiao organization respects Luo Yi, and there is no possibility of any dissent. As long as Luo Yi says anything, they will treat it as the highest order and execute it. In addition, Luo Yi also needs to gain control of the Fishman Island. Before that, the Fishman Island was always covered by Whitebeard. As for the other person on the boat, Zoro, Luo Yi and Zoro naturally wanted to start a new round of teaching. Only real actual combat can make Zoro improve rapidly. 04121172143491. The people on the marine battleships that Luo Yi prepared for Zoro before were no longer Zoro's opponents. Father Whitebeard is not far from Calm Belt. Marco said. Luo Yi nodded. If they follow the location Marco said, they should be able to see Whitebeard's ship soon. Whitebeard, can he still stand up now? Luo Yi turned to look at Marco and asked. From the previous battle with Impel Down, Luo Yi knew that Whitebeard's physical condition was already very bad. Even if he can survive to this day, various medical equipment must be used to maintain Whitebeard's life with difficulty. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Marco's face darkened. The situation of Father Whitebeard was indeed not good. And he was so anxious to come back because he was worried that Father Whitebeard wouldn't be able to wait until Luo Yi came. Marco said nothing, but Kaname knew the answer he wanted. After half a day, Luo Yi finally saw a huge pirate ship appearing in his field of vision. It's Whitebeard's pirate ship. A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Yi's mouth. Marco, I hope other captains can be as sensible as you. Luo Yi said with a smile. Chapter 106. Marco, I hope other captains can be as sensible as you. Luo Yi looked at the Whitebeard pirate ship in the distance and said with a smile. Marco frowned, feeling a little worried. The other captains, and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, might not be able to stay calm after seeing Luo Yi. Especially, that guy Ace, who has been blaming himself for a while, didn't know what he would do when he saw Luo Yi who severely injured Whitebeard's father. Ace is a man who wants to protect his father regardless of his own life. He wanted Whitebeard to become the Pirate King, but now that Whitebeard has been beaten like this by Luo Yi, he has one foot in the door of hell. What Marco was most worried about was Ace's reaction. Seeing Marco's reaction, Luo Yi smiled softly, stopped talking, and directly signaled the Empress to speed up and approach Whitebeard's pirate ship. And Whitebeard's people have obviously discovered the pirate ship where Luo Yi is, and are also thinking of getting closer here. Soon, the two ships stopped at a very close distance. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, several people stood up slowly and looked at Luo Yi not far away, with ugly expressions on their faces. They are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, including Fire Fist Ace, Foil Baista, and Diamond Jose. Standing on the deck, Luo Yi stood there calmly with his hands on his hips and a strange smile on his face. As for the team captains not far away, Luo Yi's eyes never fell on them from beginning to end. Luo Yi's eyes looked directly at Whitebeard, who was surrounded by a group of people. At this time, Whitebeard was sitting on a large and gorgeous chair. His mental state seemed a little depressed. The various infusion tubes inserted into his body were even more exaggerated than those in the comics in his previous life. It was almost impossible to find an intact skin. With just one glance, Luo Yi felt a strong sense of death from Whitebeard's body. Luo Yi had been prepared for Whitebeard's state, but the reactions of others were somewhat beyond Luo Yi's expectations. Neither Ace nor Kiazi took action against him, they just glared at him. The smile on Luo Yi's face became even wider. He liked the way others looked at him and felt helpless. Of course, even if they wanted to take action, they would be instantly knocked down by Luo Yi. Zoro, come with me and let you see the aura of the top warriors on the sea. Luo Yi said with a smile, and at the same time he jumped out and landed directly on Whitebeard's pirate ship. Zoro, who was not far behind Luo Yi, also grinned and followed Luo to Whitebeard's boat. Zoro is a man who is fearless and has no fear at all because he is about to face the four emperors. Click, 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 Luo Yi walked slowly and straightly towards Whitebeard in the middle of the ship. Zoro was following Luo Yi diagonally behind, holding the handle of the knife. If anything went wrong, he would be the first to stand in front of Luo Yi. The journey was uneventful. Every time Luo Yi took a step forward, the Whitebeard pirates in front would take a step back to make way for Luo Yi. Luo Yi and Zoro walked all the way to Whitebeard in such a leisurely manner. Serve the wine! Whitebeard shouted, and the people around him seemed to have been prepared. Two large wine gourds were placed in front of Luo Yi and Whitebeard. The lid of the wine gourd was opened, and a charming aroma of wine suddenly spread everywhere, making Luo Yi feel refreshed. Good wine. Luo Yi smiled, sat cross-legged opposite Whitebeard, picked up the wine gourd and took a big sip, feeling comfortable all over. Whitebeard's wine is absolutely the best wine. Zoro also sat down, but Zoro, who loved drinking very much, had no wine to drink now, especially when faced with such a good wine. His heart was scratching his head. But Zoro didn't show it at all on his face. He knew that there was no place for him to speak in this conversation, let alone the right to drink. Tell me, Whitebeard, you paid such a high price to invite me here, don't you just want to invite me to taste wine? Luo Yi put down the wine gourd and looked into Whitebeard's eyes. Strangely enough, with Whitebeard's Gundam form, Luo Yi had to look up at Whitebeard to speak, but everyone present did not dare to look down on Luo Yi at all, and even had a vague feeling that in terms of momentum, Luo Yi was more powerful better than that. Whitebeard looked at Luo Yi with complicated eyes. This man who was once not in his eyes had grown beyond him in just a few months. Yes, it is transcendence. Whitebeard knows very well that although Luo Yi is not as powerful as him now, in terms of the top lineup, no organization can match it. Neither Four Emperors nor Marine has as much high-end combat power as Luo Yi. All members of the Akatsuki organization are capable of crushing Admiral, which is simply unimaginable. In the final analysis, top combat power is the most important core existence of a force. Luo Yi, what do you want? Whitebeard asked. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Luo Yi smiled. It was easy to talk to smart people. With his current strength and status, he might not appreciate many things even if they were given to him. And Whitebeard knew that Luo Yi was willing to talk to him. When you meet yourself, you must have needs. So Whitebeard directly asked Luo Yi, what do you want? Knowing Luo Yi's needs, Whitebeard can put forward the transaction demand. After all, Luo Yi has occupied a dominant position in this transaction from beginning to end. The things he wants to trade cannot exceed Luo Yi's needs. Luo Yi was not polite at all and said directly, I want the Fishman Island. Chapter 107. Luo Yi was not polite and said directly, I want the Fishman Island. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. The Fishman Island is a very special place. In particular, he has been sailing on the sea for so many years and has a deep friendship with Roger, the Pirate King of the Year. He knows that the Fishman Island is likely to be related to the three ancient weapons. Except for a few people, no one knew about this matter. Whitebeard stared into Luo Yi's eyes, trying to see through what Luo Yi was thinking, but failed. He couldn't see through what Luo Yi was thinking at all, and he didn't know whether Luo Yi wanted the Fishman Island because he knew the secret about Poseidon, or just because of the special terrain of the Fishman Island. When Whitebeard was observing Luo Yi was also looking at Whitebeard. Observing Whitebeard closely, Luo Yi had a clearer understanding of Whitebeard's physical condition. At this time, Luo Yi finally understood why Whitebeard wanted to meet with him at such a high cost. Whitebeard's body may not be able to hold on much longer. It's worse than I imagined. Whitebeard couldn't see clearly what Luo Yi was thinking, but it didn't prevent him from telling the purpose of this interview. Luo Yi, the Fishman Island can be given to you, but I have a condition. You must fulfill our previous deal and hand over Blackbeard to me before I die. Whitebeard said. Luo Yi nodded. Regarding Blackbeard's dark fruit ability, Luo Yi was also very interested. Since there is such an opportunity, Luo Yi would not mind beating Blackbeard into doubt again. No matter how much trouble Blackbeard makes, he is still defeated by his own men. And Luo Yi believes that Orochimaru will be very interested in dark fruit's abilities in the future. Not to mention Orochimaru, the human puppet who made Blackbeard into a scorpion must be a human puppet with extremely strong combat power. By then, the shortcoming of dark fruit in amplifying physical pain will disappear, and the dark fruit ability to restrain the enemy devil fruit can be retained. If he really becomes Scorpion's human puppet, he will be a human puppet that surpasses Akainu and Kizaru. Blackbeard can't be handed over to you, but I can guarantee that he will die in front of you. Luo Yi said. Whitebeard frowned, but nodded. As long as he could see Blackbeard die before him, he had nothing to worry about. After this period of thinking, Whitebeard's only worry is Teach. Blackbeard Teach's strength is underestimated by everyone. Recalling the scenes of the past few decades, the faces of 4 emperors' shanks were all scarred by Teach, and the captain of the 4th team was killed without a trace, and the ace was defeated and given to Marine. It means that the strength of this Teach may even surpass all the captains under him, Baitba. Even Marco may not be Blackbeard's opponent. Now, he must see Teach die in front of him before he can rest assured, otherwise the Whitebeard pirates will become extremely dangerous under Teach's covetousness, and may even be in danger of being fragmented. Then tell me some news about Blackbeard. You should have some information. Luo Yi said. That guy, after the battle in Impel Down, was rescued by several prisoners in Impel Down. Now he has formed his own pirate group. I heard that he was doing something on the Fishman Island before. Whitebeard said. The Fishman Island. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Blackbeard actually appeared in the Fishman Island. This was not mentioned in the original comic. But soon Luo Yi felt relieved. The current period of time was exactly the 2 years of Luffy's training in the original work. Many of the things that happened during this period were briefly mentioned, and only some important things were explained. 2 years, interesting. In 2 years, I should have become the only king of the sea and explored all the secrets of the sea. Luo Yi thought in his mind. At this time, Luo Yi had a strange feeling in his heart. When Luffy succeeded in 2 years of training and went to sea again, he found that someone had already dominated the sea. Not only did he get the treasure left by Roger back then, but he also explored all the secrets in the sea and became I don't know what people will think about the pirate king that people call him. That's it, I will bring Blackbeard and let you see him die in front of you. Luo Yi took another sip of wine, stood up, and continued, of course, you still promise to take good care of yourself. Just stay alive, my movements are not that fast. I want to go to naval headquarters first. Luo Yi said. Hearing Luo Yi's words, a strange light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Luo Yi is going to naval headquarters? With Luo Yi's current strength and influence, this is definitely a super event. If a fight breaks out, naval headquarters may be bulldozed in minutes. At this time, on the ship, the Whitebeard captains who heard Luo Yi's words all showed horrifying looks on their faces. It was simply unbelievable that Luo Yi would take the initiative to go to naval headquarters. Don't worry, I won't be dead for a while. Whitebeard said, but you really are not restless at all. Luo Yi shrugged, smiled, said nothing, turned and walked towards the Empress ship. Zoro immediately followed Luo Yi and left Whitebeard's pirate ship. The 2 ships slowly separated and headed for different destinations. This brief meeting did not attract the attention of other forces on the sea, but it caused endless waves in the sea after that. Luo Yi, Whitebeard, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Scorpion, Marco, Ace. Luo Yi's Akatsuki organization and Whitebeard's Children's Hunger Group all became hot topics that people must discuss every day for a period of time. The encounter on this day was later called the Encounter of God. After separating from Whitebeard's ship, Luo Yi no longer delayed, directly signaled to the Empress, and headed towards the naval headquarters at full speed. Next, Luo Yi has a lot to do. Go to naval headquarters to ask Sengoku for interest and drain marine reserves, go to the Fishman Island to break up the Blackbeard pirate group and capture Blackbeard alive, gain Shirahashi's trust on the Fishman Island and gain the support of the entire the Fishman Island. The sooner this series of things is completed, the better. Especially Shirahoshi, as Poseidon, if Luo Yi forcibly obtains Shirahashi's approval, I am afraid that there will be big trouble that even Luo Yi will find difficult in the future. It is one of the 3 ancient weapons with the power to destroy the world, so Luo Yi the best choice is to gain Shirahashi's trust and become Shirahashi's good friend. Zoro, we will arrive at the naval headquarters in a moment, you will take the lead. Luo Yi patted Zoro on the shoulder and said. Zoro was stunned. Only now did he know that the place he was going to next was the naval headquarters. At this time, Zoro felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. I will take the lead? Zoro looked at Luo Yi with a question mark on his face. Don't be afraid. When we get there soon, you'll be able to chop down people and rush in as hard as you can. Luo Yi said calmly. As long as Marine Admiral doesn't appear, don't retreat. Zoro. Zoro opened his mouth, completely confused. If this is Luo Yi's teaching to him, then he can only say that the guidance comes too fast like a tornado, unable to escape from the storm circle. Suddenly, Luo Yi's eyes lit up, he pointed to a small black spot on the sea level and said, Zoro, look, we are almost there. Chapter 108. Zoro, look, we're almost there. Listening to what Luo Yi said, the black spot in Zoro's sight quickly grew in size, slowly revealing the outline of a steel fortress. Zoro felt very unreliable. Do I really want to attack Marine Fort alone? Zoro looked at Luo Yi hesitantly. What do you think? Luo Yi glanced at Zoro with a smile on his lips, understanding that Zoro was still worried about his own strength. Luo Yi reached out and patted Zoro on the shoulder to cheer him up. Don't worry. You have gone through hellish training in the past few days, and your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The ordinary Vice Admiral is no match for you. Even the ones on Buster Call, you can still fight. Why do you hesitate? Hearing Luo Yi's words, Zoro's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, as a swordsman, with the sword in hand, he must have the momentum of 510 to move forward. Moreover, he was also deeply touched by the rapid improvement in strength during this period. In an instant, the hesitation and worry in Zoro's heart were swept away, and his eyes became extremely determined. So what if he is the naval headquarters? His master Luo Yi is a big shot who scares the entire naval headquarters. Today, as a disciple of Luo Yi, he, Zoro, must act fearlessly with one sword and one man. I understand. Zoro nodded seriously to Luo Yi. Very good. Luo Yi smiled with satisfaction. Zoro is indeed a young man that even eagle eyes admire. He really has courage. While the two were talking, the pirate ship had already approached Marine Ford, and as soon as the ship entered the site of Marine's observation deck, the guarding Marines suddenly did not dare to express their anger. What did they see? The Nine Snakes pirate ship, that's not the point. They saw 8 figures standing proudly on the bow. Among them, Zoro, the green algae head, was filtered by Marine. The 6 people wearing strange clothes with black background and red stripes immediately aroused their vigilance. Isn't this a cadre of the Akatsuki organization? Then, they saw the handsome man in the center of the crowd. They were all too familiar with it. That was Akatsuki. The man whose reputation shocked the entire sea and overwhelmed the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates was a man who could not hold his head high. Xiao. Why is he here? Marine at the observation deck looked at the figure in the telescope with a horrified expression on his face and felt a little weak in his calves. We have to pass the news to Marshal Sengoku quickly. Fortunately, although he was scared, he also understood his responsibilities and immediately called his superiors to report the situation. Regarding Luo Yi's information, and the fact that he led the Xiao organization to visit naval headquarters in person, no one dared to delay. Nothing careless. The news reached Sengoku's ears in an instant. Akatsuki is here. Sengoku frowned. In the office, Vice Admiral He, who came to report the news, looked very ugly. Garp, Fujitora, and Aokiji also came to Sengoku's office immediately. Regarding Luo Yi's arrival, no one among the few big bosses in naval headquarters dared to take it lightly. Did he come here to take revenge? Sengoku's expression was extremely gloomy. Luo Yi's strength, in the Impel Down incident, defeated the Marine Marshal head-on. Marshal, I'm afraid the person who came here is not evil. Crane Vice Admiral said solemnly. During this period, they knew exactly what happened between Marine and Zoro, who were monitoring the Nine Snakes Island. Based on Luo Yi's personality, it is not difficult for Sengoku and others to guess that Luo Yi came here to call for punishment. After hearing this, Sengoku was silent for a moment. We are ready to fight. What? Hearing this, several admirals in the office looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Marshal, I'm afraid we are not. Aokiji's face changed wildly, and he wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Zhanwei waving his hand. Aokiji, no need to say anything, I know what you want to say. Sengoku's face darkened, and Kamui glanced at the 4 Garp people sternly. It is true that we are not the opponent of the Akatsuki organization now, but as the guardian of justice of the sea, in the face of such villains, do we have to beg for mercy? No. For the sake of justice, for the honor and responsibility we bear, we can only fight to the end. Garp took over the conversation and said loudly. This marine hero has experienced ups and downs in his life, and he has long been indifferent to life and death. But there is one thing that he will defend to the death, and that is the dignity of naval headquarters. I follow the arrangements of the Marshal. Fujitora held the sword in both hands and looked calm. Perhaps, the matter is not as serious as we suspected. Let's go meet Xiao first and see what he wants to do. Crane Vice Admiral said. That's very good, you go ahead. Sengoku waved his hand, I still have some things to deal with. After Garp and others left the office, Sengoku took out a small phone from his pocket and dialed Kong's dedicated line. Hey, Sengoku, what can you report to me? Kong quickly answered the phone, and his majestic voice rang out immediately. Such speed is probably the result of Luo Yi. During this period, the Commander-in-Chief of the world government maintained a high degree of vigilance about the situation in the sea. Commander Kong, Akatsuki, appeared outside the naval headquarters with members of the Akatsuki organization. Sengoku said in a difficult tone. Since the emergence of Luo Yi, the resourceful general has gone from being wise to being powerless. Xiao, come to Marineford Island in person. Kong said loudly. What does he want to do again? Last time he made a big fuss in Impel Down. Does he want to make a big fuss on Marineford Island again this time? I don't know. I was also the first to learn the news. I don't know the purpose of Xiao's visit yet, but he must have come with bad intentions. Sengoku felt Kong's emotions, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead, and he quickly reported the truth. Humph. Kong snorted coldly, the last Impel Down incident has greatly damaged the world government's face. This time he dares to come to Marineford Island. For the sake of the majesty of the world government, he must never come back. Commander, what do you mean? Sengoku's expression changed and 2.2 Hara asked. You hold Xiao off first, I will take action myself. Kong said coldly. The phone bug narrowed his eyes, revealing a frightening murderous intent. That's really great. Sengoku looked at the phone bug in front of him and felt relieved. With the world commander taking action, no matter how powerful Xiao was, he was no match for his old leader. Kong is a legendary figure. As he grew older, he was not buried by the years. Instead, he rose from the position of Marshal of Naval Headquarters to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the world. This is proof of strength and skill. With his action, Sengoku was convinced that Akatsuki would never be able to escape from the clutches of Naval Headquarters this time. Chapter 109. White clouds float quietly in the sky, the sun is dazzling, the sky is deep blue, and the waves hit the coast of Marineford Island one after another. Hancock ordered someone to bring in a majestic haki reclining chair, and Luo Yi bold and grandiose was half lying on it. Hancock naturally and lovingly rubbed Luo Yi's shoulders. The intensity was just right. Inadvertently, the Empress' soft ball would touch the back of Luo Yi's head. Luo Yi enjoys this occasional flexibility. The atmosphere seemed very laid back. Luo Yi thought he was on vacation and Marineford Island was just a tourist attraction. But at the city gate not far away, a dense number of Marines have gathered. At a glance, there are tens of thousands of people. The muskets in their hands were all aimed at Luo Yi and others, and the fort was also ready to go. The black muzzle would fire out pitch-black shells at any time. Even though they had the tone in hand and were on their own territory, those Marines were still extremely fearful. They stared at Luo Yi closely, with a hint of timidity that could not be concealed. They dare not fight Luo Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Luo Yi didn't care about everything in front of him. Instead, he pinched Hancock's little face with great interest, making Hancock blush with joy and embarrassment. I'm going. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zoro held a long knife in each hand, preparing to attack the naval headquarters. Go ahead, if there is force majeure, I will let Itachi and the others take action. Luo Yi smiled and gave Zoro an encouraging look. At this time, Zoro was about to take action when several majestic figures appeared on the wall of naval headquarters in the distance. Seeing these people appear, the surrounding Marines finally breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji Admiral, Fujitora Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral, are here. Xiao, why did you come to my naval headquarters? Garp asked hurriedly as soon as he appeared. As a Marine hero, he plays a very important role. Now that Sengoku is no longer in the scene, he naturally serves as the leader. Seeing Garp and others appearing, Luo Yi finally became serious. Let me enjoy the scenery of Marineford Island. Your gate is really magnificent. I wonder what it will look like if I destroy it. You. Upon hearing this, Aokiji had an angry look on his face and pointed at Luo Yi. Garp frowned and quickly patted Aokiji's hand to signal him not to speak. Xiao, you really know how to joke. The gate of my naval headquarters is the face of the entire Marine. How can I destroy it at your will? Do you want to fight to the death? Hearing Garp's words, Luo Yi suddenly felt funny, spread his hands disdainfully, and looked at Garp playfully. Aren't we already fighting to the death? Humph. Garp's face darkened. Dealing with people like Luo Yi was really tricky. What do you want to do? Garp's eyes were cold and his aura surged throughout his body. Haha, Garp, you don't have to be so nervous. I will only send my disciples to attack today. I want to compete with you. Luo Yi stretched out a finger and shook it calmly a few times. Competition. Garp was stunned and looked at Zoro, who should be the disciple Luo Yi mentioned. How to compare? Garp followed Luo Yi and said that the situation is unclear now and he plans to hold Luo Yi off first. My disciple, defeat all the ordinary vice admirals in your naval headquarters alone, and then you give all the devil fruit to me. Luo Yi said with a smile. Devil fruit? All devil fruit? Everyone was shocked when they heard Luo Yi's conditions. Garp and the others looked at each other, a little confused. This kid has gotten at least dozens of devil fruit recently, and I haven't seen him train any new people. What else does he need devil fruit for? For a moment, Garp fell silent. Naval headquarters collected a lot of devil fruit during this period in order to train new people, but this was not prepared for Luo Yi. After several battles with Luo Yi, Garp knew that the young man in front of him would not fight an uncertain battle. The fact that Luo Yi can say such words proves that he has great confidence in his disciples and is sure of victory. Garp, don't you dare! Luo Yi gave Garp a meaningful look, knowing that he was timid. Garp. Aokiji looked at Garp anxiously, fearing that his forehead would get hot, so he agreed to the bet. Although Fujitora and he didn't speak, their faces were heavy. At this time, Akatsuki must not let Akatsuki get the devil's nectar again. Xiao, I can't agree to your rude request. Garp pondered for a while and said indifferently. Do you know who you are? A villain who is against the world government, and now he comes to Marineford to make a bet with us. Don't you feel ridiculous for your behavior? Garp has a sophisticated mind and blocked Luo Yi's request with just a few words and both emotion and reason. Humph, we can't agree on that. Luo Yi's eyes narrowed, and he exuded a mountain-like aura, stirring up waves in the calm sea. As soon as this aura appeared, Garp's heart suddenly sank, and he looked at each other with Aokiji and others, ready to face the fierce fire of Luo Yi. Zoro, do it! Luo Yi said majestically. After receiving the order from his master, Zoro flashed across dozens of meters of sea and landed directly on Marineford Island. At this time, the coast was already crowded with Marines, and as soon as Zoro landed, he was violently attacked. Hundreds of muskets, bullets coming out of their chambers, hit Zoro hard. Facing the attacks of these hot weapons, Zoro looked calm and attacked at will with the two long knives in his hands after 10 cold rays. The dense bullets clicked and shattered all over the ground. Then, he slashed out several sword energy, and the marine next to him suddenly fell to pieces. Zoro is like a wolf among sheep, and the marines around him pose no threat to him. You dare! Seeing this scene, Aokiji's face turned cold and he wanted to take action. At this time, Luo Yi spoke. Garp, I advise you not to take action. This disciple of mine is extremely talented and I value it very much. If you dare to take action against them, then don't blame me for destroying the entire naval headquarters. What a shame! After hearing Luo Yi's words, veins popped up on Aokiji's face. It's good to have money, it's so arrogant. This is the first time in history that someone dares to openly threaten naval headquarters. Humph, my subordinate is defeated, the boss is not joking. Kisame Kisaki took a step forward, drew out the same Hada sword, and pointed it at Aokiji. Seeing the situation, Uchiha Itachi and others stepped forward one after another, exuding a terrifying aura. The aura of 6 paths rose into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were poked into a hole. Feeling this terrifying aura, Aokiji's anger suddenly extinguished, and his heart was full of worry. He was afraid that Luo Yi's disagreement would really destroy the naval headquarters. The foundation of the Xiao organization gives Luo Yi full confidence. At this time, Luo Yi sat calmly on the recliner and looked at Aokiji and others calmly. It's the second update. I will continue to code the third update. I should be able to finish it before 12 o'clock. I worked hard. Chapter 110. The Empress continued to squeeze Luo Yi's shoulders gently, not feeling any discomfort due to the powerful auras around her. On the contrary, this power belongs to Luo Yi, to the man who the Empress loves, and the Empress feels full of security. Aokiji, do you still want to take action? Luo Yi sneered and looked at Aokiji with disdain. Meeting Luo Yi's sharp eyes, Aokiji's heart trembled and he didn't dare to look at him at all. After being defeated several times under Luo Yi's hands, the pheasant did not dare to disturb her. Tens of thousands of marines were watching this scene. Aokiji didn't even dare to let out a fart. He was a man in his 40s or 50s, and his old face couldn't help but turn red. Xiao, we will not take action against your disciples, but I, naval headquarters, and all vice admirals have the right to take action. Garp focused his gaze, looked at Zoro who was running rampant in the crowd, and said to Luo Yi. That's no problem. Anyway, your vice admiral is useless. No one can win against my disciple. Luo Yi smiled playfully and waved his hand impatiently. Facing Luo Yi's attitude, Garp was really depressed. He was clearly angry, but he didn't dare to show too much intention. I almost felt internal injuries from holding it back. Okay. Garp was overjoyed and thought of it. Although Luo Yi's disciples were strong, they didn't know if they could withstand Buster Call Vice Admiral's siege. Just when Garp thought he had taken advantage of a loophole and secretly rejoiced, thinking he could get back a win, Luo Yi spoke again. However, I have a condition. Luo Yi smiled at the Empress and motioned for her to stop the massage. Although my disciple is strong, one person's energy is always limited. Your people can only go up one at a time, and you can only send out 2 buster call vice admirals. Luo Yi said, stood up, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and stared at Garp sharply and oppressively. What? Garp was stunned. When he heard Luo Yi's words, his eyes kept changing, but he couldn't find a reason to refute, and he felt as if he had eaten a fly. I promise you. Garp nodded angrily. Luo Yi's proposal is understandable. Zoro challenges the naval headquarters vice admiral alone. If Garp refuses a fair fight, his reputation will be ruined. Very good. After getting the desired result, Luo Yi sat back on the couch with a smile and looked expectantly at the battlefield in the distance. I hope Zoro, this talented disciple, can create miracles. The leaders of both sides made a decision after a debate, and it was naturally difficult for others to refute. Everyone turned their attention to Zoro, wanting to see what was so strange about his disciple, Akatsuki, who shook the sea. Everyone below the vice admiral level should get out of the way and let him pass. At this time, the doctor said in a serious tone. Ordinary marines, including rear admiral level warriors, are just food for Zoro, and Garp doesn't want to increase casualties. Upon hearing Garp's order, the densely packed marines dispersed from the coast to the naval headquarters gate, making way for Zoro. Interesting, today I, Zoro, will make a name for myself with my sword. Seeing this, Zoro gave a rare heroic smile, clenched the 2 swords in his hands, and moved forward with firm steps under the vigilant eyes of the marines. The next moment, a tall figure stepped out and stopped in front of Zoro. This man was wearing a white coat and a Madara dog hat, and his whole body had a very strong aura. Seeing the person in front of him, Zoro's eyes glowed with sharp light, like the light of a sword. The first Marine Vice Admiral has taken action. The Inu Fruit User, Dalmizia Vice Admiral. I am not very talented. I would like to learn the swordsmanship from your Excellency Xiao's disciple. Dalmizia looked at Zoro with disdain. He recognized Xiao's strength and didn't think Zoro was that strong. He remembered that the green algae head in front of him was the companion of official 3rd generation Luffy, a young man with some strength. Although he had heard about Zoro's fight with Marine on 9 Snake Island in the past few days, he didn't care. He himself is the Vice Admiral who has been famous for a long time in naval headquarters, and he has a lot of pride in his heart. He is also a disciple of Black Arm Zephyr. He has practiced Marine 6 styles for decades, and his strength is extremely solid. How could he value a young man who had just emerged? You are strong. Zoro ignored Dalmizia's contempt and said calmly. Young man, don't think that because your strength has suddenly become stronger under the guidance of an expert, you don't overestimate your capabilities. I think you should retreat quickly. Dalmizia enjoyed the feeling of being recognized for her strength, and followed the pole to teach Zoro in an elder's tone. Humph. Although you are strong, I am confident that I can defeat you. Zoro dismissed Dalmizia's words. He only had opponents and victory in his heart. Take action. Zoro clenched his swords and stared at Dalmizia with a stern expression. You are very ignorant. Dalmizia smiled coldly, waved his coat and lifted it off. His aura surged, and armament haki quickly covered his hands. Please give me flowers. Then, Dalmizia took a step forward, stamped on the ground dozens of times, and struck Zoro in a flash. This move is exactly Marine 6 styles, a move specifically used for fast movement. So fast. The surrounding Marines only felt that Dalmizia disappeared as soon as she stepped on the ground, and reappeared, already behind Zoro. At this time, Dalmizia stretched out his fingers, and struck out with his dark fingers, shooting a stream of transparent energy towards Zoro's head. It was Dalmizia's most powerful move, Finger Pistol. Zoro clearly sensed Dalmizia's attack trajectory, and in response to the incoming Finger Pistol, Zoro quickly turned around and slashed out with his sword, blocking it with his sword. Dang! Dang! With 2 crisp sounds, Finger Pistol's energy was cut open by Zoro with a knife and dissipated. The other knife in his hand was placed on Dalmizia's neck, and blood slowly flowed out along the blade. You are too slow. Zoro looked at Dalmizia with cold eyes and spoke calmly. After Luo Yi's training method, Zoro can deal with the attack of the strong master armament haki at the same time. During this time, Zoro's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. A Dalmizian Vice Admiral is still an ordinary level and does not pose the slightest threat to Zoro. How is that possible? Dalmizia's eyes were full of disbelief. He reached out and touched his neck, and when he looked closer, he saw that the red stain was indeed blood. How can you break through my defense? Dalmizia asked. I can do armament haki. Zoro raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Dalmizia proudly. And this knife of mine is no ordinary knife. After hearing Zoro's words, Dalmizia noticed that the knife placed on her neck was emitting an icy cold light, and its sharp aura was not comparable to that of an ordinary long knife. This sword is exactly the word Wado that Kuina left for Zoro to prove his Tao. It comes from the 21 skills of the Great Knife. The blade is extremely sharp, and Zoro is not strong enough. If it were Luo Yi, he could cut Dalmizia in 2 by just swinging the knife with strength. I lost. Dalmizia said dejectedly. Chapter 111. I lost. When Dalmizia said these 3 words, tens of thousands of Marines all opened their mouths and looked extremely frightened. Marine Vice Admiral Dalmizia couldn't block the sword of disciple Luo Yi. Such strength stunned ordinary Marines. Sure enough, none of the characters with Luo Yi exist in line with common sense. Zoro has only followed Luo Yi for a few days, but the strength he has shown now is indeed several times stronger. How is that possible? Garp's eyelids twitched, and his face was filled with astonishment. A Marine Vice Admiral failed like this. That's right, this guy didn't disgrace me. A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. Boss, that kid has great potential. He is born to be a desperate saburo. The more killings he experiences, the stronger he becomes. Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly. Through the past few days of training Zoro with Luo Yi, he knew Zoro's potential very well. The boss asked him to come to naval headquarters to fight in a bloody battle. I'm afraid it's to help him improve his strength, right? Konan took over the conversation and looked at Luo Yi with a smile on his face. Not entirely. Luo Yi looked at Konan's cute appearance and reached out to fiddle with the purple flowers on her head. Part of it is to help Zoro improve his strength, and the other half is, of course, to get more 17 devil fruit. Konan accepted Luo Yi's actions calmly. This feeling of being cared about made her very happy. What do we do next? Konan asked with a smile. Wait until Zoro angers them. Luo Yi looked at the spraying sea water with an indifferent look. They won't let Zoro continue to make trouble, and even Sengoku didn't show up. I suspect they are thinking of ways to deal with us behind the scenes. No matter what evil ideas they have, we should use our strength to defeat them. Kisame raised the same Hada sword in his hand with a slightly evil smile. Haha, that's true. Luo Yi smiled playfully, without any worry. He is now strong enough to walk sideways in the sea. Even if he encounters Kaido's group, he may not be afraid. At the gate of the naval headquarters, when Dalmizia surrendered, Zoro slowly withdrew Hideo Yaiwenshin. Waving his hand to shake off the blood drops on the knife, Zoro turned around and walked to the door. Only Dalmizia, who looked dejected, was left behind. Open the door. Zoro looked at the closed door, filled with passion, and uttered 2 words in his mouth. This. Hearing Zoro's voice, the sergeant in charge of the naval headquarters gate jumped in his heart and looked at each other. They dare not open the door to an outsider. This has never happened since the establishment of naval headquarters. Open the door for him. Garp clasped his hands in front of him, looking up and down at Zoro's green algae head, his expression gloomy and scary. Garp, this kid is too popular. If we let him win again, I'm afraid that after today, our naval headquarters will become the laughingstock of the entire sea. Aokiji looked at Zoro coldly, feeling the urge to freeze him into ice. But thinking about it, he would never dare to take action with Luo Yi around. Send Ghost Spider to take action. Garp's expression changed and he said indifferently. Ghost Spider, one of the 5 vice admirals in the N-Ice Lobby Buster Call, is as powerful as the alternate admiral. Garp sent him to take action to suppress Zoro. Click, click, click. The door slowly opened. Revealing the true face of Marineford Island, there is a wide avenue inside the gate, with densely packed houses standing on both sides. Of course, there were heavily armed Marines standing neatly on both sides of the road. Zoro saw the door open, his eyes narrowed, and he walked in without hesitation. Inside and outside the door, tens of thousands of eyes were all staring at Zoro's figure. Seeing Zoro walking into naval headquarters, tens of thousands of people were horrified. He really went in. How dare he go in? You know, this is inside naval headquarters, and no pirate has ever been able to step inside. Except for the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors don't dare to enter Marineford carelessly. Even in the original book, the Whitebeard pirates led tens of thousands of pirates to attack Marineford, but they just took advantage of the large number of people and strength to rush in. But now, Zoro actually went in alone. He doesn't have Admiral's strength yet. Zoro was also under great pressure at this time, his heart was beating violently, and cold sweat formed on his forehead involuntarily. The master is watching me. I can't retreat, I have to rush in at once. Zoro kept saying in his heart. He knew very well that as long as he turned around, he would definitely see Luo Yi's eyes. What a courageous young man! Fujitora praised. He clearly sensed the development of the situation and could see it more clearly than many strong people. Tap, Zoro's footsteps echoed far away. Marines were standing inside and outside the door, but no one spoke. Zoro walked like this, and under the spotlight, he approached a man with a particularly powerful aura. Hey, boy, you are so brave, you dare to enter the naval headquarters. Ghost Spider held a cigarette in his mouth and looked down at Zoro from above. I should have killed you last time in N-Ice Lobby. It's just that you were too inconspicuous at that time and couldn't attract my attention at all. The ghost spider carries a long knife on its shoulder, and the 6 big spider foot-like hands behind it also hold a long knife. He is alone and has 8 arms. Fighting him is equivalent to fighting 4 vice admirals at the same time. Moreover, the 8 hands move according to the heart, and the rhythm coordination during battle is far better than that of the 4 vice-admirals who cooperate with each other tacitly. Is a strong enemy. Zoro raised his head and stared at the ghost spider unyieldingly. Zoro knew very well that the man in front of him was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered alone since he went to sea. You are one of the 5 vice-admirals of Buster Call, Ghost Spider. It's me. Ghost Spider smacked the cigarette in his mouth and looked at Zoro casually. He watched the whole battle between Zoro and Dalmizia carefully, and the green algae head in front of him did not bring much pressure to him. Because he is a ghost spider, with his strength, he can defeat Dalmizia in an instant, even easier than Zoro. Take action, kid. I don't want to bully the younger generation. Yet. Zoro nodded, not pretending to be modest, and moved his body to assume the best offensive posture. Holding 2 long swords tightly in his hands, Zoro did not attack immediately. He kept looking at the ghost spider, hoping to find his weakness. But soon, Zoro was a little disappointed. The 8 hands behind the ghost spider were extra long. No matter which direction he attacks from, he will be attacked from all corners. Boss, is it okay for Zoro to deal with that guy? Deidara looked at Zoro with worried eyes and said hesitantly. Don't worry, he will definitely defeat the ghost spider. After hearing what Deidara said, Luoyi gave Deidara a reassuring look, and then continued to look at Zoro's battle. Chapter 112. Boy, what's wrong? Are you scared? Ghost Spider narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face was very playful. Hearing the ghost spider's undisguised ridicule, Zoro felt calm inside. He silently tightened his grip on the knife and did not attack rashly. Oh, that's good. You didn't get provoked by me. The corners of Ghost Spider's mouth turned up slightly, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. If you want to become a great swordsman, you must have a peaceful heart. Zoro said seriously while looking at the ghost spider. There was more and more sweat on his forehead. Zoro still couldn't find a single flaw in the ghost spider, and he couldn't help but feel pressure rising in his heart. Aren't you going to take action yet? Ghost Spider tilted his head and looked down at Zoro, a trace of impatience flashed across his face. My patience is limited. If you don't take action, don't blame me for bullying the younger generation. As soon as the voice fell, Ghost Spider threw away the burning cigarette butt, and he moved. The ghost spider dodged, and the 2 long knives in his left and right hands brought out fierce winds and slashed at Zoro crosswise. So fast. Feeling the strong wind coming towards him, Zoro was shocked. This is the strength of Vice Admiral. Before the sword blade even touched down, the strong wind it brought caused pain to Zoro's cheeks. Although the ghost spider is strong, Zoro's reaction is not slow. He instinctively swings his sword to block the ghost spider's attack. Bang! A crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. The long knife in Zoro's hand was in a stalemate with the ghost spider. Kid, 930 is not bad, you can block my casual attack. The attack was blocked. Ghost Spider was not surprised, and looked at Zoro with an interesting look in his eyes. It's been a long time since Ghost Spider met a young man who could have a few fights with him. But that's all you have. Ghost Spider smiled jokingly, the muscles of the hands holding the sword surged, and the power was instantly transferred to the blade. Click! The power rolled towards Zoro along the long knife. Zoro's figure dwarfed under pressure, and the ground cracked instantly, showing the power of the Ghost Spider. Seeing that Zoro was at a disadvantage at the hands of Ghost Spider, the surrounding marines suddenly became happy and cheered warmly. This green algae head that didn't know the heights of the sky finally hit the steel plate. Naval headquarters is not something that anyone can despise. Very good, that boy, let's stop here. There was joy in Garp's eyes, and he felt better. In Garp's view, Ghost Spider has not yet shown its full strength, and Zoro has already fallen into a disadvantage. Zoro will be defeated sooner or later. But is that really the case? Anyway, on Luoyi's side, everyone in the Xiao organization didn't show any signs of anxiety when they saw Zoro's performance. Luoyi was still sitting calmly on the recliner, and even picked up a steaming cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. Why is Xiao so calm? Garp, who was very happy, turned his attention to his old rival Luoyi and immediately discovered something strange about Luoyi. This abnormality made Garp feel a little uneasy. However, the battle continued. Garp suppressed his uneasiness and continued to watch the battle between Zoro and the Ghost Spider. After suppressing Zoro with one sword, Ghost Spider looked a little proud. Boy, go back and practice for a few more years. After saying that, 2 swishing sounds broke through the air, and 2 brown spider hands behind the Ghost Spider grasped the long knife and attacked Zoro again. Seeing the extremely fast attack, Zoro's heart sank and he quickly retreated. Boom! A loud noise. The Ghost Spider's blow fell to the ground, cutting 2 sword marks several meters long on the rocky ground. Rebels flew everywhere, and marines on both sides of the road shouted to avoid the aftermath. So strong! Zoro stood a few meters away, looking at the opponent in front of him with a very solemn mood. Demon-slaying 5 Vice Admiral lived up to his reputation. He only made 2 moves and completely forced himself back. For a moment, Zoro hesitated and stood still. Seeing Zoro in trouble, Luo Yi frowned, thought for a while and said, Zoro, feel his attack with your heart. The power of swordsmanship does not depend on the number of weapons. You have to be like Eagle Eye, with a sword in your hand. Keep your surroundings airtight. Luo Yi rarely said something that made some sense. The sound reached Zoro's ears and immediately made him tremble. Zoro remembered the grace of Eagle Eye. That kind of confidence with a sword in hand, standing there, is the center of the world. Show your tyranny in the world. Zoro took a deep breath, and a sword-like light bloomed in his eyes. Ghost Spider was stunned. He felt a little uncomfortable being stabbed by Zoro's Shenguang. He has seen this ray of light before, and this is what Hawkeye once was. Zoro roared, moved his feet with all his strength, and rushed towards the Ghost Spider. Humph! You don't overestimate your capabilities. The Ghost Spider sneered disdainfully, and slashed at Zoro with a long knife in his hand. Since you are looking for death, I will help you. Bang! A crisp sound. This sound is not very strong. Hi! Ghost Spider was a little surprised that Zoro actually blocked his attack. Marines on both sides of the road were also surprised. They saw Zoro turning slightly sideways, using the word Wado human in his hand, and with sparks flying, he pushed away the Ghost Spider's long knife. This is a change in swordsmanship. Zoro's swordsmanship became more flexible and could not be blocked from the front. He began to attack from the side. It's interesting. Ghost Spider put away his contempt. Zoro's sudden change shocked him. As expected, he is the person that Xiao has taken a liking to. This kind of understanding is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The Ghost Spider didn't waste any time and continued to launch a fierce attack on Zoro. For a moment, the sound of weapons clashing together was heard endlessly. Everyone watched the two men fighting intently. Zoro became enlightened under Luo Yi's guidance, and while fighting the Ghost Spider, his swordsmanship continued to improve. At the beginning, the Ghost Spider fired 4 knives, and Zoro could barely block the attack. At the end of the battle, Ghost Spider became more and more frightened as he fought. He pulled out 8 long knives, but he was unable to do anything to Zoro. It's not that Ghost Spider's attack wasn't strong enough, he had already used all his strength. Instead, as the battle progressed, Zoro's swordsmanship became faster and faster, and his swordsmanship became more flexible and versatile. By now, Zoro has defended the 1 meter space around him airtight from the attack of the Ghost Spider. There's no way the Ghost Spider can defeat Zoro. The tens of thousands of Marines in the naval headquarters were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Their eyes widened and they could not believe the scene in front of them. How can it be? They thought it was ridiculous. That green algae head had no power to fight back in the hands of the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral at first. Why did the situation take a turn for the worse after a moment? This green algae head actually tied with the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. How did he do it? A Marine with tens of thousands of dollars began to doubt life. What a terrible young man. Garp's face was as dark as water. He looked at Zoro who was fighting, and then at Luo Yi in the distance. They were both so young. Garp deeply doubted whether he was old. It's the 2nd chapter, I will continue to write the 3rd chapter. Chapter 113. No matter what Marine thinks, the battle between Zoro and the Ghost Spider continues. After the two exchanged a few more moves, Ghost Spider frowned, with a hint of sinister expression flashing across his face. He can't be defeated, whether it's Marine's face or his own dignity, he can't be defeated. Ghost Spider gritted his teeth and made a decision. Even if he used unconventional means, he would defeat Zoro forcefully. In an instant, the Ghost Spider's long hair was flying, the aura in his body surged, and his combat power instantly increased several times. I originally wanted to defeat you with swordsmanship, but your talent for swordsmanship is far beyond my expectation. Now, I'm sorry. After Ghost Spider finished speaking, Black Haki emerged from his arms, and his burly body exuded terrifying oppression. Zoro, who blocked the attack of the Ghost Spider with one sword, was shocked. He was so powerful. Not good. 320 Deidara's face in the distance changed, and there was anxiety in his eyes. Zoro is going to lose. Lost. Luo Yi shrugged nonchalantly and said calmly, Zoro has already won. He tied with the Ghost Spider with swordsmanship. This is not something that everyone can do. What Zoro lacks now is his own strength. If his power level were the same as that of Ghost Spider would have been defeated long ago. What should we do? Itachi frowned and looked at Luo Yi. Sengoku is here. Luo Yi answered the question. After lazily stretching his body, Luo Yi stood up and looked inside naval headquarters. His eyes seemed to see the resourceful general through the overlapping buildings. Hearing Luo Yi's words, the 6 Xiao organization members around him were a little confused. But seeing that Luo Yi had no intention of continuing to speak, they didn't ask any more questions. After this period of contact, they clearly understood that their boss had a completely different way of thinking from ordinary people. They are accustomed to obeying Luo Yi's orders and accepting whatever Luo Yi says. Boy! You lost. The ghost spider who was fighting Zoro shouted loudly, his long hair standing on end. The long brown hair became like steel needles, piercing Zoro from all directions. This is Ghost Spider's own ability. He can control his long hair and attack enemies like a sword. The long-haired attack, Ghost Spider has not finished yet, all 8 hands are covered by armament haki, and even the 8 long knives turn into pitch black. 8 long knives, matched with hair, attack Zoro together. In an instant, Zoro was cornered. Boss! Deidara exclaimed, his eyes full of worry. These days, he is responsible for secretly protecting Zoro's safety. At this time, seeing Zoro in crisis, he couldn't help but want to help Zoro. Let him get hurt, and he will become more courageous. Luo Yi folded his hands and looked calm. Seeing the ghost spider with flying long hair, Luo Yi had to lament that he still underestimated these Buster Call Vice Admiral. On the distant city wall, Garp and the others felt proud when they saw Zoro being swallowed up by his long hair. The outcome has been decided, life or death. Aokiji said coldly. He has no mercy for this kind of person who openly defies the dignity of naval headquarters, let alone this person is a disciple of Luo Yi. The scene reversed in an instant, and the Marines became excited again. Seeing Zoro drowned in long hair, they were relieved. If the ghost spider with all its strength cannot defeat Zoro, Marine's reputation and morale will fall into the sewer. You lose. No matter what others think, Ghost Spider focuses on his own battle. With 8 long knives and thousands of long hair like steel needles, he didn't think Zoro had the ability to resist. At this time, everyone except Luo Yi believed that Zoro would definitely lose. In fact, people in Marine are already looking forward to Zoro's tragic death at the hands of the ghost spider. At this time, Zoro was indeed in a difficult situation, and he instinctively felt the danger of death. Are you about to lose? Zoro blocked the 2 long knives with one sword and asked himself in his mind. He was a little unwilling. He still remembered the agreement he made with Kuina under the moonlight when he was young. He remembered what Luo Yi said before leaving. As long as Admiral doesn't take action, don't retreat. Can't be defeated. At least he can't be defeated by the ghost spider. Zoro's eyes are focused, and he always has a strong will in his heart. He looked at the long hair coming towards him and the long knife that was about to come, and he felt hard and thought of his own way to deal with it. In an instant, armament haki covered the whole body, even though it was thin, it also enveloped Zoro's body. Then, Zoro ignored the stabbing hair and faced the incoming sword. Click, 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 a harsh sound sounded. Under the weird gaze of the ghost spider, Zoro pierced the ghost spider's body with a sword. At this moment, the 2 of them stood in a stalemate, like sculptures. No. Possible. Ghost Spider opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying with a pale face. How could this happen? Aokiji's eyes were stunned and he couldn't help but roared. How could this happen? There are tens of thousands of Marines around, and the mood is the same as Aokiji's. Zoro actually won. Deidara said, her eyes full of shock. This green algae head refreshed his knowledge again and again, surprising him again. He is a born warrior. Itachi looked at Zoro who was covered in blood, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. He saw the battle just now clearly. Zoro used his only ability to turn defeat into victory, which surprised even Itachi God. Haha, I will definitely win. Luo Yi laughed, with no surprise on his face. It seemed that he had already expected the current result. How did you do it? Ahem. On the other side of the battle, the ghost spider, which was pierced by Zoro's sword, smelled Zoro unwillingly. Bah! Zoro let go and spat out the sticky blood in his mouth. Just now, he had impressively bit the incoming long knife with his mouth, blocking half of the ghost spider's attack. Fortunately, Zoro has good teeth and was not shattered by the long knives. But the other half attacked, that dense long hair, Zoro resisted with his body. Zoro used thin armament haki to barely resist the attack of the ghost spider's long hair. But he also paid a heavy price. Zoro's possession of armament haki was too short, and its strength and density were very shallow. When long hair strikes, the armament haki on the body is like iron sheet 1.9 being pierced by steel needles. It was precisely because of this bit of armament that Zoro was able to withstand the attack without dying under the ghost spider's hair. Then, Zoro seized the opportunity, clenched Wado Umanji with his right hand, broke through the ghost spider's defense with a sword, and pierced him. At this time, ghost spider's other 2 long knives were about to slash at Zoro, but he no longer had the strength to swing the knives. A life and death battle is extremely dangerous. If Zoro makes a single mistake, he is likely to die at the hands of the ghost spider. But now he wins. Because I have the determination to move forward. I must defeat an opponent like you. Zoro stared at the ghost spider closely and spoke word by word. Chapter 114. Hearing Zoro's words, Ghost Spider looked at the young man covered in blood in front of him and felt a lot in his heart. Puff. Zoro pulled out a word of peace, and the Ghost Spider groaned, his face twisted in pain. He took a few steps back and barely supported his body with his long knife. He had no strength to fight anymore. After the long hair surrounding Zoro dispersed, everyone saw Zoro's figure. Tragic. Everyone thinks of these two heavy words. Zoro's body was pierced by thousands of long hairs, and blood flowed out from the small holes, soaking through his coat and dyeing the ground red. I woke up. Zoro slowly retracted his sword and said firmly. The sound was not loud, but thousands of people around could hear it clearly. The Marines were a little desperate. Buster Call Vice Admiral tried his best but was defeated. Their only belief was crushed again. Lost. Garp sighed, with a dejected look on his face. Luo Yi and his Akatsuki organization defeated Marines' top combat force, and now Luo Yi's disciples defeated Marines' backbone combat force. Because of one Luo Yi, naval headquarters was overturned. This has never happened before. At this time, Zoro wiped the blood from his face and continued to move forward. It seems that he still wants to fight. Zoro, come back. Luo Yi frowned and spoke at the right time. The current Zoro is seriously injured and is not suitable to continue fighting with the Marine General. Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, Zoro immediately stopped and turned around to return to Luo Yi. At this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded. I want to leave. It's impossible. The voice was cold and filled with murderous intent like a cold wind. I, Naval Headquarters, can come and leave whenever I want? Since I want to challenge me, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, how can I give up halfway? Hearing this voice, the Marines looked happy. It was Marshal Sengoku. Garp and the others looked at each other and felt relieved that Sengoku was finally here. Sengoku, I thought you wouldn't show up. Luo Yi smiled coldly and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, Sengoku's figure appeared, wearing a coat of justice, walking on moonwalk in the air. Sengoku, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to interfere with our Akatsuki organization. Luo Yi looked at him and continued. Xiao, you have trampled on the majesty of naval headquarters time and time again. Do you think you can keep on doing this? Sengoku smiled disdainfully, his figure rising and falling, and came to Garp and others. Today, I will suppress the Akatsuki organization and send you to prison. Do you have this strength? Luo Yi felt a little funny when he heard what Sengoku said. Sengoku, since you said this, I might as well tell you your true purpose. I am going to bulldoze the naval headquarters today. Luo Yi's words were loud and clear, hitting every Marine's ears like a bolt from the blue. What did he say? Bulldoze the naval headquarters? The Marines looked at each other, and they all saw the shock on each other's faces. So crazy. Back then, the Golden Lion, Roger, didn't dare to go to Marineford Island and say such harsh words. This is really shocking. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Sengoku's face froze and became extremely ugly. This brat really has no good intentions when he comes to Marineford Island. However, Sengoku feels calm now. Commander Kong is coming soon, and Luo Yi is seeking death by continuing to jump around here. Too arrogant. Aokiji glared at Luo Yi. This feeling of being despised by the enemy made Aokiji very unhappy. Is there any mistake? Bulldozing the naval headquarters, who is the righteous guardian of the world? Pirates can be so rampant, naval headquarters is completely looked down upon. Aokiji was very unconvinced. Marshal Sengoku, my subordinates are willing to fight to the death. Nan looked at Sengoku and said seriously. It's really lawless. For the sake of world order, I have no shirking duty. Fujitora's face was also gloomy, and he clenched his sword with both hands. Garp nodded to Sengoku, expressing his stance. Luo Yi's words completely angered the senior management of naval headquarters. Xiao, let's fight to the death. Sengoku waved his hand, and his body burst into dazzling golden light. Humph. If you are not afraid of death, then I will help you. Luo Yi stepped forward and took a step forward, and the turbulent weather swept out, causing huge waves hundreds of meters high on the sea surface. Seeing this scene, all Marines were shocked. Tens of thousands of Marines had gathered inside and outside the city. But they can't match Luo Yi's momentum. Sengoku felt Luo Yi's momentum, his face was stunned, and his heart was full of surprise. How long has it been since we last met? This Xiao is even more terrifying. Sengoku can feel that Luo Yi's strength is several times stronger than the last time they fought. I can't survive 3 moves. Fujitora felt it most clearly. Under Luo Yi's momentum, he felt like a child facing an adult. What should we do? Do we really want to fight? Crane Vice Admiral asked Sengoku anxiously. With the strength Luo Yi showed at this time, if they get together, they will die. Fight to the death. Sengoku was still silent, but Aokiji had already spoken first. His eyes were firm and he had an unyielding look on his face. Kizaru and Akainu are both dead, so what do I have to fear? Hearing this, several generals nearby looked at each other and touched a certain chord in their hearts. Then let's fight. Sengoku said in a serious tone. After saying that, the golden light on Sengoku's body surged and turned into the form of a giant Buddha. The whole army retreats. Sengoku ordered tens of thousands of Marines. No matter how many there were, they would not pose any threat to Luo. If you stay here, it will get in the way during the battle. Upon hearing Sengoku's order, the Marines quickly retreated to naval headquarters. Luo Yi's momentum was too terrifying. Just standing there, not many people dared to make a move. Soon, the crowded scene just now disappeared, and the surrounding became extremely deserted. On the empty city wall, there were only Sengoku, Garp, Zhonghu, Daksheng, more than a dozen Marines with peak combat power. On the sea, the 9 Snakes pirates retreated with Zoro under Luo Yi's instructions. In the empty sea, there are only Luo Yi and his Xiao organization members. The 7 tall and straight figures exuded an aura of indifference and arrogance. Earned by money. Luo Yi and Sengoku looked at each other from a distance. After a while, Sengoku dodged and took the lead in attacking. Behind him, Garp and others followed without hesitation. Luo Yi looked at them indifferently, turned his head and looked at the puppet master, Xie. Let them feel what despair is. Understood. Xie nodded, with an excited smile on his face. He was looking forward to the expressions Sengoku and the others would have when they saw his masterpiece. I'll deal with Sengoku and Garp, the others are up to you. Afterwards, Luo Yi confessed, and his figure rose directly into the sky to meet Sengoku. The wind blew violently through his ears, and Luo Yi appeared in front of Sengoku in a few flashes and punched him. Sengoku, this time, if you fall into the sea, you probably won't be able to get up. Chapter 115. Luo Yi clenched his fist and hit Sengoku. The fist was ordinary, but the power of piercing the air made Sengoku secretly frightened. This power is so powerful that just a fist can burst the air. Sengoku, if I knock you into the sea again, I'm afraid you won't be able to get up. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Sengoku's heart sank. Luo Yi was right. With his current strength, Sengoku had no chance of winning. Just come. Sengoku raised his eyebrows, not showing weakness in his momentum. Humph. Luo Yi snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense. The fist that broke the air approached Sengoku. Bow a sound. Sengoku slapped Luo Yi with his palm, and a golden shockwave emerged from his palm, and his whole body was filled with golden light. Boom! Luo Yi's fist hit the golden palm, and the terrifying force of the fist made Sengoku's face change suddenly. In perception, the power carried by Luo Yi's fist was like a meteorite hitting him. Sengoku didn't have time to do anything, he was punched and sent flying backwards. He flew dozens of meters through the air before he could stabilize his body. Sengoku looked at Luo Yi who was smiling not far away, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Although he was not injured, Luo Yi only used his physical strength to attack. That's all, but it can defeat him with one punch. Isn't this punch stronger than Garp? Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku being beaten back, Aokiji and others behind him immediately panicked and rushed towards Sengoku anxiously. I'm fine. Sengoku waved his hand and gave his subordinates a comforting look. Although Sengoku felt bitter in his heart, as the backbone of his generals, he could not show his decline. Xiao has become much stronger than before. I don't know if other members of the Akatsuki organization have become stronger. You must be careful. Let's go together. Garp quickly weaponized his fists, looked at each other with Sengoku, and looked at Luo Yi. Come on, last time we knocked Sengoku and Whitebeard into the sea, this time, it's Sengoku and Yu's turn. Luo Yi spread his hands and looked at the two of them harmlessly. You guys attack. Then, Luo Yi waved his hand behind him, and Itachi, Kisame and the others immediately dodged and rushed towards Aokiji and the others. Let's go too. Aokiji looked at his colleagues around him, flashed, and left in response to the challenge. Fujitora followed closely, and other vice admirals, including the remaining Buster Call vice admiral, also rushed forward. In this battle, Luo Yi mobilized the entire Akatsuki organization, and naval headquarters used all its powerful combat forces. Today's battle, no matter what the outcome, will definitely become a battle that shocks the world for hundreds of years. 7 people from Luo Yi fought against all the vice admiral level or above experts in naval headquarters. Although there were only a few participants, the significance of this battle was very significant. Luo Yi represents the Super 4 Emperor's combat power. Naval headquarters represents world government. Come out, my masterpiece. The boy-looking Scorpion summoned Kizaru and Yan. As Scorpion's voice fell, flames and light suddenly appeared, and Kizaru and Akainu, who had become puppets, stood beside Scorpion. Kizaru. Aokiji and the others were a little confused, these two were dead, and now they appear again. The last time Impel Down fought, Inu and Kizaru Bamako were tortured beyond recognition. Now, it was finally his turn to face it. Aokiji swallowed hard, his face turned pale, and his vest was covered with cold sweat. The boys in front of him, Akainu and Kizaru, were completely beyond Aokiji's knowledge and revealed something strange. People always have fear of the unknown, and Aokiji is no exception. Did he appear again? Fujitora murmured to himself. He sensed 2 powerful auras, but no figure with a heartbeat or breathing. You are so abominable, how long are you going to torture them? Crane Vice Admiral pointed at Scorpion, his body shaking with anger. In any case, Akainu and I have been colleagues for decades, and everyone couldn't bear to see them in this state. They're all dead. I'm just showing off their fighting power. How can it be called torture? Scorpion sneered at Vice Admiral's anger, and with a wave of his hand, Akainu and Kizaru rushed towards the Marines. Itachi, I'll deal with the one who uses ice. Kisame grinned and rushed towards Aokiji with the same Hada sword. I'll deal with that blind swordsman. Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already stabbing Fujitora with a shuriken. Deidara didn't waste any time and quickly made explosive clay. With a thought, the clay flew towards the enemy. Boom! Explosion! Xiaonan flapped her white wings and flew towards the Vice Admirals. Nagato directly pressed his hand seal and used Pain 6 paths, instantly turning one into 6. 6 figures formed an offensive and defensive formation and crushed them away. Please give me flowers. At the moment of the battle, it entered a full-scale battle, with both sides using all their combat power. Seeing that all members of the Akatsuki organization launched an attack, Luoyi dodged and attacked Sengoku again. At this time, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and joined forces to fight Luoyi. There was a thud, like a bell ringing, and Sengoku's huge golden palm slapped Luoyi hard. Garp's body opened and closed wide, and his dark fist struck with huge force. Humph! Luoyi snorted, opened his arms, rushed forward like a cannonball, and moved both fists together. Bang bang! The three of them fought together, and 2 loud noises sounded at the same time. Luoyi's figure stopped steadily in midair, but Garp and Sengoku flew out upside down. It's just one move to make a judgment. How did he become so strong? Garp looked at the dark fist, although there was no scar. But when he punched Luoyi, he felt that his fist was almost crushed and his bones ached. Ask me how I know. Sengoku frowned and said angrily. How about it? You punched me, aren't you surprised? Luoyi clapped his spotless fist and looked at Garp and the two with interest. Xiao, you are indeed powerful, but this matter will not end easily today. Sengoku looked at Luoyi with evil eyes, thinking in his mind that Kong should be arriving soon. The battle between Itachi and Kisame is also progressing steadily. Aokiji was still defeated by Kisame like last time. However, this time, the marine team was large in number, and several marine vice admirals cooperated with Aokiji's attack. In a short period of time, Aokiji and Kisame's battle was temporarily undefeated. I didn't expect that you still have some strength. Kisame smiled coldly and slapped a marine general with his knife. That huge blade, if photographed realistically, would probably turn a person into a pulp. Aokiji Admiral, save me, the vice admiral shouted in horror. Facing Kisame's same Hada sword, he didn't think he had any chance of surviving if he faced it alone. You dare! Aokiji's eyes narrowed, he raised his hand and released several ice spears, throwing them at Kisame. TFF. The ice spear hit the shark blade accurately, slowing down the speed of the blade. Chapter 116. With Aokiji's ice spear blocking it, same Hada's sword's forward speed suddenly slowed down a bit. The Vice Admiral's eyes lit up, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he took the opportunity to retreat on the moonwalk. It's impossible to run away. Kisame's expression changed. He was already a little angry after being entangled by Aokiji and several Vice Admirals for a while. In an instant, Same Hada's complete form was released. Same Hada's broadsword was covered with sharp black burrs, and it stretched out its bright red tongue, biting the Vice Admiral like a living fish. Ah! Vice Admiral was bitten by Sherrick on half of his body, blood spurted out and fell into the sea. Hoo-ho! The Vice Admiral's body was almost broken in two, but he was still alive. Seeing his mutilated body, his eyes were full of horror, and his mouth screamed in fear. I'll give you a ride. Kisame raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his hand, and the same Hada sword swept out 920, beating the Vice Admiral into a ball of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, the dead can no longer die. Hateful! Aokiji roared angrily, and one of his colleagues died, making his eyes red. Several other Vice Admirals felt a little sad when they saw the death of their companions. They looked at Kisame with some fear, they were afraid. After killing a Vice Admiral with one sword, Kisame patted his same Hada sword and looked at Aokiji and others with dignity. During the battle, it is impossible to escape from his hands. On the sea, Gu's eyes were extremely solemn. The members of the Akatsuki organization are too strong. If a Vice Admiral level expert fights against them, he will be injured if he touches them, and he will die if he touches them. Sengoku looked around the battlefield with gloomy eyes. Deidara was chasing a group of marine Vice Admirals, throwing clay and causing explosions. Ordinary strongmen would not dare to come into contact with Deidara. Xiaonan and he Vice Admiral are also inseparable from each other. As for Black White Zetsu, his body flashed into the sea, and no one could sense his presence. It appears again, like a ghost, randomly appearing in blind areas of sight to attack, making it difficult to guard against. The people in the Akatsuki organization are all monsters. Sengoku's face was gloomy and scary. He realized that if Kong didn't show up today, their whole army would be destroyed and become food for the fish in the sea. At this time, the walls surrounding naval headquarters were densely packed with Marines. A cursory glance showed that there were tens of thousands of people crowded on the city wall. Although they do not have the strength to participate in the battle, it does not prevent them from exercising their curiosity and watching the battle. What's more, everyone knows that today's battle is crucial. No matter who wins or loses in this battle, it will affect the direction of the world. As Marines, they naturally want Sengoku and others to win. But the current fighting situation is not optimistic. Hoshigaki Kisame kills a vice admiral with one blow. The Marines were trembling in shock, it was too strong. If that knife fell on them, they couldn't imagine it. I'm afraid, dozens or hundreds of Marines can be killed in an instant. Gravity field. The battle between Fujitora and Itachi God is particularly eye-catching. Both of them are super strong, and Fujitora, who always has the gravity fruit, is far more powerful than Aokiji. It was very difficult for the Weasel God to face him due to gravity. At this time, Fujitora faced Itachi's mysterious attack method, gritted his teeth, and released the gravity field regardless of consumption. As soon as this move was released, Itachi God's moving figure immediately slowed down, and many moves were performed extremely slowly. Whoosh! Itachi God waved his sleeves, and his shuriken flew towards Fujitora. But the shuriken, which used to be as fast as lightning, became as fast as a turtle when it stabbed Fujitora. Fujitora threw out his sword and easily blocked the shuriken. Haha, any existence trapped in the gravity field will have its strength weakened, and you are no exception. Fujitora opened his white eyes without pupils facing Itachi, as if he could see something. Then try this trick. Itachi God was not discouraged, and stretched his hand in front of his eyes, releasing Mangekyo Sharinon. Then, from the eyes of the Weasel God, black flames filled the sky were released. Amaterasu. The use of Amaterasu this time was different from the past. Itachi did not burn Fujitora with the black fire of Amaterasu. Instead, Amaterasu is released over a large area to form a flame field to restrict Fujitora. Using Amaterasu in this way has the same effect as Fujitora's release of the gravity field. In an instant, the sky was filled with black fire covering hundreds of meters in radius. It's interesting. You are a formidable opponent. Fujitora felt the black flames coming towards his face, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He never thought that Itachi would resist his gravity field in this way. Fujitora felt a little frightened when he sensed the black flame. This fire reveals something strange. The battle has just begun. Itachi looked at Fujitora calmly and quickly formed seals on his hands. Huh? What does he want to do again? Fujitora frowned. When Itachi formed the seal, he keenly felt a strange energy running in Itachi's hands. Without any time to think, Fujitora flashed and released the gravity control object. There was a loud roar, and the sea beneath Fujitora raised waves of tens of meters, like a waterfall flowing backwards. Come together! Fujitora shouted, and the seawater in midair was immediately controlled by gravity and turned into a large water ball surrounding Fujitora. When the large water ball formed, black flame passed through the gravity field and pounced on Fujitora. Sizzling! As soon as the black flame touches the water polo, it immediately ignites the sea water. Visible to the naked eye, the blue water ignited black flames. Seeing this scene, the Marines were all stunned, their mouths opened wide enough to put an egg in. The sea water is set on fire. How can this be? The Marine officers were horrified. You looked at me, I looked at you, and you could see the horror in each other's eyes. Once the sea water touches the black flame, it is like a dry stick meeting a fierce fire, and the fire breaks out. In an instant, the big water ball surrounding Fujitora turned into a black great fireball. What a terrible flame! Garp, who was fighting with Luo Yi, couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. Although he knew how terrifying the black flames were, he now saw with his own eyes a water ball tens of meters in size, which was instantly ignited by the black flames. Such visual effects are too shocking. Sengoku and Luo Yi fought each other and looked at great fireball worriedly. Is Fujitora okay? It should be fine. Garp said uncertainly. Haha, you are still worried about yourselves in 5.2. Luo Yi smiled playfully and punched Garp and Sengoku with both fists. Luo Yi was very satisfied with such a battle against the two strongest bosses of naval headquarters with one person. Only this hearty battle can bring Luo Yi happiness. In the distance, Fujitora, wrapped in a big water ball, suddenly understood the current situation. He was also horrified in his heart. He had never seen a fire that ignited and burned the sea water. Feeling the sudden increase in temperature around his body, Fujitora's face darkened and he sighed in his heart. I originally thought of using gravity to control objects and create a large hollow water ball to block Amaterasu's black flames. Even if it can't be blocked, it can still be delayed for a while. However, now it seems that Fujitora feels that he is wishful thinking. The third update is completed. Chapter 117. I have seen all kinds of powerful flames before. No matter how strong they are, they can only evaporate the sea water. How could it be like the flame in front of me, directly igniting the sea water? Fujitora felt more aggrieved because Akatsuki organized monsters one after another, which was so weird. Miscalculation. Fujitora smiled bitterly. He didn't think about it anymore, as he was bound to be disturbed if he continued. With a crash, a purple sword light slashed out from the black fireball, splitting the great fireball into two. Fujitora stood in the air unharmed, and the great fireball was split into two with his sword, and quickly separated on both sides. Fujitora was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the surrounding black flames attacked Fujitora again. The danger has not been eliminated. What a weird flame! Fujitora frowned and his expression became serious. At this moment, God Itachi not far away completed his hand seals. Water-style water tooth bomb. As soon as the indifferent voice sounded, a huge change immediately occurred under Fujitora. With a roar, dozens of spinning water balls emerged from the sea and hit Fujitora with terrifying force. Feeling the sudden attack, Fujitora frowned even more. Hey, one wrong step will lead to you falling into disadvantage every step of the way. Fujitora sighed, and a rich purple light appeared on his body, and the light swept out in a flash. 360 degrees without blind spots, sweeping out. Whether it was the black flames coming towards his face or the water bombs coming at extremely high speed, they were all bounced away as soon as they came into contact with the purple light. Fujitora was forced to use gravity to rebound. In this way, his previous appropriate gravity field was destroyed. However, what made him slightly relieved was that he used gravity rebound and just destroyed Amaterasu's black flames. Seeing this, Itachi stopped Amaterasu's release. Now that Amaterasu can't do anything to Fujitora, he prepares to use more powerful moves. Now, both sides are using their own methods, and after a lot of fighting, the battle has been pushed back to the far point. Fujitora deserves to be Fujitora. Seeing this, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. It is a good thing that Fujitora can block Itachi. Sengoku does not seek merit, but only no fault. Fujitora Admiral. The Marines on the city wall shouted with joy. In their view, Fujitora defeated Itachi's various attack methods, which is something worth cheering for. Only Tsuru and the others looked solemn, knowing that this was all Fujitora could do, and that Uchiha Itachi still had powerful means that he had yet to use. However, Crane's situation is not optimistic at this time. Kizaru and Akina maintain their 8-point combat power, and no one among them can compete. The battle became more and more intense, and he was suddenly attacked by Xiaonan. We have to decide a winner. Uchiha Itachi's eyes kept moving, and he did not close Mangekyo Sharinan. Luoyi's order is to bulldoze the naval headquarters, so today, he will fight with all his strength. I understand. Fujitora nodded lightly without any surprise. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Luoyi's formation today is extraordinary. Bulldozing the naval headquarters is not an empty talk. After Fujitora finished speaking, he slashed his sword into the sky, and the purple sword light flashed away. Fujitora tried his best. Seeing this scene, Garp's eyes narrowed, knowing that Fujitora was going to use the surrounding rays to shine on the meteorite. What does Fujitora Admiral want to do? Cutting the air with a sword? The marine soldiers on the city wall were stunned. They saw Fujitora slashing towards the sky with his sword, and then, nothing happened. Their level is too low and they don't understand Fujitora's actions at all. When Fujitora performed this move, Uchiha Itachi's expression froze and he immediately released Susanoo Ping. Turn on Susanoo's primary form, transforming into huge arms and ribs. Susanoo holds a 10-fist sword in her giant hands. Seeing Susanoo, especially the huge ribs, the marine soldiers' eyes froze and their calves couldn't stop trembling. What is this? It's so big and smells like Shiuluoyi. Susanoo's ghostly attack form brought great fear to the marine soldiers. Sure enough, it's this move again. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes darkened. She didn't know if Fujitora could block Itachi's attack. After summoning Susanoo, Itachi waved his hand and slashed. Susanoo's big hand moved accordingly, the huge 10-fist sword broke the air, and slashed towards Fujitora like lightning. The 10-fist sword bathed in golden flames brought strong pressure to Fujitora. Fujitora's body flashed with purple light, releasing the power of the gravity fruit, and then faced Uchiha Itachi with a sword. Although Sengoku had warned him long ago not to touch the 10-fist sword with his body. However, Fujitora is confident that with his powerful swordsmanship, he will never let his body be touched by the sword when the swords are clashing. The 10-fist sword carries terrifying power and is as fast as lightning. Fujitora's long sword carries terrifying gravity and goes straight forward. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and the collision produced dazzling sparks. As soon as they fought, Fujitora was at a disadvantage, and the terrifying power of the 10-fist sword acted on him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fujitora quickly flew away with the terrifying power. Slower, he might be sealed by the 10-fist sword. The marine soldiers were horrified to see that Admiral Fujitora, whom they were proud of, could not stop Susanoo's attack with a single sword. Boom! A loud noise came out. Fujitora fell towards the sea. When it was close to the sea, it released a strong gravity, pressing the sea with a radius of 100 meters and sinking 10 meters before it could stabilize its figure. The terrifying sword. Fujitora raised his head to face Itachi, his forehead covered with cold sweat. That sword was so terrifying. The moment they fought, Fujitora felt like he was being swallowed. You are very strong. Those admirals before did not dare to come into contact with my 10-fist sword. Itachi looked at Fujitora calmly, confirming Fujitora's strength. Haha, does this count as complimenting me? Fujitora smiled calmly, but his expression did not become lighter because of the smile. He knew very well that Itachi's Susanoo was more than that. In the field, apart from Fujitora and Itachi, there were only two places where fighting was still taking place. Kisame and Aokiji et al. Luoyi and Sengoku, Garp. As for the other marine generals, including Crane, they were overwhelmed by Scorpion's puppets. Deodara bombarded them indiscriminately, and Zion and Fishman cooperated with the attack of Black and White Zetsu to escape from the ground, and quickly captured them. Nyozeo how, too strong. When the marine soldiers saw the changes on the battlefield, they only had these three words in their minds. The members of the Akatsuki organization can be counted on one hand, but the combat effectiveness they represent is completely at the highest level of Dahai. The four emperors are not the enemies of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing the defeat of he and others, the hearts of the marine soldiers sank to the bottom of their hearts. Will naval headquarters lose today? Become a laughingstock of history? Thinking of this, they felt terrified. Just when they were feeling worried, a sudden change occurred in the field, and the sky suddenly darkened. Here we come. Fujitora flashed and faced attack as Iao. Meteorite, it's interesting. Luoyi was so far away that the light dimmed. He raised his head and saw a huge meteorite falling straight down. Chapter 118. Coming. Fujitora raised his head, not caring about Itachi opposite him at all, and just looked straight at the sky. Boom boom boom. The sound of the air being smashed was deafening. That was the sound caused by falling meteorites, rubbing against the air. The meteorite fell very fast. In the blink of an eye, the meteorite covered the sky and the sunlight in this sky and sea was blocked. Retreat! Black White Zetsu shouted, and with the captured marine general under his command, he quickly retreated away from the area covered by the meteorite. Luoyi's expression was dull, Sengoku and Garp's expressions were expressionless, and there seemed to be no meteorite falling from the sky in the eyes of the three of them. This is self-confidence based on strong strength. The meteorite cannot pose any threat to the three of them. Itachi, do you need help? Kisame forced Aokiji back with a knife and turned to look at Itachi with a smile. I can handle it myself, just concentrate on fighting. Itachi glanced at Kisame and looked at the meteorite, his face showing no emotion. Although the meteorite attack felt a little tricky for Itachi, Itachi had a way to deal with it. Kisame laughed when he heard this and continued to attack Aokiji. Long-term trust and cooperation, since Itachi said he didn't need to help, he didn't need to worry about it. At this time, the meteorite reached hundreds of meters above the head. The marine soldiers in the distance, 073's eyes widened and they almost fell to the ground. Meteorite. Will meteorites fall from the sky? After hearing the conversation between Itachi and Fujitora, the marine officers knew that the meteorite falling from the sky was caused by Fujitora. This miraculous attack left them in awe. Fujitora Admiral was so powerful. The marine officers looked at the meteorite, and the fire of hope rekindled in their hearts. Maybe Admiral Kuabo could defeat Itachi of the Akatsuki organization. At this time, not far away, Fujitora released a purple light that was so rich that it couldn't be melted away. The power of the gravity fruit was pushed to the limit by Fujitora. Overusing the devil fruit's power, Fujitora's bones crackled and veins popped out on his forehead. Gravity control. Fujitora swung his sword towards the meteorite, and the purple sword light was 100 meters long and streaked through the air like a horse. With a whooshing sound, the sword light came into contact with the meteorite and disappeared. Instead, the meteorite is wrapped in a layer of purple light, which is the power of gravity. In an instant, the falling speed of the meteorite, which was originally falling at a very fast speed, suddenly increased several times. The meteorite falls like a rocket and can hit the sea surface in 1/100th of a second. In order to deal with Itachi's Susanoo, this is the only way Fujitora can think of. BHBG, seeing Fujitora trying every means to attack, Itachi, who had been watching the meteorite fall, finally took action. Itachi mobilized a large amount of chakra, and the Mangekyo Sharinan spun quickly, and his eyes seemed to be able to annihilate everything. The crimson Susanoo shines brightly. Susanoo, who only had arms and ribs, transformed into a complete skeleton in the blink of an eye. Then, the meridians and flesh and blood grew along the skeleton, and the red chakra covered Susanoo, forming a coat. It's not finished yet. Susanoo's body has completely changed, and Tengu armor has been added. The defense has been greatly improved. This is the third form of Susanoo. After doing all this, the meteorite had reached several meters above Itachi's head. Itachi moved, and Susanoo followed suit, holding a 8-foot mirror in one hand and a 10-fist sword in the other. Cut out with one sword. The sword light was extremely dazzling, blooming with golden brilliance in the dim sight. Boom! The 10-fist sword struck the meteorite, causing a deafening sound. The sound was as loud as 2 super battleships colliding. The sound spread over a radius of more than 10 miles. The sea surface stirred up huge waves, and the wall of the naval headquarters in the distance shook violently due to this collision. The marine officers looked at the scene in front of them in horror, unable to speak. They tightened the city wall and stared blankly at the shocking collision. When Itachi made a move, Fujitora also dodged and slashed at Itachi with a sword, hoping to take the opportunity to defeat Itachi. However, his plan was doomed to fail. %*Z%. Susanoo, who wielded the spirit sword 10-fist sword, also held the 8-foot mirror in her hand. Seeing Fujitora charging at him fiercely, Itachi's expression remained unchanged. He controlled Susanoo and blocked Fujitora's attack with a small mirror. Seal up! Debris flew all over the sky, pierced through the huge meteorite, and opened a big hole in Itachi's head. The Juken sword slashed at Fujitora. Seeing the golden Juken sword, Fujitora suddenly felt like death was coming. Not caring about anything else, Fujitora dodged and backed away desperately. He also saw that Susanoo in the third form was not something he could compete with. The third form of Susanoo, with the power to destroy heaven and earth, and the 3 Fujitora, are probably no match for her. On the other side, Luo Yi looked at the falling meteorite with a smile, stretched out his fist lazily, and punched lightly. There was a roar, like thunder exploding. Luo punch, open a hole tens of meters above the head. Sengoku and Garp also used their own methods to break a corner of the meteorite. The 3 people stood opposite each other in a triangle shape, and the huge meteorite passed through the 3 people without any hindrance, carrying the strong wind. A moment later, the meteorite finally fell into the sea, with a loud bang, and a puddle several miles away was created on the sea surface. Stirring up waves hundreds of meters high, the sea rushed towards the naval headquarters, almost submerging the city wall. Tens of thousands of marine soldiers on the city wall were so frightened that they were scared to death. Kisame took advantage of the raging sea water and slipped into the sea water. At this time, Aokiji was scrambling to resist the oncoming sea water. He was a devil fruit and did not dare to be touched by the sea water. Aokiji not only has to defend himself from the seawater attacking him, but also has to stand in for several vice admirals behind him to block the seawater's invasion. For a moment, I felt so stressed. Ice Age. Aokiji raised his hand and released a large amount of ice-cold air, forming a circular cold current zone to resist the incoming seawater. Click, click, click. It can be seen with the naked eye that the incoming seawater immediately picks up the ice as soon as it comes into contact with the icy cold air. But the force of the seawater thrown up by the meteorite is so huge. As soon as the seawater in front freezes, the seawater behind immediately breaks the ice cubes. Aokiji frowns and feels secretly bitter in his heart. He can only continue to release a large amount of ice-cold energy. At this moment, there was a splash, and a figure appeared following the oncoming seawater and emerged from the seawater. As soon as Kisame appeared, he immediately raised his same Hada sword and swiped it at Aokiji. Bang! Aokiji, who was trying his best to resist the seawater, was unable to defend himself and was sent flying by Kisame's sword. Cough cough cough. Calculated mentally but not intentionally, the pheasant had no time to defend itself. With just one stab, he was beaten until he vomited blood. Haha. Looking at Aokiji flying upside down, Kisame smiled proudly and looked at the other marine vice admirals. When several vice admirals saw Kisame's smile, cold sweat broke out on their bodies, and they were too frightened to speak. Aokiji admiral was knocked away with a knife. Who else can block this person's attack? Several vice admirals, with their hearts sinking to the bottom, immediately predicted their tragic ending. This is the second chapter. By the way, I recommend a book to my friends, Black Basket, Super God Farm, which is a very interesting book. Chapter 119. Kisame didn't care how miserable those vice admirals were, he struck them directly with his sword. The fully liberated Somker sword is extremely terrifying, and its sharp mouth can bite vice admiral in one bite. The sharp burrs on Sameji's body can easily penetrate the defenses of ordinary strong men and open holes in their bodies. Bang bang bang! After several muffled sounds, the few remaining vice admirals were all thrown into the sea by Kisame, and their lives were unknown. Haha, Itachi, I'm almost done with it, you have to work hard. Kisame raised his sword, looked at Itachi, and said proudly. I'm getting faster here too. Itachi smiled lightly, not minding the little joke made by his old friend. Aokiji flew dozens of meters before he stabilized his figure. He noticed the injuries on his body and his expression was a little solemn. I was careless and was injured by that strange knife. The system improved Same Hada can absorb the enemy's physical strength. At this time, Aokiji felt the power again and disappeared. The same feeling of powerlessness as when Sabayati Archipelago played against Kisame. Hey, give in as soon as possible, you are no match for our Akatsuki organization. Kisame pursed his lips and signaled Aokiji to look at Crane and the others. Humph. Aokiji snorted coldly, his face as dark as water. Seeing Crane Vice Admiral and others captured by members of the Akatsuki organization, Aokiji was a little angry. He dodged and took the initiative to attack Kisame. This time, Aokiji came in force. He put away his fear of Kisame and attacked Kisame with all his strength. Ice Ball. Aokiji opened his arms and shot 5 icicles at Kisame with the palms of his hands. The cold icicles can completely freeze the objects they touch. Although I admire your fighting spirit, it's useless. Kisame shook his head with a slight sigh, swung the same Hada sword, and with a roar, completely smashed the 5 water pillars that came towards him. After breaking Aokiji's ice ball, Kisame dodged and rushed towards Aokiji quickly. While in midair, Same Hada quickly formed a seal with one hand, releasing a large amount of chakra. With a crash, a giant blue whale emerged from the water and bit into Aokiji. Water-style shark bomb technique. The ice cube bursts into the pheasant's mouth. Seeing the biting water whale, Aokiji frowned and raised his hand to release a huge ice wind. The ice phoenix screamed, spread its wings, and flew towards the water whale. The next moment, the water whale and the ice phoenix collided together. The huge water whale was slowly frozen by the ice-cold air, and the ice phoenix was shattered by the water whale's terrifying bite force. At this time, Kisame was already approaching Aokiji, and the same shark muscle in his hand was swung towards Aokiji again. Ice Two-Thorn Spear. Aokiji's expression changed. Kisame's attack was too fast, and he only had time to release the Ice Craftsman. Bang! Crack! The powerful ice spear was easily shattered by the same sword. Kisame struck Aokiji with a backhand sword. The distance was so close that Aokiji had no time to dodge. He was knocked out again. Blood was spilled in the air, and Aokiji was seriously injured by a knife. Same Hada's sword stabbed several bloody wounds on his body. Aokiji's power declined rapidly, and a lot of power was absorbed by Same Hada's sword, and his face turned as white as paper. You can't beat me. Kisame patted the Same Hada sword and looked at Aokiji seriously. Ahem. Aokiji coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and turned a little paler. Our battle is not a matter of winning or losing. I am willing to risk my life to maintain the dignity of naval headquarters. Then I'm sorry, you will die. Kisame shook his head sadly. It is always a pity to kill a powerful enemy. Death without regrets. Aokiji said proudly. As soon as the voice fell, Aokiji raised his hand and released several ice spears to attack Kisame. In the battlefield, Luoyi and Sengoku Garp were still fighting fiercely. The battle between Itachi and Fujitora is coming to an end, and the third form of Susanoo is released. Fujitora has no chance of winning, but he is still struggling to hold on. On the city wall, tens of thousands of marine soldiers were silent, watching the once dazzling marine pride fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. They were in panic. How so? Even Fujitora Admiral and Aokiji Admiral can't stop the members of the Akatsuki organization. Who else can be the opponent of the Akatsuki organization? These marines asked themselves in horror, but no one could answer them. They had a premonition that after today, the Akatsuki organization would become a taboo in the entire world, and no one would dare to mess with it. No one can compete. At this time, Itachi controlled Susanoo to fight off Fujitora with a sword. Seeing Fujitora flying out like a shrimp, Itachi took advantage of the victory and pursued him, slashing at Fujitora with the 10-fist sword without hesitation. It's over. Fujitora, who felt the huge Jukin sword and couldn't help but fly upside down, looked ashen. Now that the body has been subjected to a terrifying counter-shock force, there is no way to withstand such an attack. What's more, the power of the 10-fist sword is simply not something Fujitora can resist. Please give me flowers. I'm going to go first. Fujitora smiled miserably, tightened his grip on the staff sword, and used the only strength in his body to create a gorgeous sword light. The purple sword light collided with the golden 10-fist sword in an instant. Boom! The terrifying aftermath spread out, and the golden light instantly flooded Jiaoho's body. Fujitora. Sengoku, who was fighting with Luoyi, saw this scene and his face changed wildly. Fujitora Admiral. Tens of thousands of soldiers on the distant city wall saw Fujitora submerged in the light of the Jukin sword and shouted in horror. Itachi, you came from behind. Kisame saw this scene and grinned, knowing that Itachi's battle would be over soon. He looked away, looked at the weakened Aokiji in front of him, and waved the same Hada sword without hesitation. 0. Bang! Without any accident, Aokiji was knocked away by the knife and his body fell straight into the sea. The speed is so fast, like a cannonball. Kisame watched indifferently. As long as Aokiji fell into the sea, it would be over. Freeze! When he was close to the sea surface, Aokiji let out a loud shout, and released ice-cold air from his body, and the sea beneath him quickly froze. In an instant, a piece of ice hundreds of meters long appeared. After Aokiji finished all this, he hit the ice safely and slid for dozens of meters before his body stopped. On the ice, a line of blood stretched for tens of meters, showing the seriousness of Aokiji's injuries. Fu. Aokiji lay on the ice and breathed heavily. The feeling of powerlessness in his body made him desperate. Looking at the blue sky, Aokiji felt terrible and gloomy in his heart. Logia's once proud immortality was completely ineffective in front of members of the Akatsuki organization. The strange property of the same Hada sword absorbing physical strength gave Aokiji a headache. Looking at Kisame walking quietly, thinking of Kizaru and Akainu's appearance, Aokiji's eyes froze and lost all light. There is absolutely no hope of victory. Aokiji looked depressed and his eyes were wet. He collapsed and had no intention of standing up again. You lose. Kisame came to Aokiji's side, the same Hada sword in his hand stayed an inch away from Aokiji. Kisame did not swing his sword again. There was no need to take action against the enemy who had lost the will to fight. Chapter 3, Let's Work Together. Chapter 120. Kisame grabbed Aokiji and flashed to the side of Nagato and the other four. His battle is complete, and he can now stay aside and watch the battle between Itachi and Luo Yi. Unlike Kisame's calmness, when Marine's people saw this scene, their pupils tightened, and they felt nothing but fear and despair. Who is Aokiji? Marine Admiral. Represents the top combat power of Marine, but now he is captured. Like a dead dog, he was caught in Kisame's hand. Crane, Vice Admiral, and others had mixed feelings when they saw Aokiji like this. They knew that Aokiji had tried his best. Aokiji, are you okay? Vice Admiral Crane, who was also a prisoner, asked with concern. Hearing Crane's voice, Aokiji turned his head numbly and said with fearful eyes, You have never fought with Kisame personally, you will never know how terrifying he is. As he spoke, Aokiji couldn't help but shudder. Seeing Aokiji's dejected appearance, he sighed. Aokiji was completely defeated and had lost hope. At the same time, he knew in his heart that this was not because Aokiji was weak, but because his opponent was too strong. Kisame's ability to absorb the opponent's power made Tsuru feel his scalp numb just thinking about it. Aokiji was defeated twice, each time more miserable than the last. The second time, he was completely defeated because he was determined to die. Such a blow is really too big. At this time, the battle on Itachi's side was coming to an end. Fujitora, shrouded in the light of the Ten-Fist Sword, twisted his body and sealed it into the Ten-Fist Sword. The appearance of this scene, representing the death of Fujitora, once again shocked countless people. The marine soldiers who saw this scene from a distance were numb in their hearts. Aokiji Admiral was defeated. Fujitora Admiral's life or death. They looked at Sengoku and Garp with hope, praying in their hearts for them to win. After Itachi sealed Fujitora, he immediately closed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the huge Susanoo disappeared immediately. The body flashed and returned to Nagato and others. Haha, Itachi, I'm faster than you this time. Kisame looked at Itachi with a smile, and suddenly his eyes flashed. Your eyes are bleeding. Excessive consumption. Uchiha Itachi frowned and ignored the blood and tears flowing down his eyelids. Mangekyo Sharingan is overused and puts excessive strain on the eyes. However, with the system in place, Itachi only needs to disappear for half an hour and he will be full of energy again. Up to now, only one place in the entire battlefield is still fighting, and everyone has turned their attention to that place. Sengoku, Garp, your men are done. Luo punched the two of them back and said with a smile. Humph. So what? Garp and I will not give up. Sengoku steadied his figure and glared at Luo Yi angrily. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Why hasn't Commander Kong arrived yet? Stop talking nonsense, if you want to fight, fight to the end. Garp clenched his iron fist, and the marine hero's momentum seemed to be restored to the past. Haha. Luo Yi smiled jokingly, his eyes suddenly turned, and he opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that Itachi and the others have defeated their opponents, I can't delay being the boss. Just now, Luo Yi did not try his best and only relied on physical attacks to deal with the two Sengoku. After all, it was not easy to have two strong opponents, and Luo Yi also wanted to play this game for a while. That's right, for Luo Yi, bulldozing the naval headquarters is just a game to kill boredom. Got some devil fruit on the way. When Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on, Sengoku and Garp's movements immediately slowed down, and every trace of movement was clearly exposed in front of Luo Yi's eyes. Sengoku, Garp, I will knock you into the sea, you may never get up again. Luo Yi smiled playfully and instantly released Susanoo, the second form. Black Susanoo, in flesh and blood, looks like a giant super soldier. Humph. Just take action, whatever moves you have, we will follow them together. Sengoku frowned and said to Luo Yi 3 times, but some of them didn't know how to do it. I found the feeling I had back then. Garp smiled, exuding a powerful aura, and he seemed to be decades younger. Humph. Show off. Regarding the performance of Sengoku and Garp, Luo Yi could only think of these 2 words. What Luo Yi stated was true. After all, Luo Yi only gained the power of 3 members of the Akatsuki organization last time. And now, he has the power of 6 members of the Akatsuki organization. Luo Yi doesn't know how strong he is, but from the feeling, it won't be a big problem to solve Sengoku Garp. You can pretend to be cool, but you can lie down in the sea and cry later. Luo Yi glanced at Garp and Sengoku with disdain and punched out. The huge Susanoo immediately raised his black fist and hit Sengoku and Garp. Seeing the fist coming, Sengoku's whole body glowed with golden light, and he struck out with all his strength. The golden shock wave was as dazzling as the sun. Garp stretched out his finger and hit a finger pistol, leaving a trace visible to the naked eye in the air. As the founder of Marine 6 Styles, Garp is extremely skilled in the role of Marine 6 Styles, and combined with his own strength, he is extremely powerful. After a finger pistol, Garp clenched his fists and hit Susanoo hard with both fists. Finally, I saw Marine 6 Styles in Garp's hands again. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Garp's figure with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. She is a veteran of the same batch as Sengoku and Garp. Only the founder of the famous Marine 6 Styles, Garp, can exert the strongest combat effectiveness. Can they win? Aokiji looked at the three fighting men with dull eyes and asked. I'm afraid not. He shook his head honestly. Garp, a marine hero, had driven Roger's crew into desperate situations many times back then, so he was very powerful. Sengoku has overcome many obstacles along the way. Over the past few decades, he has stepped on countless geniuses and ascended to the throne of Marine Marshal. These great deeds were witnessed by Crane Vice Admiral. But now, they are facing Xiao. A mysterious, ridiculously powerful man. In the last Impel Down incident, Whitebeard was defeated forcefully. Whitebeard is Sengoku's strongest enemy, and their strength is 55%. This time, Shun becomes even stronger. Although Vice Admiral Crane really hopes that Sengoku and the two will win, her reason tells her that these 3.7 hopes are slim. While Vice Admiral was speaking, the three attacks finally came together. Finger pistol's energy hit Susanoo, but it only caused ripples. Then, Susanoo's fist fell straight down. The huge black fist and the golden palm collided together, causing an earth-shattering sound, and the aftermath spread out, directly scattering the clouds in the sky. For a moment, Susanoo's fist and the golden giant were together. Garp followed closely and punched Susanoo with his fist. Luo Yi looked at all this indifferently, with no sadness or joy on his face. With a thought in her mind, Susanoo slapped Garp with her other hand. That huge palm was like a wall, and its speed was as fast as a shooting star. Chapter 121. The huge palm has not yet approached, but the fierce wind has already hit Garp. This wind is so strong. When a top expert takes action, the wind he brings can sting the enemy's skin, but the wind brought by Luo Yi Susanoo is like a passing typhoon. The fierce wind and waves almost blew Garp's body away. Garp's pupils were constricted and he had no time to attack, so he quickly retreated. Garp had an intuition that if he let this palm fall on him, all the bones in his body would be broken. Where to run? Luo Yi's eyes narrowed. Since Susanoo had used all his strength to attack, there was no reason why it would fail. Luo Yi's ability to capture Mangekyo Sharinan is enhanced, and his control over body combat is also doubled. You can't run away. Luo Yi's eyes narrowed, and the palm that had been swept away suddenly stopped in midair. Then, he punched Garp who was retreating. Before the punch came, the terrifying power of the punch had already made Garp's mouth and eyes become distorted. What a terrifying power! Garp exclaimed, his muscles all over his body bulged, and all his strength suddenly poured into his fists. Garp punched Susanoo's fists with both fists. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the air was instantly blown away. Facing Luo Yi's mountainous power, Garp had no suspense and was sent flying by Luo Yi's punch. Garp's body was like a kite with its string broken. He tried hard to control his retreating figure, but Lin Du's power was too strong. In an instant, power surged through him, causing great damage to Garp. Pfft! Garp's throat tightened, and he spurted out a mouthful of black blood. Garp! Sengoku felt extremely heavy when he saw this scene. Even Garp is not Luo Yi's enemy. Haha, you don't have to look at him, it's your turn now. Luo Yi turned to look at Sengoku, and with a strong fist, he directly broke the deadlock. The black Susanoo giant fist, with the power to blow up a mountain, exploded from Sengoku's palm. In an instant, Sengoku's expression changed wildly and his pupils shrank sharply. Not good! Sengoku exclaimed, and his heart seemed to have stopped beating under this force. Go away! Luo Yi spat out two words coldly. The black fist rushed over and immediately annihilated the golden light. With a loud noise, Sengoku's figure also flew out. I don't know whether Luo Yi did it intentionally or not, but the direction Sengoku flew was exactly where Garp was. I go. Why are you coming to me? Just as he stabilized his figure and before he could adjust his energy and blood, Garp saw the shining golden Sengoku flying over. Sengoku's figure flew so fast that Garp had no time to dodge, and with a loud noise, the two of them collided into each other. He made more than a dozen circles in the sky before he stabilized his figure. The marine soldiers who saw this scene from a distance, Crane Vice Admiral and others who watched the battle carefully were also stunned. They couldn't believe it. The two giant arms of naval headquarters, Sengoku and Garp, were beaten in Luo Yi's hands and were unable to fight back. It can even be said that he was ravaged by Luo Yi. Garp and Sengoku, who kept their figures steady, were so angry. After all, they were powerful figures in the sea, but they were beaten everywhere by Luo Yi like a cat or a dog. Thinking of the scene where the two hugged each other and flew upside down in the air, Sengoku and Garp blushed and almost couldn't bear it, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Well, the strength is still too weak. Even if Susanoo is released, I can't kill you with one punch. Luo Yi, who was not far away, looked at Sengoku and said with a little pity. As soon as these words were spoken, an icy wind seemed to blow across the sea, and the expressions on everyone's faces were stunned. Like a stone sculpture, he stood frozen in place, except that his forehead was covered with black lines. They suspected that they had heard wrongly, but they looked at Luo with a look of pity on his face. They understood that they heard correctly. So crazy! So crazy! Marine soldiers, this is the only thought in their hearts. It's not enough to defeat Garp and Sengoku with one punch. Do you want to kill Garp Zanwei with 10 punches? This is crazy. There are many strong men in the whole sea who are qualified to fight against Sengoku and Garp, and they can be counted on one hand. Luo Yi said this, doesn't he want to be invincible on the sea? Tens of thousands of marine soldiers stared blankly at Luo Yi's calm figure, with thousands of grass and mud horses flying through their hearts. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the boss. No one else can have that aura of looking down on the world. Xiao Nan was the first to come to his senses, and looked at Luo Yi with eyes full of little stars. Ha ha. Regarding Xiaonan's fanatical admiration, Kisame chuckled, which was regarded as acquiescence. Other members of the Xiao organization also looked at Luo Yi in awe. For them, Luo Yi is their absolute leader, and they will agree with whatever Luo Yi says. Puff. 2 sounds of blood spurting sounded. When Garp and Sengoku heard what Luo Yi and others said, they could no longer bear it and vomited blood in anger. Xiao, you are too arrogant. Sengoku was so angry that he could not find anything else to say except this sentence. Xiao, a new generation replaces the old. If you despise us today, you will suffer the consequences in the future. Garp looked at Luo Yi angrily, his face turning red. Oh? Really? After hearing what Garp said, Luo Yi shrugged disdainfully, I'm still young now, and soon, I will be the undefeated master in this ocean. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it myself. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, then looked at Luo Yi's young face, and found that they couldn't find any words to refute. Luo Yi is too young, and his debut time is still short, but his strength is rising like a rocket to 023. This point is clear to Pu and Sengoku after several battles. This feeling of suffocation was so uncomfortable that Sengoku and Garp felt as if they had eaten flies. In a short period of time, they found that the injuries on their bodies were actually a bit more serious. It turns out that holding back internal injuries is real. Luo Yi looked at the 2 old men with ugly faces, waved his hands disdainfully, and said, let's end today's battle, your strength is only that, I have no interest in taking action again. But you have to give me all the devil fruit in naval headquarters. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Garp and Sengoku felt even more uncomfortable. Nothing hurts a person's self-esteem more than an enemy's disdain to take action. However, after all, they had been in high positions for a long time and quickly calmed down their resentment. I remembered the conditions mentioned in Luo Yi's words. Xiao, you want devil fruit? What are you doing? Sengoku asked in surprise. According to the information he has, the Akatsuki organization has dozens of devil fruits. Sengoku really can't figure out why Luo Yi wants so many devil fruits. Yes, if you want me to stop, I can take as much devil fruit as you want. As to why I need devil fruit, that's not what you should know. Luo Yi's tone was flat, as if devil fruit was Chinese cabbage. No way. Sengoku refused. Chapter 122. I reject. Hearing Sengoku say these 3 words decisively, Luo Yi looked up at Sengoku's serious face, and the smile on his face gradually turned cold. Sengoku, please think carefully before answering. If you refuse me, the price may not be something you can bear. Your threats are of no use to me. I will not agree to your request. Sengoku said expressionlessly. Hearing Sengoku's words, Luo Yi frowned and looked Sengoku up and down. He didn't understand why Sengoku had any reason to refuse. After watching for a while, Luo Yi couldn't see anything unusual, and Sengoku, who was very calculating, didn't show any unusual signs. At this time, Sengoku appeared to be tenacious and unyielding, but in his heart he was extremely scared. He was worried that Luo had a disagreement and killed the captured Aokiji and other generals. However, he has a hope in his heart, Kong. Sengoku looked normal on the surface, but in his heart he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He kept praying that Kong would come soon and relieve the current crisis in naval headquarters. Although he has seen Luo Yi's rapid development, Sengoku still believes that Kong can intimidate Luo Yi. Even if you can't defeat Luo Yi in front of you, you can force him back from his headquarters. Seeing that Sengoku didn't speak, Luo Yi pondered in his heart. It was impossible to kill Aokiji and the others. Just kidding, naval headquarters is the force with the widest coverage in these 710 worlds. Keeping them is more useful than killing them. Luo Yi can bulldoze naval headquarters once, and he can bulldoze it a second time. Every time you drain the treasure house of naval headquarters, you will get a lot of devil fruit, which is not something you can easily do. Sengoku, since you refuse to hand over the devil fruit, I will beat you until you agree. Luo Yi came back from his thoughts and looked at Sengoku with a smile. Susanoo's fists instantly bloomed with a rich black light. In this world, words are useless, so use your fists. Strength is the eternal truth of this world. With a roar, Luo Yi flashed and flew towards Sengoku with the huge Susanoo. Before it was even close, Susanoo had already punched out, and the terrifying power brought up a hurricane. Seeing the incoming fist, Sengoku felt secretly bitter. Now that Kong didn't come, he had to resist Luo Yi's attack first. But the strength gap between the two sides was too big, and Sengoku knew very well that he couldn't hold on to a few moves. At this time, facing Luo Yi's attack, Garp dodged and kicked out. Boom! Without any suspense, Garp was punched and sent flying. The gap between the two sides could not be bridged by courage. Garp! Seeing Garp vomiting blood and flying backwards, Sengoku felt extremely heavy and raised his golden palm to welcome Susanoo's fist. Still without any suspense, Sengoku was punched away by Susanoo. Looking at Sengoku and Garp who were vomiting blood and flying upside down, Vice Admiral was filled with despair. Even the two of them couldn't stop Luo Yi. It was really damning naval headquarters. Tens of thousands of marines on the city wall in the distance looked at Luo Yi with cold sweats all over their bodies, fearful of this man in their hearts. Seeing Garp and Sengoku unable to fight back, the marine officers were filled with despair. They couldn't imagine what naval headquarters would be like after today. Many people have thought of quitting marine. Luo Yi represents the forces that oppose the world government. Luo Yi's bulldozing of the world government will affect the development of the entire world. Even, no less than Roger who started the Age of Discovery. By then, it is very likely that the whole world will fall into chaos. Sengoku, let me ask you again, do you want to hand over all the devil fruit? Luo Yi put his hands behind his back and looked down at Garp and Sengoku. No. If you dare, just kill me. Sengoku looked at Luo Yi with red eyes, planning to fight to the end. Do you really want to die that much? Luo Yi flicked his fingers, his cold gaze resting on Sengoku, the threads in his eyes spinning constantly. When he came into contact with Luo Yi's eyes, Sengoku shivered all over. Those eyes were so cold that Sengoku felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xiao, you killed us today. Of course, someone will avenge us tomorrow. World government is not as simple as you think. Sengoku said calmly. Bite Fee, are they the five elders? Only their strength can make me treat them seriously. Luo Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Sengoku with great interest. How do you know? Sengoku was shocked. Although the five elders are the leaders of the world government, few people know their strength. I've said it before, I know this world better than anyone else. Luo Yi spread his hands disdainfully and said with a mysterious face. Xiao, who are you? Sengoku looked at Luo Yi in fear. Seeing how Luo Yi seemed to know the five elders very well, Sengoku was completely frightened. Five elders, except for one piece, is the biggest secret in this world. I am Xiao. Luo Yi smiled playfully. Okay, Sengoku, since you don't agree to my request, I don't have the time to spend time with you. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I will make you unable to survive. If you can't die, just hand over the devil fruit obediently. What do you want to do? Upon hearing this, beads of sweat immediately appeared on Sengoku's forehead. I'll beat you and Garp until they can't get up. Luo Yi smiled lightly, dodged, and led Susanoo to attack again. Those huge fists exploded with force like a roaring mountain and a tsunami, hitting the seriously injured Garp and Sengoku. This time, if implemented, Sengoku and Garp will definitely lose their ability to fight. Broken. Sengoku's heart sank, but he didn't have the confidence to attack Luo Yi. Garp frowned, a look of determination appeared on his face, and he clenched his iron fist without hesitation. The next moment, Susanoo's fist shrouded down, and the light in Sengoku and Garp's eyes dimmed. The huge fist came with a hurricane, covering the sky and the sun. Stop! Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded, with an unmistakable flavor. Luo Yi frowned. Hearing this overbearing command, he knew that this was a person who had been in a high position for a long time and had absolute dominance. It's not easy to come here. Luo Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly figure walking at high speed on the moonwalk. The aura of that man was very powerful. Before he even got close, Luo Yi felt like he was facing the top of Mount Tai. However, Luo Peng was not afraid. Stop! Who are you? You told me to stop, but Lao Zi didn't. Luo Yi smiled evilly, ignored the visitor, and punched Sengoku and Garp without stopping. You wanna die? When the man saw that Luo Yi didn't obey his orders at all, his heart suddenly surged with anger. How many years had it passed since someone dared to disobey his orders? He had almost forgotten that long time. Boy! You did something stupid, and you will pay the price for your ignorance. Chapter 123. The person coming is the most famous figure in the entire sea, the commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong. A man whose strength and power have reached their peak. It can be said that in this world's power arena, apart from the 5 elders, he is the most authoritative figure in world government. Commander Kong. Seeing Kong appear, Sengoku's eyes were filled with joy and he immediately shouted loudly. Sengoku was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, Commander Kong is here, no matter how powerful Xiao is, he will not dare to do it again. But before Sengoku could relax, he heard Luo Yi's arrogant and domineering voice. Sengoku's expression froze and he froze on the spot. How dare he not give Commander Sora face? Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku frozen in place, Garp exclaimed, Susanoo's fist had arrived. Sengoku had just come back to his senses, but his fist had already been smashed down. There was a loud bang, black light swept out, and Sengoku and Garp were directly knocked away. Then, Susanoo punched again with her other hand. After 2 punches, 2 sounds of falling into the water were heard, and Sengoku and Garp were knocked into the sea. Looking at the water splashing on the sea, Luo Yi smiled with satisfaction, thinking that he had done what he said. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral. Crane Vice Admiral and the others exclaimed, their eyes full of worry, Marine's soul was defeated. Today, Luo Yi kept his word and bulldozed naval headquarters. After today, the world will be in chaos. Crane Vice Admiral said blankly, her eyes were very gloomy. She looked at the place where Sengoku and Garp fell into the water, and she closed her eyes in pain. This world is completely over. Aokiji said dully, with no look in his pupils. Boy! You are so bold. At this time, Kong had arrived, and he glared at Luo angrily. In a flash, he dived into the sea, and a moment later, Garp and his 2 men were fished out of the sea. Because Sengoku was a devil fruit user, he was seriously injured and fell into a coma as soon as he fell into the water. Garp was not unconscious yet and could barely breathe. Sora, you're late. Garp said with difficulty. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. I have to apply for rights from 5 adults when I come out. You know, every move I make is of great importance. Kong didn't pay attention to Garp's disrespect, but explained with a look of shame. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Kong clenched his fists and a terrifying light shone in his eyes. You must suppress Akatsuki, otherwise, if today's incident spreads, the whole world will be over. Garp pulled Sora's coat with his hand and Yuan begged. Since I'm here, there's no reason to let him go. Kong's face became solemn, an endless murderous aura emerged from his body. Yes. After receiving Kong's assurance, Garp felt relieved and fainted. Kong looked at the 2 unconscious men in his hands, and his figures flashed a few times, then sent Garp and Sengoku to the wall of naval headquarters and handed them over to the marine generals for placement. Luo Yi, on the other hand, watched with cold eyes from beginning to end and did not take any action to stop Kong. Luo Yi looked at Kong and felt very energetic. He was worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the world, and he actually gave Luo a feeling of threat. Only if they are equally matched in strength can they give Luo Yi this feeling. This Kong deserves to be the commander-in-chief of the world, so powerful. Hoshigaki Kisame and the others were surprised when they saw Kong. They never thought that there was such a powerful person in this world. That strength is definitely far superior to that of himself and others. There is only one person who can still remain calm, and that is Nagato. Nagato, who owns Pain's 6 paths, feels Kong's strength, but doesn't think he can defeat him. If the 2 sides fight, Nagato can still guarantee at least an invincible position. After Kong settled Garp and the 2, he walked on moonwalk and arrived not far from Luo Yi. As for Aokiji and others and members of the Akatsuki organization, he just glanced at them. He only had Luo Yi in his eyes. Because Nagato didn't release Pain's 6 paths, Kong didn't feel his power. Xiao, you are so courageous. How dare you attack the naval headquarters? You are openly provoking the majesty of the world government. Kong looked at Luo Yi angrily and scolded loudly. What's the provocation? Anyway, I have the strength to bulldoze the naval headquarters. Luo Yi shrugged nonchalantly, I'm surprised by your arrival. I didn't expect that bulldozing the naval headquarters could defeat a veteran like you. The characters were shocked. Haha, Xiao, your rise is too fast and you have already entered our sight. Kong said with a sneer. Luo Yi was moved, I knew what Kong meant was that she had attracted the attention of him and the 5 elders. Please give me flowers. Then I'm really honored. Luo Yi said with a smile. While talking, Luo Yi looked at Kong carefully. With a tall and burly figure, a gorgeous justice coat was draped on his body, and he wore a red casual coat underneath. He has a mohawk hairstyle that is popular among earthly gangsters, and his old face is full of wrinkles. From his dress, Luo Yi can tell that he is an old man who keeps pace with the times and is good at learning and accepting new things. Such people will not be eliminated by the times because of the passage of time. On the contrary, after years of accumulation, one continues to climb the social ladder through one's own foundation. Therefore, Kong has now reached a status second only to the 5 elders. Luo Yi had to sigh, the old man in front of him was a powerful person. 0. Xiao, we've always been curious, where did you come from? Kong looked at Luo Yi with interest, but didn't seem to be in a hurry to do anything. I come from the world. Luo Yi said with a smile. Luo Yi is right, he does come from the world, but not this world. Humph. You are fooling me. Kong's eyes became evil. He originally wanted to get something out of Luo Yi. Since Luo Yi refused to speak, he would suppress him and throw him into prison for interrogation and torture. Seeing Kong like this, Luo Yi was a little helpless. He couldn't tell his biggest secret to the enemy. Luo Yi felt amused when he thought that all the intelligence organizations in the world could not find out his own details. You should search slowly. You will never find out where I come from in your lifetime. Xiao, since we can't have a pleasant conversation, let's meet Zhenjiang. Kong stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. With his status, even though Luo Yi was an enemy, he would still give him corresponding respect. Haha, Kong, I'm happy to accompany you. Luo Yi nodded slowly with interest. Opponents like Kong are rare, and Luo Yi also wants to have a good fight. I couldn't defeat Garp and Sengoku just now or let Luo Yi warm up. Luo Yi has no worries. Although Kong is strong, he is destined not to fail from the beginning. This is a matter of stance. Chapter 124. Kong has been in a high position for a long time, and his strength is on par with Luo Yi, but Kong Grandmaster is in physical skills, while Luo Yi has various attack methods. So, Kong crushed Luo Yi. Luo Yi is sure that Kong will fight cautiously and is unwilling to lose the battle. As a result, Kong was too concerned about the outcome and would inevitably be unable to exert his full strength. The balance of the battle was slightly tilted from the beginning. Luo Yi didn't have any worries, just attack with all his strength. If he couldn't defeat him, he asked 6 members of Xiao's organization to do it together. No matter what, I can gnaw off Kong's evil bone. With these escape routes, Luo Yi has a calm mind and only has Kong as his opponent in his eyes. Both of them are super masters. When they released their breath with all their strength, a white hurricane appeared in a radius of 100 meters. The clouds in the sky were pulled down, blocking the sun, and waves tens of meters high were raised on the sea surface. Seeing the apocalyptic scene of 140, everyone who paid attention to the battle was shocked. The marine soldiers were trembling with excitement. Finally, a strong man appeared who could confront Luo Yi head-on. Their eyes were full of hope when they looked at Kong, and their faces looked like pilgrims. They stared at Luo Yi and Kong without blinking. If Commander Kong takes action, that kid Xiao will definitely be defeated. No matter how strong Akatsuki is, facing Commander Sora, a man who stands at the top of the world, will he win? Impossible. Countless Marines screamed silently in their hearts, looking forward to the scene of Luo Yi being defeated. Kong's arrival has rekindled hope for all Marine officers. Boss, is it okay? Gansaki Kisame looked at Luo Yi and said worriedly. What are you talking about? Since the boss has taken action, there is no reason to miss. Zionin rolled her eyes at Kisame. Kisame's lack of confidence in Luo Yi made her a little dissatisfied. Yes, haha. When Kisame heard Zionin's words, he looked at the Akatsuki members beside him and realized that he had asked a stupid question, so he quickly laughed to lighten the atmosphere. We are ready to take action at any time. At this time, Nagato said calmly. Nagato, even you don't have confidence in the boss. Zionin's expression changed and she looked at Nagato with some surprise. Xiaonan is very aware of Nagato's strength. Here, only Nagato is qualified to comment on the battle between Luo Yi and Kong. Not only Zionin but Itachi and the others turned their heads and looked at Nagato when they heard this. Sensing the nervousness of his companions, Nagato quickly waved his hand. No. Nagato smiled at Xiaonan and said, Boss, this battle will be very difficult, he may need our strength. Hearing this, Zionin and the others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes became serious. This battle is far from as simple as it seems on the surface. In the distance, Luo Yi and Kong stand proudly in the sky. Both of them are the strongest 4 emperors in the world. Their battle is enough to be recorded in history. Kong looked at Luo Yi indifferently and used Conqueror's Haki at the same time. Commander Kong, who specializes in physical arts, mastered Conqueror's Haki with great proficiency. Armament Haki covers Kong's body in the blink of an eye, reflecting the shining luster, making him look like an Iron Man. Then, Luo Yi felt a sense of dizziness and shook his head vigorously before the feeling dissipated. What a strong Conqueror's Haki! Luo Yi was a little shocked. His current strength can be affected by Kong Conquerors, which shows how terrifying Kong's control over Haki has been. At this time, Kong took advantage of Luo Yi's distracted moment and launched an attack on Luo Yi. This is how the battle between super strong people is. If you are not careful, the enemy will seize the opportunity. Kong stepped on the void, his body flashed, and then stepped on Moonwalk, disappearing instantly. He can actually use the density of airflow in the air to use it. It can also be combined with Moonwalk. This level of cultivation is really surprising. The two were hundreds of meters apart, and Kong's figure was so fast that an after-image appeared. People in the distance could only see a thick black line across the void, extending toward Luo Yi. In the blink of an eye, Kong had arrived in front of Luo Yi, punching out the dark fist in his hand, and the terrifying force blasted the air. Visible to the naked eye, a white cloud ring was punched in front of Luo Yi. What a fast speed! What a swift attack! What a powerful force! Kong attacked Luo Yi in the blink of an eye, at a distance of 100 meters, in less than a fifth of a second. In the distance, tens of thousands of marine soldiers saw Kong's powerful attack and were extremely excited. His face was full of admiration, and he looked at Kong with wide eyes. He was indeed Commander Kong. If they hadn't seen this strength with their own eyes today, they would never have imagined that human power could be so strong. Damn Akatsuki, he wanted to bulldoze the naval headquarters, but Commander Zoro personally came to suppress it. He is dead. The marine soldiers on the city wall were sure that Luo Yi would be defeated by Kong. Even if he blocked this punch, it would only be a matter of a few more punches. However, just when Kong's fist struck, Luo Yi smiled slightly, and Susanoo's giant fist immediately attacked. At this moment, two fists that broke the air collided together. Boom! A shocking noise, louder than thunder. After the two punched each other, the aftermath spread out, and the sea surface was depressed for 100 meters. The water flow soared up, forming a circular water curtain, appearing under Luo Yi and Kong. The scene was truly spectacular. At this time, Luo Yi groaned and took a few steps back. Every time he took a step, he would retreat a few meters. As for Susanoo outside her body, the arm that had just collided with Kong's fist actually had cracks. As expected of the world's commander-in-chief, your strength is indeed very strong. Luo Yi stabilized his body, looked at Kong seriously, and tried hard to adjust his breath. Luo Yi didn't expect that Kong would be so strong. The strength he unleashed was completely stronger than the power he felt. It's like a big cat. When it leaps up to hunt for prey, it realizes it's a tiger in disguise. However, Luo Yi didn't have any worries. Instead, he felt very excited, and all the fluids in his body burned. Luo has always regarded everything he does as a game. Now that the difficulty of the game has increased, he is of course very interested in passing it. Luo Yi was very satisfied with this sudden surprise. If you always push sideways all the time, your game will be boring. At this time, all members of the Xiao organization looked at Luo Yi nervously. They could see clearly that Luo Yi did not get any benefits from this fight. Xiaonan looked anxious and wanted to take action, but Nagato held him back. Seeing the look in Nagato's eyes, Xiaonan was shocked, and realized that she was confused when she cared and forgot about propriety. He must not be happy if he and others intervene in the boss's battle at will. Xiao, you are nothing more than that. Kong shrugged, raised his chin, and looked at Luo Yi with some disdain. Chapter 125. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, tell your origins, and go to the gallows to be executed. Kong continued, gaining the upper hand with one punch, and the aloof aura he had developed for a long time was back. Haha, your joke is not funny. Luo Yi raised his middle finger disdainfully, his expression remained calm as usual, not showing the slightest concern because of Kong's strength. Kong was stunned when he saw this. He was a little confused. Why did Luo Yi not look nervous at all despite his strong strength? You must know that none of the powerful pirates in the past were not awesome at first. After seeing his iron fist, their arrogance immediately dropped to the bottom. But the face of Xiao in front of him was calm, absolutely calm, and he was not worried at all because of his own strength. Kong thought about it, and his mind was shaken. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. He quickly put away his stubbornness, cheered up, and took Luo Yi seriously. Seeing Kong like this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Luo Yi's eyes. This kind of old fox is really cautious and it is difficult to catch weaknesses. His mind dropped, Luo Yi's whole body's aura surged, and all the strength he had gained during this period was activated. Susanoo immediately changed, and the Tengu armor appeared on the surface, and then the lower body appeared, forming a black giant. This armored giant is alive and well, with shining eyes and an imperial crown on his head. He looks like a god of war. As soon as he appears, he yells directly at Kong. The roar alone stirred up white wind waves. This is the fourth form of Susanoo, a form that only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke can open. Summoning 6 members of the Akatsuki organization, Luo Yi's strength has been greatly improved, and Susanoo directly enters the fourth form. As soon as the fourth form of Susanoo appeared, Kong's expression suddenly changed, and Susanoo brought him tremendous pressure. That's Susanoo in her fourth form. What a terrifying power! Xiaonan and the others looked at the black Susanoo in shock, surprised by the form of Luo Yi Susanoo, and even more surprised by the powerful aura emanating from it. The boss Susanoo is far beyond the power of the fourth form. Nagato said in surprise. Hearing this, several members of the Akatsuki organization around them were shocked. If the power exceeds the fourth form, it is close to Susanoo's complete body. This kind of power is close to the top level even in the Hokage world. Why did that ghost thing get bigger again? This time it grew a lower body. Crane Vice Admiral and the others looked at Susanoo in the fourth form in disbelief. What on earth is this? They were filled with horror and had never seen it for most of their lives. It's just that Luo shocked them again and again. They were already so frightened that the marines on the wall in the distance almost lost their courage. Susanoo, who is even bigger than the giants, exudes a black light that swallows everything, and seems to be able to swallow even their gazes. Marine generals, hundreds of them were trembling with fear when they saw Susanoo in the fourth form. It was too terrifying, the power exceeded understanding, the form exceeded cognition, and the fear of the unknown tightly strangled their hearts. While everyone was watching, Luo Yi in Susanoo's body waved his hand, and Susanoo pulled out the huge black sword held horizontally. The long black sword emits a terrifying black light. Once it is pulled out, the light within 100 meters radius is affected. This is Susanoo's weapon in the fourth form, Susanoo's sword. Seeing this black sword that was tens of meters long, Kong's eyes froze and his expression became heavy. Xiao, how did you do it? Kong asked in confusion. He had never seen such a weapon before. Even the demon beast demon fruit power couldn't do it. Haha, you'll know after you try it. Luo Yi smiled coldly and looked at Kong teasingly. Susanoo raised her hand and slashed at Kong mercilessly with her long sword. Kong's expression changed. The power of Luo Yi's sword shocked him. He had forgotten how long ago he felt frightened. Now that he was attacked by Luo Yi, this sense of crisis reappeared again. Armed color armor. Armed color enhancement. Kong shouted loudly, and the armament haki covering his whole body suddenly surged, and the black haki swept out, making Kong's whole body grow twice as big. Armament haki, thick armor formed outside his body. What a dense armament haki! He is indeed a super strong person who has been famous for decades. When Luo Yi saw Kong at this time, his eyes were filled with admiration. These strong men who specialize in physical arts all have armament haki, and the leader among them is Garp. But compared with Kong in front of them, there is still a big gap. Kong's armed color has reached a point where he can do whatever he wants. At this time, the black sword approached Kong. He focused his eyes and punched the sword. The black fist as big as a millstone blasted out like lightning with the power to shatter a mountain. There was a boom and explosion, and the two sides collided. The large-scale attack of Susanoo's sword cut a sword mark several miles long on the sea. It extended all the way to the gate of naval headquarters. Ah! Run away! Help! Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die! The marine soldiers on the city wall were in a mess. Facing this mighty sword light, they only felt fear in their hearts. Instinctively, there is only the thought of escape. With a bang, the gate of naval headquarters was cut open, and a gap several meters long was also cut in the city wall. As for the nearby marine, just as he was trying to escape, he was instantly killed by a sword 913. It's so powerful. This sword is far more powerful than Hawkeye. Crane Vice Admiral wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his old face full of shock. Hawkeye once fought with red hair and cut open an island with his swordsmanship. But at this time, compared to the sword of Luo Yi Susanoo, it is still a bit childish. As expected, Xiao and his members are not something we can compete with. We shouldn't have offended them in the first place. Aokiji stared blankly at the sword marks on the sea. The sword broke through the sea and stirred up two water curtains 100 meters high. Humph! What's the use of talking about this now? In the beginning, Akatsuki snatched the silence fruit. He glanced at Aokiji angrily, very dissatisfied with Aokiji's self-destructive behavior. At this time, the water curtain gradually dispersed, revealing Kong's figure. Kong, dressed in pitch black, stood calmly on the sea, seemingly uninjured. Xiao, your move is very powerful. Kong grinned at Luo Yi, but there was disdain in his eyes. The power is great, but when attacking, the power is dispersed. It's okay against ordinary strong men, but it's useless against me. Hearing this, Luo Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a sneer, this is originally a large-scale attack technique. I have never used it before. Let me test your attack power. Chapter 126. Too strong. Incredibly strong. This time Luo Yi and Kong played against each other, everyone watching the match had only one feeling. The strength displayed by these two people completely surpassed the strong human beings, and was close to the gods in everyone's hearts. The huge sea surface was stirred up by the battle between the two of them. As expected of Commander Kong, his muscles and bones have been tempered countless times by physical skills, and Yin Huang has reached the point where he can crack mountains and crack rocks. This level of physical skills is probably the strongest in the world. If Doflamingo and his ilk were to fight against Commander Kong, they would probably be punched into a shower of blood. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Kong in awe. Aokiji and others around him all nodded in agreement. With their strength reaching their level, they felt deeply about Kong's power. They are already a powerful fighting force on the sea, and they are usually powerful figures, but compared with Kong and Luo Yi, they are several levels behind. The marine soldiers in the distance were already dumbfounded and dizzy. This is Commander Kong. He was able to withstand Xiao's sword that cut through the sea without being hurt. This is like the strength of a god. Can we reach 1/10 of it in this life? This Akatsuki is worthy of being the leader of the Akatsuki organization. He is about 20 years old, and he can even tie with Commander Sora. If it were another person, not Commander Sora, who faced Xiao, I am afraid that all the scum would have been killed by one sword. Aokiji swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice. He was completely defeated by Kisame, the strong man's self-confidence collapsed, and it didn't matter anymore. He doesn't care about his position, he can clearly see Luo Yi's strength. As soon as Aokiji said this, Vice Admiral Huo Xiaoshan beside him looked at him with strange eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Aokiji is right. Crane Vice Admiral nodded, agreeing with Aokiji's point of view. But Xiao just relies on his strength. He attacks randomly with powerful force and completely disperses his power. In terms of controlling his own power, he is still inferior to Commander Kong. If you practice for a few more years, you may still have a chance to defeat Commander Kong, but now, if you don't use your power skillfully, there won't be much suspense about being defeated by Commander Kong, who has profound knowledge. The well-informed Crane Vice Admiral made a conclusion, and the surrounding marine generals nodded. After all, everyone could see that Luo Yi's blow just now carried the power of destroying the world, but the power was too scattered and it did not pose a threat to Kong at all. In the realm of Kong, the control of his own power has reached a miraculous level. In comparison, Luo Yi's use of power is too simple and crude. Hearing the discussion of He Vice Admiral and others, Xiao Nan glanced at them disdainfully. How can you people know about Susanoo, and how can you understand the power of the fourth form Susanoo? It's useless to talk more, boss, they are going to fight again. Nagato smiled lightly, keeping his eyes fixed on the battle between Luo Yi and Kong. Kong put his hands behind his back and walked on the moonwalk, not in a hurry nor in a slow manner, showing the style of a master. With every step he took, a footprint several meters in size was dented in the sea surface. Luo took a step forward, and the sea surface stirred up hundreds of meters of water with a roar. With a stroke of Susanoo's sword, the sea surface suddenly split open, revealing the silt on the bottom of the sea. The two men fought against each other, causing the sea to churn and rage, with the power of overturning the river and the sea. Even though the marine soldiers on the city wall have seen many people with fruit abilities, they only think that Lottie and his like are the strongest. But the battle between Luo Yi and Kong was completely beyond their imagination, comparable to scenes in myths and legends. They could only stare with their mouths open, their minds trembling, and their entire worldview completely subverted. Aokiji looked at it blankly, with a divine light in his eyes, and a thought rose in his heart, if I had the strength of the two of them, what else would I need to do as a marine admiral? It is too easy to uphold justice. Why do I need to win over sinners like Shishibukai? I can kill you with one punch. He Vice Admiral frowned slightly. Seeing Luo Yi's strong aura, she felt a bad premonition for some reason. I prayed secretly in my heart that Kong must defeat Luo San. At this time, Kong finally approached Luo Yi, raised his fist as big as a millstone, and simply punched out without any tricks. Then, both fists moved together, and a shadow of fists enveloped Luo Yi for a moment. Kong's physical skills have reached the strongest level among humans, and it is impossible to go any further. Luo Yi secretly admired. He only summoned 3 members of the Akatsuki organization to knock Whitebeard into the sea. Because Whitebeard was old and frail, and contracted an incurable disease in recent years, his strength was greatly weakened. But Kong was different. Kong had already reached the fixed point of strength. Back then, he had a bloody battle with the Red Count and sent this super strong man to prison. Although his strength will not increase much after decades of accumulation, his use of strength is definitely far beyond that of the world. He uses his power dexterously, without any unnecessary movements between movements and stillness. When attacking, the complex moves are simplified, and the power loss of complicated moves is reduced to a minimum. Based on these abilities alone, I don't dare to look down on this old man. Kong may not be able to explode into sustained combat power like when he was young due to his age, but he can still maintain his peak combat power in a short period of time. It's a pity that you are too old. If you were 30 years younger, I might have tried all my means to remain undefeated. But now, I am young and vigorous, and you are too old. The difference in strength is not big and long-lasting combat effectiveness can determine the outcome. Luo Yi didn't say anything else, he only saw Kong's attack. Facing the overwhelming fists, Susanoo moved the 2 Susanoo swords in her left and right hands at the same time, slashing at Kong mercilessly. Kong, you should have retired to recuperate a long time ago. If you come here today, don't blame me for bullying the elderly. 2 huge black swords, with the power of splitting seas and shattering stars, slashed down like lightning. Bang! 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 A black sword dozens of meters long and a black fist as big as a millstone collided, causing a roar like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the aftermath of Qian Zhao's spread, strong wind swept across, and under the collision of power, white rings were shot out one after another. Hey! I'm not afraid of Fen. Kong looked indifferent and kept fisting. Although the surface was calm, his hands were a little painful when faced with Susanoo's chops. Armament Haki has been unleashed with all his strength, but there is still power to counterattack and penetrate the body's defense. Kong is secretly shocked, what a terrifying power Akatsuki has. Luo Yi fought harder and harder, seeing that the long sword could not do anything to Kong, he put away the Susanoo sword with a flash of light in his hands, and threw it directly with his fists. Kong, look whose fist is Ying. Susanoo's fist, which was several meters big, crashed down with a loud bang, becoming even more powerful. With one punch, the sea surface was filled with splashes of hundreds of meters. The two of them were just like this, bathing in the sea water and fighting to their heart's content. Chapter 127. Boom boom boom. The roar of the collision of forces was non-stop. The sound was far greater than thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. To an outsider, every blow from Susanoo's fist was like a small mountain falling down, and finally it connected into one, completely covering Kong. It splashed hundreds of meters of sea water high into the sky, and the surroundings of the two people were covered with water, like a heavy rain. When Luo Yi unleashed his powerful power, the sea area 100 meters deep was exposed to the bottom of the sea, and the silt was even punched with dense fist prints several meters in size. The two fought in the air, neither of them retreated, and the battle fell into a stalemate for a while. Only the fists of both sides were constantly colliding. Refund. Facing Luo Yi's mountain-like fist, Kong's face was a little solemn. He gathered all his strength and armament haki rushed towards the fist with all his strength. I saw that his fists as big as millstones became darker, and the density of the armed color bacteria gas was rapidly increasing. Clenching his fist, Kong punched out with all his strength. He used all his strength in this punch. Kong didn't want to continue the stalemate. He knew his situation very well. If he continued to drag on, his physical strength would soon weaken. When the time comes, defeat will be inevitable. The jet-black fist shattered the airflow, and visible to the naked eye, there were spiral white marks between Kong's arms. Boom! The two fists collided, and the two forces faced each other tit for tat. A circular vacuum belt was created from the turbulent sea surface, and a circular water wall hundreds of meters high rose up. Kong punched Luo Yi and his figure froze. Luo Yi frowned and held his position firmly, not retreating as Kong expected. As the water splashed, Gang Tian Kong's expression became heavier than ever before. This all-out attack failed to achieve anything, and the situation was critical. Boom! Seeing Kong's expression, Luo Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued to wave his fist. Kong frowned and could only raise his fists to resist. Xiao, your strength is very weak. Kong looked at Luo Yi solemnly, and finally confirmed Luo Yi's strength after exchanging hundreds of punches. However, my strength has been honed for decades, so I'm not kidding. Suddenly, Kong flashed and appeared dozens of meters away, looking at Luo Yi with twinkling eyes, showing a hint of pride. Kong practices taijutsu, Bite-fa, and has a body of steel and iron that has been tempered all his life. It can be said that he is the strongest taijutsu expert in the entire world. Luo Yi looked at him carefully, secretly on guard, knowing that Kong would probably make a big move if he said this. I didn't expect that you would push me to this point. Not only are you powerful, but this giant's attack is also combined with physical skills. I actually underestimated you. At your age, you can really be said to be the most outstanding young man in the world, but it is a pity that you foolishly chose to be my enemy. Kong shook his head in admiration, with a trace of pity in his eyes, as if Luo Yi would die in his hands today. Haha, feel free to use whatever tricks you have. Luo Yi looked calm and was not moved by Kong's words at all. He waved Susanoo away. Since there is a competition of tricks, Luo Yi has many powerful methods. After Luo Yi finished speaking, his eyes began to change, and Mangekyo Sharinon closed. Circles of black circles appeared in the eyes, which looked as if they could absorb a person's soul. Ren-egan. Kong, a while ago, I defeated Whitebeard with this move. I wonder if you can block this move. As he spoke, Luo Yi clasped his hands in front of him, and a dark sphere appeared in his palms. When Kong saw the black sphere, his pupils shrank, and he felt the aura of destruction. Kong's heart is raised high, representing the power of destruction and destruction, a power that any strong person is afraid of. How was the battle? Crane Vice Admiral watched without blinking, but his sight was blocked by the water wall and Luo Yi could not be seen. The fight between Luo Yi and Kong was too fast. It took hundreds of punches to stop, and the wall of water kicked up by the aftermath had not yet fallen into the sea. Not only he, but others were also anxious and wanted to know the outcome of the battle. The intensive roaring just now stopped, and they all speculated that Luo Yi and Kong should have decided the winner. At this time, the power in Luo Yi's body was released, and a black sphere appeared in his hand again. Left and right hands, one in each hand. In an instant, the terrifying aura escaped and the water wall around the body was shaken away. This time, those who were waiting anxiously finally saw Luo Yi and Kong. That is. Aokiji's eyes widened and he stared at Luo Yi's hand, his whole body trembling violently. That's Akatsuki's trick to defeat Whitebeard. Aokiji said in horror. Luo Yi held a black sphere in one hand, his long hair flying, and the aura of destruction like a stormy wave kept attacking Kong. When the black sphere appeared, the sea surface had already turned into an open space, and the seawater within a radius of several miles was oppressed by force and attacked all around. Wave after wave of huge waves rolled away, and the waves were so angry that they had the momentum to drown the naval headquarters. Under this terrifying giant wave, everyone seemed extremely small. The marine soldiers on the city wall looked pale and stared blankly at the incoming huge waves. Xionin looked at Luo Yi in shock, carefully looked at the two black spheres in his hands, and said in surprise, "Super planetary devastation. Boss's strength has increased and his understanding of the art has become deeper. I didn't expect to be able to release the super planetary devastation so soon." Nagato was also very shocked. "You must know that only the famous Uchiha Madara can release the super planetary devastation. Although the super planetary devastation released by Luo Yi is far from Uchiha Madara, given time, Nagato is sure that Luo Yi can release the real super planetary devastation." Just when everyone was shocked, Kong moved and his body contracted rapidly, making a crisp sound like exploding beans. After a while, he became like a normal person, except that the bones all over his body were protruding and emitting a metallic luster. Seeing Luo Yi's black sphere, Kong immediately felt extremely dangerous. He did not hesitate to use his strongest move, steel and iron bones. At this time, Kong's body was indestructible, and no object in the world could break his bones. "Xiao, with this move, I'm afraid we will be victorious." Kong forced a smile, he didn't feel like he had much chance of winning. "You lose." Luo Yi shook his head with a little pity, stretched out his hand and threw two balls. In an instant, the aura of destruction approached Kong. "Break!" Kong shouted loudly, his open fingers clenched into fists, and dazzling sparks bloomed. It can be seen that the power between his fingers is powerful. Kong's figure flashed and turned into an after-image. When he reappeared, he was already close to the black sphere. Kong gritted his teeth and punched out with his sharp-edged fist without hesitation. Chapter 128. Kong, I could defeat Whitebeard with this move before, but now the attack power is far greater than before. Can you block it? Luo Yi said leisurely with his hands behind his back. He activated Sharinon and unleashed super planetary devastation with twice the strength of Impel Down in the first battle. If this technique were to attack Marineford Island, I am afraid that the entire naval headquarters could be destroyed in an instant. Kong's face was as sinking as water, his white hair stood on end, and his strength was pushed to the limit. An unprecedented sense of crisis arose in my heart, but he was the commander-in-chief of world government. Even though we know it is extremely dangerous, we cannot retreat. One planetary devastation can defeat Whitebeard, Uchiha Madara's 6 planetary devastations can destroy the world, but what about Luo Yi's 2 planetary devastations? Luo Yi feels that if this technique is used, Kong will definitely lose. Although Kong is a genius, he has practiced physical skills and tempered his muscles and bones to an incredible level. With his talent, he can use his muscles and bones as the most powerful weapons. But compared with the power and ninjutsu mastered by Luo Yi, these are far behind. Luo Yi just summoned Susanoo, without using other means, and he had the power of 10,000 fuss. This is no longer the power that humans should have. Even if the fruit is awakened, it is not worth mentioning in front of Akatsuki. Aokiji's face was full of bitterness, and he was shocked physically and mentally. It is rumored that the most powerful fruit-powered user back then had the strength of a demigod and could easily destroy even a city. Now Akatsuki's strength is probably as good as that of the rumored figure. Aokiji pursues great strength and power, and wants to seize these things to safeguard the justice in his heart. But now that he saw Luo Yi's strength, his heart was stirred, and he realized that everything about him was as small as an ant. "Commander Kong, can you win?" Crane Vice Admiral looked at him blankly. He was silent for a long time, and his confidence in Kong became shaken. The other Vice Admiral lowered his head and said nothing, with a look of fear on his face, unable to think of any resistance in his heart. Under Luo Yi's power, they found that the power they were proud of before was as fragile as paper. As for Itachi and the others, their faces were smiling and their eyes were full of yearning. They are fascinated and admire Luo Yi. Super planetary devastation is a power that they can only hope to achieve. At this time, above the sea, Kong's face was more solemn than ever before, his eyes were fixed on the incoming sphere, and he was covered in cold sweat. Although he had reached the pinnacle of power in the world, facing Luo Yi's super planetary devastation, for the first time, he felt irresistible in his heart. I originally thought that I had broken through the secret of power and reached the peak of my power. In this world, except for the 5 adults and Impel Down, I no longer have any opponents. Kong suddenly sighed. I never thought that a young man like you would appear on the sea. You are so young, only about 20 years old, but you have the power to push me into a desperate situation. When Kong spoke, the black sphere was already approaching him. Kong risked his life and death and punched out. At this moment, everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Everyone knows that the winner will be announced soon. Is it the World Commander Kong who dominates the world or the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Akatsuki is better. The answer will be presented immediately. There was a loud bang, and Kong's fist collided with the planetary devastation. Black light swept out, the light became dim, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart instantly. As soon as it came into contact with the planetary devastation, Kong's proud iron bones made a cracking sound. He felt that the black sphere in front of him was so powerful that it could break a mountain's fist, but the force that touched the sphere shattered his finger bones. Kong's brows furrowed into a frown, his heart sank to the bottom, and the sense of crisis of death suddenly rose. At this time, Luo Yi not far away snapped his fingers and exploded. As he spoke, the black sphere suddenly exploded, and black light swept out. Kong had no time to react and was swallowed up in an instant. The terrifying power radiated out, shattering the sea area for miles around, and pieces of undersea gravel were thrown hundreds of meters out of the sea. The people watching the battle were shocked. Kong had lost? Could it be that Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world, was going to die here? At this time, Garp and Sengoku ignored Dr. Marine's obstruction and came to the city wall, just in time to see Kong being swallowed. Sengoku held the city wall tightly in his hands and crushed the wall bricks with his fingers. He didn't know it but stared at the scene in front of him with a face full of horror. All marine officers were watching, whether it was Sengoku Garp, Vice Admiral Zoro, Aokiji, and others. After a while, the black sphere slowly shrank, and the surrounding light became brighter again. Tear. Please give me flowers 00. The shrunken black ball was torn apart by a hand, the black arm stretched out. It's just that the arm that was shiny like metal at first lost its luster, became pitted, and even deformed. Commander Kong. Seeing this hand appear, the marine soldiers turned pale and made a sound of surprise. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. Although their expressions were still extremely heavy, they felt a little more relaxed. For them, as long as Kong is alive now, everything is fine. The black ball that was already dissipating was torn apart by Kong from the inside and immediately dissipated, revealing a very embarrassed figure. When Kong reappeared, his clothes were in tatters, his hair became ragged, and his strong and powerful body became rickety. At this time, Kong suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his breath quickly weakened, and armament haki dissipated. After a while, Luo Yi saw a waning old man. If the fight hadn't lasted so long, Chuan Yi would have definitely identified the man in front of him as Kong. At this time, Kong's complexion was sallow, his eye sockets were sunken, his clothes were in tatters, and his back was stooped like a shrimp. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled. Kong was defeated. Completely defeated by Luo Yi. I lost. Kong said weakly, as if he would die at any time. After speaking, Kong raised his head and stared blankly at the sky. He is very powerful. He first gained strength beyond that of the world. After decades of tempering his muscles and bones, he turned complex tricks into simple ones. With his strength, facing the sea, even the 4 emperors must be afraid. He could have continued to be proud of the crowd, but it was a pity that he met Luo Yi, who always had an organized system. Kong's muscles and bones can be said to be the strongest things in the world, but facing the superplanetary devastation, there is a difference between a block of wood and a diamond. He is very powerful, but Luo Yi is young, and in a competition of strength, Luo Yi can completely drag him to death. Kong's eyes were dull and his face was ashen. He was defeated by Luo Yi and lost everything he had struggled for decades, including strength, dignity, and status rights. At this time, there was a dead silence in the field, and all the Marines were watching this in despair. Commander Kong is defeated. Chapter 129. Commander Kong, you lost. Crane Vice Admiral's face was more solemn than ever before, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Everyone present looked in awe, looking at Luo Yi standing in the sky like a god. They know that after today, the entire sea will know that a legend has been shattered and a new myth will rise. Luo Yi, the strongest of the younger generation, and the youngest Super 4 Emperor's strongman in the world. No one knows how Luo Yi practices, and no one knows how strong Luo Yi is. The last time Kong fought was decades ago. In that battle, Kong used his enduring strength to defeat his opponent. But now, Kong has not blocked Luo Yi's move. Luo Yi is so powerful that no one can imagine it. After today, the name Luo Yi will be powerful in the sea. Garp's face was as dark as water, and he said 730 with difficulty every word. This marine hero, as the soul of marine, set the final tone for this shocking battle. As soon as these words came out, the marine officers turned pale and felt sad. In the last Impel Down battle, Luo Yi defeated Whitebeard forcefully, showing the world his power to dominate the sea. But many people have doubts about Luo Yi, and many people even dismiss it, thinking that Whitebeard fell ill and accidentally fell into Luo Yi's hands. But today, Luo Yi defeated Kong, Sengoku, and Garp, letting all the strong people see that a truly invincible young man has risen strong. No one dares to show any disrespect to Luo Yi. Even an admiral like Aokiji, Luo Yi can kill with one punch. His strength makes everyone fear and awe. Luo Yi put his hands behind his back and looked at Kong calmly. Want to die or live? As soon as he said this, Kong, who looked up at the sky, retracted his gaze, his eyes constantly changing. After a while, he sighed quietly. Tell me your conditions. Hearing this, Luo Yi smiled coldly. Kong asked this because he definitely didn't want to die. Haha, if you want to survive, hand over all the devil fruit in the naval headquarters treasure house. I can promise you. Kong frowned and nodded hesitantly. So what if you hand over the devil fruit in order to survive? If he dies, after today, the majesty of world government will drop to freezing point. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, he must live. As long as he is alive, although today's situation is serious, it is still within the controllable range. Akatsuki, I can give you the devil fruit, but you must let Aokiji and the others go and no longer be my enemy, Marine. Kong thought for a while and added. I can let Aokiji and the others go. Luo Yi said calmly. The next moment, the conversation changed and he looked at Kong with disdain. You are not qualified to negotiate with me about other matters. Whether I want to cause trouble for Marine or not depends entirely on my mood. Okay. Kong nodded with difficulty. He knew the current situation very well. As the absolute winner, Luo Yi could kill all the powerful Marines if they disagreed. He had no bargaining chips at all. Commander Kong. Hearing that Kong agreed to Luo Yi's request without hesitation, Sengoku felt very unwilling. He had lost too many strong players during this period. Devil Fruit was Marine's hope for cultivating new recruits. I've made this decision. Kong waved his hand and said loudly. Please, Akatsuki. Kong raised his hand and walked towards the gate of naval headquarters. Although the old man was seriously injured, he had not lost any mobility. Haha, today I will visit the treasure trove of naval headquarters. Luo Yi smiled and followed Kong calmly, walking forward step by step. When he arrived near Xionan and others, Luo Yi nodded slightly and motioned for them to wait here. Without getting the fruit, it would be impossible for Luo Yi to let him go. The distance of several thousand meters is not worth mentioning to strong men like Kong and Luo Yi. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the gate of naval headquarters. Tens of thousands of marine soldiers were immediately frightened when they saw Luo Yi's arrival. Luo Yi alone suppressed tens of thousands of marine soldiers, and they were so stunned that they didn't even dare to let go of one of them. The whole scene was crowded, but silent. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and led Luo Yi. At this point, they have no choice but to surrender and hand over devil fruit. Soon, under the leadership of Garp, Luo Yi came to an inconspicuous building. Devil fruit is here. Luo Yi was a little confused. The treasure house that Black White Zetsu robbed last time was not here. A few months ago, the devil fruit in our treasure house was accidentally lost, and no trace could be found at all. For the sake of safety, we hid the devil fruit here and posted Vice Admiral guards every day. Sengoku paused and turned around to explain to Luo Yi. The look in Luo Yi's eyes was a bit strange. Luo Yi understood this and resisted the urge to laugh. I'm afraid Sengoku had already guessed that he had something to do with the loss of devil fruit. After all, that time, the fruit was lost and the reward order for Sengoku's head was printed at the same time. Being able to enter naval headquarters, break through layers of defenses without anyone noticing, and steal the devil fruit from the treasure house. In the whole world, I am afraid that only Chuan Yi has this ability. While talking, the four of them walked into the building where devil fruit was hidden. As soon as they opened the door, a Vice Admiral level powerhouse appeared from behind the door. When he saw Sengoku and others, Vice Admiral quickly put away his weapons, saluted a military salute, and quietly retreated. The room was empty, the surrounding walls were covered with mechanisms, and there was only a shining golden treasure box in the middle. That's it. Luo Yi's eyes lit up and he looked at the golden treasure chest eagerly. Without Luo Yi's instructions, Sengoku walked over, picked up the treasure box, and opened the treasure box with a special key. In an instant, devil fruit of different colors appeared in front of everyone. At a glance, there are more than 10. Xiao, there are a total of 15 devil fruits in this headquarters. Sengoku handed the treasure box to Luo Yi, but after Luo Yi took over, he felt a little resistance. Bring it here. Luo Yi sneered and grabbed the treasure box, not caring about the unwillingness in Sengoku's eyes. Forget it. Garp patted Sengoku on the shoulder. He knew very well how much it cost to get the dozen devil fruits 1.0. Now that he had given it up to others, he felt uncomfortable. But the situation was stronger than the people, and he and the others had to let go. Garp was afraid that Sengoku would get hot-headed and irritate Chuanichi again. As soon as I get out, I'll let Aokiji and the others go. We'll see you later. After getting the devil fruit, Luo Yi no longer stayed too much, and directly disappeared from the sight of Sengoku and others. See you later. I never want to see this villain again. Sengoku's fists crackled, and his face became terrifyingly gloomy. Sengoku, now that the matter is over, let's put the worries aside for now. Let's prepare for a storm first. Kong frowned and spoke solemnly. Hearing this, Sengoku's body trembled, and Garp's expression became extremely ugly. Chapter 130. Luo Yi was very fast and returned to Xiaonan and the other 6 in a blink of an eye. As soon as they saw Luo Yi appear, he Vice Admiral and others suddenly felt like they were facing a natural enemy, and their vests were filled with cold sweat. Luo Yi also has the momentum to defeat Kong and others, which puts too much pressure on Aokiji and the others. Get out! Luo Yi turned a blind eye to the fear and awe in their eyes and simply said 2 words. Upon hearing these 2 emotionless words, Aokiji and others looked at each other and quickly flew towards naval headquarters. At this time, the 9 Snakes pirate ship sailed towards Luo Yi and others. Hancock and Zoro stood on the bow of the ship, looking at Luo Yi with admiration. Master Luo Yi, you are so powerful. As soon as the ship approached, Hancock hurriedly expressed his admiration for Luo Yi. Her face was red and her body was twisted into a ball, as if to say to Luo Yi, please ravage me as much as you like. Seeing Hancock like this, Luo Yi smiled slightly and led the Xiao organization members onto the boat. When passing by Hancock, he pinched her sexy cheek without leaving any trace. This subtle movement immediately made Hancock's mind sway, and he looked at Luo Yi with confused eyes, and countless peach stars floated out. Master Luo Yi, you actually pinched my face. I like your domineering gentleness so much. Regarding Hancock's performance, Luo took a panoramic view, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and ignored Hancock. Luo Yi knew very well that in her current state, it would be better for her to recover on her own. Otherwise, if she shows any concern for Hancock, I'm afraid she will be confused and obsessed today, immersed in fantasy and unable to extricate herself. Master, you are so strong. Zoro saluted with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. He secretly decided in his heart that he would work hard to chase Luo Yi throughout his life. Luo Yi patted him on the shoulder to encourage him, walked straight into the cabin, and walked towards his exclusive room. Just kidding, Luo Yi got enough devil fruit, the first priority is to open the hidden figure. Close the door and turn on the system immediately. I have gathered enough fruits to unlock the hidden figures. Please help me unlock the hidden figures now. Opening the hidden character requires 10 devil fruits, which will disappear forever after consumption. Are you sure you want to open it? The system asked. Of course it's on. Luo Yi opened the gold box containing devil fruit without hesitation. As soon as the voice fell, the system stopped talking. A flash of light revealed that 10 devil fruits were missing from the gold box. In Luo Yi's mind, 10 devil fruits of different shapes appeared, spinning and releasing strange energy zones. Soon, 10 energy beams rotated with each other, forming a nebula like Uzumaki in the space. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, which shook Luo Yi's mind. This sound seems to have opened up a new world. Luo Yi shook his dizzy head and gathered his thoughts, and suddenly found that the system world had changed drastically. On top of the original members of the Akatsuki organization, 4 figures emitting golden light appeared, exuding extremely powerful auras. The 4 figures are arranged in sequence, forming a ladder shape with the original members of the Akatsuki organization. This is an improvement in the level of power. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi was immediately overjoyed. These 4 people are, Orochimaru who loves technology, Uchiha Madara who secretly controls the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito, the leader of the 2nd generation of the Akatsuki organization, and the man with the left eye of reincarnation and the right eye of Manka. Uchiha Sasuke. After calming down a little, Luo Yi saw. Seeing a scene that left him speechless, he saw several rows of holes next to the 4 figures. At a glance, there are dozens of demons. This. Luo Yi was a little surprised and quickly counted, there were 30 holes next to Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Next to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, there are actually 40 slots. Luo Yi understood in an instant that this represented the amount of devil fruit needed to unlock these 4 bosses. Guguai, you are indeed powerful, any one of the bosses who influence the main plot needs 30 devil fruit. System, please explain to me the conditions for unlocking. Host, the unlocking conditions for hidden characters are the same as ordinary characters. As long as the fruit is enough, the character can be unlocked. The host can obtain all the abilities of the character, and the devil fruit can be switched and used at will. The system detailed. After hearing this, Luo Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and could just switch to use at will. Now that I don't have many fruits anymore, if I want to unlock a hidden character immediately, I can only pick the fruits from ordinary characters. Luo Yi thought for a while, and with a thought, the 6 Nagato people disappeared immediately and were taken into the system by him. This was done because Luo Shi wanted to unlock 10 hidden characters. Looking at the 4 people emitting golden light, Luo Yi felt a little confused. Who should be unlocked? Although Scorpion's puppet is powerful, the puppet is still a puppet and cannot display its full strength. It is never as good as Snake Book's Impure World Reincarnation. Luo Yi has the idea of unlocking Uncle Snake. As for Uchiha Madara and others, Luo Yi is not too eager. After all, Luo Yi is already very powerful now. The demand for top players is not that strong. What Luo Yi needs now is for the game to be more fun, how to do things in the pirate world, have fun and then reap the rewards. After thinking carefully for a while, Luo Yi decided to summon Uncle Snake. But there are still 5 devil fruits in his hand, and Luo Yi must take the fruits from other characters. Xiao Nan is so cute, Luo Yi will definitely stay by her side. Nagato is powerful and an indispensable helper for 430. As for the others, although they are also very powerful, their abilities are not helping Luo Yi now. After thinking about it, Luo Yi took out the fruits of Uchiha Itachi, Hashigaki Kisame, and Black-White Zetsu. In an instant, Luo Yi felt that his strength had doubled, and the feeling of losing power was very uncomfortable. However, Luo Yi didn't stop. 30 fruits were immediately inserted into the hole next to Uncle Snake. 30 fruits entered the hole at the same time, and in an instant, Uncle Snake's figure bloomed with brilliant golden light. Orochimaru, field level success. The voice of the system sounded in Luo Yi's heart, and before he had time to realize it, an extremely powerful force was poured into Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi couldn't help but tremble. This feeling was like eating iced watermelon in the summer, which made Luo Yi very refreshed. Luo Yi's heart moved, and his face showed joy. He found that after unlocking Uncle Snake, his strength came back, and even became stronger. It felt like he had taken Shiquan-Dabu pills, his strength had increased, and Luo Yi felt like he wanted to let it out. As expected of hidden figures, he is truly extraordinary. Luo Yi smiled with satisfaction, and with great strength in his body, he resisted the urge to blow up the pirate ship with one punch. Even though the Empress had no objection to blowing him up with one punch, Luo Yi would not let ordinary female pirates swim back to Nine Snakes Island. Chapter 131. Uncle Snake is fully unlocked, so of course you have to summon it and take a look. System, I want to summon Uncle Snake. Luo Yi communicated with the system mentally. Host, during the summoning period, devil fruit cannot be transferred. The system habitually reminded. After the system received the command, Luo Yi immediately felt that he had established a connection with the fully unlocked Uncle Snake. Soon, Luo Yi opened his eyes and saw the handsome Uncle Snake standing in front of him, but his breath was a bit cold. Seeing Uncle Snake, Luo Yi was still a little excited. He finally saw a living person. Luo Yi liked the character of Uncle Snake very much. The long black hair was parted diagonally, covering half of his face, and his cold vertical pupils faced Luo Yi with trust and awe. Summon Orochimaru successfully. After Orochimaru appeared, he looked at Luo, with gratitude in his eyes. It's you who make me live again. As soon as he spoke, the slender head was particularly scarlet. Hello, Orochimaru, I am your leader, you must have felt it. Luo Yi looked at Orochimaru with a smile. In my consciousness, you are the most important existence. You gave me the chance to be reborn. No matter what you ask me to do, I will absolutely obey. Orochimaru nodded. Orochimaru is not disgusted with this feeling of absolute obedience to Luo Yi. On the contrary, because of the system, Orochimaru has absolute trust in Luo Yi. Orochimaru hasn't had this feeling for a long time, and he likes the existence of this feeling. My name is Luo Yi, you can call me boss, from now on I will call you Uncle Snake. Luo Yi was very satisfied with Orochimaru's performance. Thinking of having such an awesome subordinate as Uncle Snake, Luo Yi suddenly felt like a battle in naval headquarters worth it. Orochimaru nodded and looked around the room. This place doesn't seem to be the original world. Of course, this is another world. This world is very magical and colorful. You will definitely be interested. Luo Yi said with a smile. As he spoke, Luo Yi's heart moved and he summoned the scorpion. As soon as Scorpio appeared and saw Orochimaru in the room, his eyes suddenly widened. Orochimaru. Red Sand Scorpion. Uncle Snake greeted with a smile. During the induction, Uncle Snake knew that the Red Sand Scorpion in front of him was a member of the same camp. Let's talk about old times later. Release Kizaru and Akainu. Luo Yi ordered. After hearing Luo Yi's order, Xie released the two puppets without saying a word. In an instant, the temperature in the large room suddenly rose sharply, and the light became brighter. What a strange power! Uncle Snake looked at Akainu, whose body was bursting with lava, and then at the shining golden Kizaru, and his eyes were deeply attracted. Uncle Snake, can you use reanimation jutsu to revive these two guys? Luo Yi asked tentatively. After all, Akainu and Kizaru are not Hokage characters, and Luo Yi is not sure whether impure world reincarnation can be effective on these two people. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Uncle Snake approached Akainu and Kizaru, looked them up and down, and closed his eyes for a moment to reflect. When he opened his eyes again, Uncle Snake's eyes flashed with confidence. No problem. Very good. Luo, after the transformation of the Dirty Land, the two of Kizaru, who have immortal bodies, should be able to bring new surprises to the sea. Reincarnate these two guys immediately. Luo Yi put away his smile and gave the order to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, the expression of the trapped sand scorpion changed. Boss, these two fun puppets of mine are just gone. Scorpion, don't worry, there will be plenty of puppets for you to play with in the future. Besides, I think it's more fun for you to control a living person, just like controlling Domino in Impel Down. Luo Yi smiled and said to Xie, not only did he belittle the shortcomings of Xie's puppet technique compared to the reincarnation technique, but he also praised Xie. Boss, since you like it, I will control more women to rub your shoulders and beat your legs in the future, hehe. Xie said happily, touching his head. Luo Yi's words made Xie feel more respectful to him. Okay. Luo Yi smiled and nodded. While the two were talking, Uncle Snake randomly took some of Kizaru's hair. Impure world reincarnation, where Uncle Snake engages in scientific transformation, is very convenient. However, there are still 3 conditions that must be met before the reincarnation technique can be carried out. First, it must be an item that extracts the genes of the recipient, including flesh, blood, and hair. The second step required a living sacrifice. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's preparation time, Luo Yi sent Black White Zetsu and ordered him to go to the nearby Sabayati archipelago to capture several ferocious pirates. As for the third condition, it is very harsh. The reincarnated soul must exist in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Luo Yi doesn't know if Kizaru and the others have bliss, but Uncle Snake said they can be reincarnated, which can only be said to be due to the power of the system. After Uncle Snake collected them, Luo Yi put away the scorpions with a thought. Akainu and Kizaru also disappeared, and the room suddenly became much cooler. Uncle Snake, how much strength will those 2 guys have after reincarnation? Luo Yi asked. He was more concerned about this issue. After all, the stronger the immortal puppet, the better. Hearing Luo Yi's question, Uncle Snake, who was fiddling with the summoning items, raised his head, thought about it, and said confidently, Impure world reincarnation had great limitations in the past, but now that I have resurrected. Not only have his various physical defects been made up for, but his skills have also become perfect. When Uncle Snake said this, he looked at Luo Yi with a somewhat grateful look. The person in front of him made him come back to life. Moreover, now that he is away from the conflicts of the Hokage world, he can do science better. The current reanimation jutsu can resurrect the subject with full strength, but this requires complete submission of the soul consciousness and full strength during the battle. Hearing what Uncle Snake said, Luo Yi's eyes were full of surprise, full of strength. This reanimation jutsu is so powerful. But soon, Luo Yi frowned. The absolute conditions required to exert his full strength seemed to be unsatisfactory. Akainu and Kizaru are 2 guys who don't obey their own orders. Even if they obey on the surface, Li's side, they will inevitably be passive during the battle. Uncle Snake, if you seal their consciousness, how much more power can they unleash? I used to be able to exert 7 levels of strength, but now I can exert 9 levels of strength. Uncle Snake said with a smile, his eyes shining. Very good, Uncle Snake, I will seal the consciousness of these 2 guys later. Luo Yi said with a smile. Luo Yi is also very satisfied with being able to display his 9th level strength. You must know that Kizaru and Akainu have Admiral strength and now have immortality through impure world reincarnation. Luo Yi speculates that the resurrected Akainu should be able to defeat all the division captains under Whitebeard. After all, they are immortal, and Marco and others are slightly weaker. Even if more than a dozen of them join together, they will only be beaten to death without the means to restrain impure world reincarnation. At this moment, the ground squirmed, and Black White Zetsu appeared, carrying 2 strong pirates in his hands. Chapter 132. Boss, these 2 are the ones selling slaves in Sabayati. Black White Zetsu was not polite and threw the 2 pirates to the ground with a plop. The 2 big and thick pirates suddenly widened their eyes when they saw the cold-breathing Orochimaru and the smiling Luo Yi. You are Xiao, they said in horror. After the Battle of Impel Down, Luo Yi's reputation spread throughout the sea. As long as he makes a living at sea, I am afraid that no one will not recognize him. It's me. Luo Yi nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, the 2 pirates trembled with fear. They knew how terrifying Akatsuki was, an admiral could kill anyone at will. If you fall into his hands, can you get a good deal? Thinking of this, the 2 pirates looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Xiao, what do you want to do by arresting us? One person took courage and asked. Haha, Uncle Snake, do it. Luo Yi ignored them and immediately ordered Orochimaru. Luo Yi would not be merciful to 2 evil slave traders, and there was no need to speak. Orochimaru smiled coldly, immediately grabbed the 2 pirates, made a series of hand seals, and sealed them with ninjutsu. Then, Black and White Zetsu took out some soil and buried the 2 pirates. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, he made complicated hand seals in his hands, chakra worked hard, and the 573 reincarnation technique was officially launched. Luo Yi put his hands behind his back and looked at everything in front of him quietly. After a while, the reanimation jutsu was released, and the 2 figures on the ground broke through the soil and stood up. Surprisingly, it's Kizaru and Akainu. At this time, Akainu's arm, which was burned by Luo Yi using Amaterasu, grew back. Reanimation jutsu is indeed powerful. Luo Yi took a closer look and realized that the reborn Akainu Kizaru did have 90% of the strength he had during his lifetime, as Uncle Snake said. They had a strong sense of fighting when they were alive, and now they have completely turned into killing machines. Orochimaru looked at Kizaru and Akainu with enchanted eyes, very satisfied. After seeing Orochimaru's ability, Luo Yi ordered the Empress to sail the ship to Sabayati archipelago. It's time to go to the Fishman island. Naval headquarters is very close to the Sabayati archipelago. The pirate ship sped away. The pirates along the way saw it was the Kuja pirate ship and knew that it represented the Shishibukai Empress Hancock. They did not dare to act rashly. What's more, well-informed people have heard that the leader of the Akatsuki organization has recently become very close to Nine Snake Island. They obediently stepped aside and watched the Nine Snakes pirate ship go away. As soon as the ship docked, Luo Yi said goodbye to Hancock. Next, he went to the Fishman Island. He didn't need to bring a large group of people. Besides, the Empress also needed to manage the daughter country, so there was no point in following him all day. Although Luo Yi is somewhat interested in the Empress, she has not yet reached the point of liking her. Lord Luo Yi, I am waiting for you at Nine Snakes Island. Hancock stood on the bow of the ship and waved his hand to Luo Yi. Master, I will be stronger next time we meet. Zoro followed the pirate ship farther and farther, but he was dismissed by Luo Yi casually. The so-called master leads the door, and cultivation depends on the individual. Now that Zoro has mastered armament haki and his sword skills have improved a lot, it's time to hone his skills on his own. He has been hiding under Luo Xiao's protection, facing constant death crises and experiencing weakness and despair. He cannot become the world's best swordsman. Send them away. Luo Yi stood alone on the coast, and members of the Xiao organization were also included in his system. Luo Yi planned to travel lightly and hit the road alone. After looking at the sunset, Luo Yi walked towards Shuki's rip-off bar. Luffy still owed him a piece of fruit. Now, Luffy should be with Rayleigh. Anyway, the passage to the Fishman Island is right under the Sabayati archipelago, so Luo Yi is not in a hurry. Some accounts should be collected as they should be collected. House lady, why is your wine so expensive? You are blackmailing me. That's right. We have never drank such expensive wine. Don't you want to live anymore? As soon as he walked into the rip-off bar, Luo Yi heard noisy shouts and curses coming from inside. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that they were pirates from other places who didn't know the rules of Shuki's rip-off bar. Shut up to me. If you can't afford a drink, don't say my wine is expensive. Shuki clasped his hands in front of him, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking impatiently at the large and thick pirates. Hearing Shuki's words, these pirates immediately became angry. They all started to FK the guy, and their eyes became sinister. Smelly BCH. Do you know how much money Lao Zi pays for one job? It's reasonable for your wine to be so expensive. Brothers, smash this little bar. A pirate who looked like a leader raised his machete and split the table in half. At this time, Luo Yi happened to walk behind these pirates. Luo Yi was not in the mood to care about the mess in front of him. He clearly knows that the leader of the organization will not help Shuki clean up these little guys. Besides, if Shuki's bar can gain a foothold in this mixed place, there must be a way to solve this little trouble. Thinking about it, Luo Yi continued to walk forward. Get away. Luo Yi said calmly to the pirate standing in front of him. As soon as they heard this voice, several pirates frowned. Who dares to be so arrogant? Could it be that he is with the pit boss's wife? With such thoughts flashing through their minds, the two pirates turned around quickly. Before they could see Luo Yi's face clearly, they directly pointed their weapons at Luo Yi. Seeing this scene, Shuki at the bar raised his lips slightly, and the phone he originally picked up was put back into the distance. These reckless pirates dare to provoke Akatsuki, Shuki doesn't think they can survive. Court death. Seeing the two long knives coming towards him, Luo Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he immediately opened the Mangekyo Sharinon. In an instant, the two pirates who attacked Luo Yi didn't even make a sound, and even their swords were reduced to ashes. After killing these two pirates, Luo Yi's eyes returned to their original state. He glanced at the stunned pirates indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Do you all want to die?" Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of weapons falling. Luo Yi acted very quickly and killed two pirates in the blink of an eye before the others recognized him. Don. The pirate leader who shouted the loudest had a frightened voice. After saying this, he sat down on the ground in fright. As the captain collapsed in fear, the other pirates all knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling, and they kowtowed desperately on the ground. The impact made the floor clatter. Xiao, we are blind, and we bumped into you. You don't remember the faults of villains, please spare us. Xiao, we were wrong, please spare us. They may not know the rules of Shuki's rip-off bar, but with the man in front of them, they are sure that they will not admit his mistake. Luo Yi looked at them expressionlessly and said nothing. The pirates kowtowed for a long time, but when they saw Luo Yi didn't move, their hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. The captain was so frightened that his face turned pale. Chapter 133. In Shuki's rip-off bar, Luo Yi pulled up a chair and sat on the spot with an expressionless expression, with pirates kneeling in front of him. Shuki was smoking leisurely, looking lively, as if she didn't own the bar. Xiao. We know we were wrong. Seeing that Luo Yi remained silent, the pirate captain kept begging for mercy and almost cried. If you are wrong, you should be punished. Luo Yi crossed his legs and spoke calmly. Suddenly hearing Luo Yi's voice, the pirates' expressions froze and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Luo Yi said this, things have turned around. They know that their group does not have to be burned to ashes like those two unlucky guys. That kind of death is too scary. The captain thought for a while, and Luo Yi said that he wanted to be punished. That pumping, snapping sound, absolutely showed no mercy to myself. While twitching, he said vaguely, Xiao, I have blind eyes and I can't see Taishan. I bumped into you. I am a pig head. Within a moment, the pirate captain had indeed beaten himself into a pig's head. Seeing that the captain was like this, other pirates gritted their teeth and followed suit. For a moment, there was only the sound of scratching in the entire bar. Shuki couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha, Xiao, you still have a lot of face, but just sitting there, these evil people with bloody swords will not dare to resist you. Shaky, are you complimenting me? Luo Yi looked at her playfully. Meeting Luo Yi's gaze, Shuki immediately restrained his expression and asked, you have a lot of things to do, and you always go to the Three Treasures Palace. Tell me, why do you come to my little bar? Where's Rayleigh? Luo Yi asked, after a pause, won't you pour me a glass of wine? The old man took Luffy out. Shuki blew out a smoke ring, poured a glass of wine for Luo Yi, and walked over with it. I don't know where he went. Anyway, this damn ghost has been away from home for 3 days. This time I took that kid Luffy out to practice. I guess he won't come back for a year and a half. Luo Yi took the wine from Shuki's hand and took a sip, automatically filtering out the resentment in Shuki's words. Did Rayleigh say where he went? No. Shuki curled his lips, looking a little helpless. The two of them spoke in a normal tone, but the kneeling pirates were frightened again. What did they hear? Rayleigh, the person who could be associated with Xiao, also named Rayleigh, they couldn't think of anyone other than Pluton Rayleigh. When they thought of this, they became even more frightened. Listening to what the woman meant, she had some unclear relationship with Pluton Rayleigh. They actually went to the Rayleigh women's bar to cause trouble, because the old lady drank arsenic because she thought she would live longer. The pirate captain touched Tian's chapped lips, feeling very bitter in his heart. What kind of unlucky day is today? He actually provoked 2 big guys at the same time, whether it was the famous Xiao or the famous Rayleigh, both of them were terrifying and could kill them with just a finger. Now that things have come to this, the pirate captain is extremely disheartened. It would be great if he could save his life today. Madam Boss, we were drunk. We were very offended just now. I hope you can forgive me. The pirate captain forced out an ugly smile and flattered Shuki. Oh. Shuki, who was smoking, stopped smoking and looked at him sideways. Now I know I was wrong. Where did the enthusiasm just now go? As soon as the voice fell, the pirate captain's face turned pale, and his body was shaking like chaff from fear. Madam Boss, please spare our lives. The pirate captain said tremblingly. Trying to look pitiful, he looked at Shuki pleadingly. Luo Yi remained silent and drank a small drink, as if the matter in front of him had nothing to do with him. Shuki took a closer look at the pirate captain, and when he saw the scar on his face, his eyes were a little disdainful. May I have your name? The villain's name is Sid, and he is the captain of the Blood Knife Pirates. Captain Scar said truthfully. After thinking for a while, he added, the villain has been robbing wealthy businessmen on the sea. He has never bullied ordinary people, let alone captured slaves. Hearing this, Shuki was a little surprised. The pirates who came and went in the Sabayati archipelago rarely did not engage in the disgusting business of buying and selling slaves. Is everything you said true? Shuki looked at Captain Scar. You tell the truth, little man. Captain Scar raised his head. Shen Guang paid attention to Conky. I believe it. Shuki has been secretly doing information trading for so long, and he is very good at recognizing people. Since they are not heinous criminals, Shuki has no intention of sending them to a dead end. Please give me flowers. I am open to do business, and peace is the most important thing. Since you know that you are wrong, then as long as you pay enough compensation for what happened today, it will be fine. While talking, Xia had already made a gesture. 100,000 Baileys. Captain Scar asked tentatively. Shuki shook his head, think of it like me, 1 million Baileys. Okay. Captain Scar gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Although my heart aches, saving my life is the most important thing now. Later, Captain Scar plundered the wallets of all the members and barely scraped together 1 million. Seeing that Shuki had borrowed money, he started to count it happily. Captain Scar finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the Rayleigh woman was over it. Before he could rejoice, Captain Scar secretly took a look at Roy. Seeing Luo Yi sipping his wine with no expression on his face, he became nervous again. Luo Yi's performance was too bland. Captain Scar knew very well that in Roy's eyes, he and others were just ants that he could easily crush to death. Master Xiao, what do you think we should do? Captain Scar asked Luo Yi with great respect. Haha. Luo Yi, who was holding the wine glass, smiled slightly with a playful look on his face. After drinking the wine in one gulp, Luo Yi said with great interest, I don't have to kill you, but you have to go to the Fishman Island with me. During this period, you must obey my orders. I wonder if you are willing. Yes, yes. Sir, whatever you say is whatever you want, we will listen to you. Captain Scar hurriedly agreed. Just kidding, although Luo Yi was asking in a questioning tone, Captain Scar knew very well that if he dared to say no, he would probably be killed immediately. Although I know that the Fishman Island is dangerous and the fishmen on the Fishman Island are not friendly to humans, these are nothing compared to life. Okay, get lost. Luo Yi waved his hand impatiently. The pirates quickly got up from the ground, and hurriedly walked out of the bar with their swollen pig faces. Luo Yi's momentum is so terrifying. Every second is like a year for these pirates in front of him. By the way, coat your pirate ship and set off to the Fishman Island in one day. If you don't show up here in one day, then you will be dead when you escape to Kakuzu, Tianyasi. Seeing the pirates swarming towards the figure at the door, Luo Yi added. Hearing this, the pirates trembled and ran faster than fan. Chapter 134. One day later, shortly after the sun rose, Luo Yi leisurely ate breakfast made by Shuki. I have to say that Shuki's cooking skills are pretty good, at least comparable to those in small restaurants outside. At this time, the door opened. Luo Yi looked up and saw dozens of pirates standing neatly at the door of the bar. Sir Akatsuki, our blood knife pirates have made all preparations. Please give us your instructions. Scar Captain Sid took a step forward and reported respectfully to Luo Yi. Wait, haven't you seen me eating breakfast? Luo Yi frowned, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and sounded dissatisfied. Early in the morning, if his interest in eating was disturbed, if it weren't for the obedience of these people, Luo would definitely raise his hand and kick them out. However, they were able to coat the boat in one day, and it took a lot of effort and a lot of money to do so. You know, coating generally takes a week. After hearing Luo Yi's words, dozens of fierce pirates stood neatly at the door, waiting for Luo Yi to eat. After a long time, Luo Yi put down his bowls and chopsticks with satisfaction. Although the food tasted good, Luo Yi's appetite never increased with his strength. At this point, Roy has given up. Maybe he will never be able to become a big eater like Luffy. Shaky, when Rayleigh comes back, remember to ask him to tell Luffy that if you don't pay off the 10 devil fruits you owe within 1 year, the amount will be doubled in the second year. After leaving these words calmly, Luo Yi stood up and walked straight out the door. Shuki frowned, when did that boy Luffy owe Xiao 10 fruits again? Seeing Luo Yi approaching, the pirates at the door immediately moved out of the way, asking Roy to go first, and then a group of people walked towards the dock in a grand manner. Soon, a medium-sized pirate ship plunged into the sea and headed for the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea. At this time, Luo Yi, Shida, and Orochimaru were gathering in Shida's room to discuss related matters. The former captain's lounge is now used by Luo Yi without hesitation. The Blood Knife Pirates are still called the Blood Knife Pirates, but from now on, Uncle Snake will be announced as the captain. Yes, yes. West Germany nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute Luo Yi's words. Uncle Snake, be the captain of the ship and I will play a game with Blackbeard. Luo Yi said with a smile. No problem, I haven't been active for a long time. Orochimaru smiled coldly, sticking out his long red head and mouth, which frightened West Germany to shrink his neck unconsciously, and moved away from Uncle Snake without leaving any trace. Luo Yi's arrangement is very simple. This plan was improvised after meeting a group of people in West Germany. Since Blackbeard escaped to the Fishman Island, I am afraid that he has now taken control of Dragon Palace City. After all, with his strength, no one on the Fishman Island can stop him. In order to have a good time with Blackbeard, Luo Yi decided not to show his face for now, and Uncle Snake also temporarily hid his power. Let the Blood Knife Pirates break into the Fishman Island, cause some trouble, and attract Vanderdecken, Blackbeard, and others, and then whether it is Luo Yi or Uncle Snake, they can trample Blackbeard under their feet, they are devil's pace of. When Luo Yi went to the Fishman Island, a piece of special information spread throughout the world, completely shocking the world. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Akatsuki led Kisame, Itachi and other members of the Akatsuki organization to fight Marine again. The location is actually at naval headquarters. Everyone was shocked. This information is certainly not news or a reward issued by Marine. It was too late for them to conceal the information. How could they report this major event? At first glance, this information came from the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army also spent a lot of money this time. In the past, they sent out intelligence to pirate groups of all sizes, but this time, they actually exposed it to the whole world. Most people have Luo Yi information in their hands. The sea is completely crazy, Akatsuki defeated naval headquarters, world government is not invincible. World government is not that scary. Countless young people have this idea in their hearts and their admiration for Luo Yi, and join the ranks of pirates, preparing to create a reputation on the sea. Kingdoms that had been protected by the world government for a long time and paid a lot of taxes suddenly had hundreds of them break away from the world government. They are not fools. Since the world government cannot be invincible to the sea, the value of its protection has also been greatly devalued, which is out of proportion to their efforts. Quitting world government is a wise choice. For a time, the entire sea became a mess, like boiling water. The first thing to bear the brunt is that millions of civilian youths have joined the pirates, hoping to make achievements through fighting. In an instant, the number of murders and arson incidents increased rapidly. According to later statistics, after Luo Yi bulldozed the naval headquarters, the pirate world fell into the darkest period, with tens of millions of pirates emerging in a short period of time. Every day, thousands of people died. Luo Yi bulldozed the naval headquarters, pushing the pirate era to its peak and ending the world government's dominance of the sea. More than 200 countries in the world have become dispersed again, the chains of interests are broken, and under the friction between countries, new national wars occur frequently. The evaluation of this period by later generations far exceeds that of the Age of Discovery that started after Roger's death, and is known in history as the Great Pirates Period, the Lost World. Of course, these are all things for later, let's not talk about them for now. Cough cough cough. Whitebeard's body was covered with various infusion tubes, and he carefully read the information in his hand. After a while, Whitebeard sighed quietly, "Xiao, you can't be the young man who defeated me." In such a short time, he even bulldozed the naval headquarters. The future is limitless. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the captains surrounding Whitebeard all changed. It was terrible. It was the first time they heard their father comment on a person like this. You must know that Roger was only respected by Whitebeard. It can be seen that Whitebeard has no respect for him. Luo Yi attaches great importance to. They looked at each other, both of them feeling bitter in their hearts, unable to acknowledge Whitebeard's praise. After all, Luo Yi is younger than many of them, and he bulldozed naval headquarters less than half a year after he was born. 0.0. Thinking about it carefully, they couldn't imagine how powerful Luo Yi would be in the future. The sea is going to be in chaos. Send the order, summon all the pirate groups under your command, and we will return to the four seas. Whitebeard put away the newspaper, his face full of worry. Dad. Marco was a little confused and didn't understand Whitebeard's approach. Do you think the world will maintain its original situation if the naval headquarters is bulldozed? The naval headquarters cannot suppress the sea. All the clowns dormant in the dark, the evil thieves who eat people without spitting out bones will pop out, and the slave trade will become unscrupulous. Cough, cough, cough. I've already seen it, the Red Sea. Cough, cough, cough. Whitebeard said a lot, and he was very excited and couldn't help coughing violently. Hearing these words, all the squad leaders fell silent. Chapter 135. Whitebeard is right. Once the majesty of world conquest dissipates, the entire sea will be in chaos. There are countless strong men, who can suppress them. Give up everything and go back to the world. Marco yelled and sent his own correspondent to summon the tens of thousands of pirates under the Whitebeard pirate group. On Kraken Island, Hawkeye was waving the black knife in his hand, looking particularly focused. After the Impel Down battle, Hawkeye was seriously injured by Kisame and Itachi, and Hawkeye's reputation was ruined. However, the world's #1 swordsman was not discouraged. On the contrary, in the battle with Kisame and Itachi, Hawkeye received a lot. There is no end to the practice of swordsmanship. Under the strong pressure, Eagle Eye discovered the shortcomings of his own swordsmanship, and also gained the insight to further his swordsmanship. No, as soon as he recovered from his injury, Hawkeye started practicing non-stop. At this time, a girl wearing a pink dress and a cute face flew over with a pink umbrella. This girl is none other than Perona, who lives on Kragana Island with Hawkeye. Something big happened on the sea. Paylola held a piece of information in her hand and said with a shocked expression. What big thing happened again? Hawkeye asked indifferently, not listening to the movement of swinging his sword. Luo Yi bulldozed the naval headquarters. Perona whispered, with a look of horror in his eyes as he spoke. Yet. Hawkeye's sharp eyes froze, and his expression became incredulous. With a swish sound, Hawkeye put away the black knife, and in a flash, he took the information from Perona's hand and read it. At first, Hawkeye was still suspicious, but as he watched, his eyes became horrified. One person fought against Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, and easily defeated him. Faced against World Government Commander-in-Chief Kong, and won completely. One person defeated 3 veteran legends. This Akatsuki has such terrifying strength. Hawkeye sighed unconsciously, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. Do you still want to challenge Xiao? I'm afraid you have no chance of defeating him. At this time, Perona said. Perona is very aware of Hawkeye's personality. In the Impel Down battle, Hawkeye was defeated, which greatly aroused Hawkeye's fighting spirit. Defeat Luo Yi and become Hawkeye's biggest goal in these years. You have lived with me on Krakena Island for such a long time, so you should know my personality very well. Hawkeye didn't answer the question, turned his head, and looked directly at Paylola with his sharp eyes. Touching the brighter eyes of Eagle Eye, Paylola's heart trembled and she said no more. She knows that Hawkeye will not give up his goal of defeating Luo Yi. Hawkeye crushed the love paper with a click and continued to draw the black sword and practice swordsmanship. Eagle Eye's mentality is very calm. No matter how strong Luo Yi is or how brilliant his record is, he doesn't care. Eagle Eye only has his own sword in his heart and hands. He is the world's #1 swordsman, and he has his own pride. Facing the mountain of Luoyi, he still has no defense. Red Hair Pirates, the atmosphere today is a little weird. The laughter that the friends used to drink together disappeared and was replaced by dullness. Just now, Hung Fu read the information about Luoyi's bulldozing of naval headquarters. Before he could digest the huge amount of information, he received a call from Whitebeard about bulldozing Sahai. At this time, Red Hair, Lucky Roo, Ben Beckman, the expressions of each crew member were somewhat solemn. This time, Xiao was really messy. The red-haired man frowned and crushed the alcohol on the table. It is understandable that he defeated naval headquarters, but did he ever think about how much turmoil it would cause? It is really nerve-wracking to make such a move and affect the whole body. If he bulldozed the naval headquarters with the intention of overthrowing the world government, then I would support him with both hands and even support him. However, when he bulldozed the naval headquarters, he was just playing a game and grabbing some devil fruit. He was happy and left it to everyone. People are a mess. The red-haired man was a little excited, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. When Lucky Roo and the others saw the red-haired man getting angry, they all remained silent. On the other hand, the deputy captain, Ben Beckman, took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, "But it's not necessarily a bad thing." "How do you say this?" The red-haired man suddenly raised his head and looked at Ben Beckman, looking for the answer with sharp eyes. "Haha, don't be too anxious. Things may not be as bad as you think." Ben Beckman grinned, smashed his cigarettes, and looked at the red-haired man with indifferent eyes. "Have you forgotten how world government came about? Why Roger died, and the will of the D-word family? I think you know these things better than me." Upon hearing this, the red-haired complexion suddenly changed, and his eyes showed an extremely complicated look. After a while, the red-haired man sighed. "It has always been the will of the D-group to overthrow the world government and reveal the truth about a century of missing history, but we do not want to cause too much bloodshed. Some things must go through blood and fire before they can be accomplished." Ben Beckman smiled playfully, his expression unclear in the smoke he exhaled. "We pirates and the Revolutionary Army alone will not be able to overthrow the world government in a short time." At this point, Ben Beckman did not continue. He is a smart man. He can think of many things without saying anything. The red-haired man fell silent. He understood what Ben Beckman meant. Although Luoyi's move this time would cause great turmoil in the world. But at the same time, this is an excellent opportunity. Hundreds of kingdoms broke away from the world government, tens of millions of pirates were reborn, and the world government was weakened unprecedentedly. And facing this difficult situation, the world government must invest all its resources and manpower if it wants to stabilize its rule. As a result, the world government is in dire straits, but it gives 260 people who want to subvert the world government and ignite the D-word will, an excellent opportunity. Break and then stand. After the red-haired man was silent for a while, he took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. "Brothers, follow me back to Sahai. If you don't break it, you won't build it, and you won't come back." Luoyi bulldozed the naval headquarters, and the world went completely crazy. The New World Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates gave up their status in the New World and resolutely returned to the Four Seas to maintain the peace of the sea. The four emperors left with a deeper meaning and conspiracy that ordinary people could not see through. New World, Big Mom and Kaido attacked quickly. Big Mom and Kaido met each other, and after a fight, they divided up the territory that originally belonged to Red Hair and Whitebeard. Later, Ant took advantage of Whitebeard's weakness and reached out to the Fishman Island, sending Charlotte Bray and others to collect the Fishman Island. Luoyi certainly could not have imagined that this trip to the Fishman Island would be particularly interesting. Kaido, on the other hand, sent Jack the Drow to find the elephant owner and suppress the fur tribe. For a time, the situation in New World changed rapidly, and Kaido and Big Mom became the absolute overlords of New World. Doflamingo relied on Kaido, and his status quickly rose. New World has completely become the possession of Kaido, Auntie, Brother Ming, and General, the four huge forces. Chapter 136. At this time, naval headquarters, Sengoku and Kong were covered in bandages and looked like mummies. The two received treatment for a day and a night. As soon as they woke up from a deep sleep, they received an emergency order from the Holy Land Marie Joyce. It was an order from the 5 elders. Sengoku and Kong had no time to recover from their injuries and immediately prepared to go to the Holy Land Marie Joyce to meet the 5 supreme beings. Soon, the two arrived at the World Government Meeting Hall. After saluting the 5 elders, Sengoku and Kong did not dare to express their anger. "We are very disappointed." One of the 5 elders, an old man with a long mustache, looked at Sengoku and Kong with cold eyes. Sengoku and Kong trembled, said nothing, and lowered their heads. They knew very well that at this time, no matter what explanation they had, it would be redundant. "Did you bring the battle video?" The old man stroked his beard and asked emotionlessly. "Bring it." Sengoku nodded hastily, took out a phone, and put the video on the wall display. The content played above is exactly Luoyi's battle to bulldoze the naval headquarters. At that time, tens of thousands of people said they witnessed the battle, and it was not surprising that some people videotaped it. The 5 elders all looked solemn and watched the battle scene carefully. What was playing at this time was Luo Yi's battle. After all, in the entire Akatsuki organization, only Luo Yi could truly get into the sight of the 5 mysterious old men. The picture played back is very clear, but the shooting distance is too far, and only 3 small black spots can be seen, which are the battles between Luo Yi and Sengoku Garp. In the scene, Luo punched Garp and then punched Sengoku. Seeing this scene, the 5 old men frowned, and the 5 elders with golden hair looked at Sengoku without doubt. Is he that strong? With just one punch, he defeated you, the pillar of Marine, and Garp, he is the legendary hero of Marine, and he couldn't stop Akatsuki's punch? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's body trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew very well what the 5 elders meant, and they suspected that he and Garp were letting things slip and not fighting with all their strength. Sengoku looked panic-stricken, raised his head and said in panic, "Sir, this person's combat power is terrifying, and his subordinates are definitely not the enemy of Yi." Really? The blonde 5 elders laughed jokingly and continued to watch the video. The battle between Luo Yi and Garp and Sengoku ended quickly, and then the real drama began. In the picture, the powerful Kong arrives, and Luo Yi is calm in response. When Luo Yi and Kong fight, their overwhelming strength makes the 5 old men look dignified for the first time. "Very strong," said a bald 5 elders with an inverted mustache. "He looks very young. I don't know how this kid practices." The bald 5 elders with a long sword in his arms interfaced. "This kid doesn't seem to have the power of devil fruit, but what he uses is not pure physical skills. Strange, really strange, could it be that he has gained other powers?" The 5 elders wearing black hats shook their heads again and again, wondering about Luo Yi's combat power. "Do not understand." While talking, their eyes never left the video. Soon, after Luo Yi and Kong fought a few more moves, Luo Yi released the 4th form, Susanoo. Looking at the huge Susanoo, even in the video, the 5 old men could feel the pressure of the momentum coming towards them. Such a strong momentum. The blonde 5 elders frowned and his eyes sparkled. What kind of ability does he use? Why can he summon such a giant and fight as he pleases? 5 elders with mustaches stroked their beards repeatedly, their eyes full of doubts. "Kong, did you gain anything from fighting him? Did you find out anything?" The 5 elders looked at Kong solemnly. "Reporting to my lord, my subordinate has been suppressed by him throughout the entire battle with Akatsuki. I have no knowledge of the unique power he uses." Kong leaned over and said respectfully. "Humph. Waste." 5 elders frowned, feeling very dissatisfied. "Forget it, you can't blame him. The opponent is too strong." 5 elders, wearing a black hat, waved his hand to signal his companions to be calm. The battle scene played very quickly. Seeing Susanoo slashing across the sea several miles long with a sword, the 5 elders all trembled. Their understanding of Luo Yi's power suddenly increased by 2 levels. Then, the battle went very fast. Luo Yi released a planetary devastation that the 5 elders couldn't understand, and almost killed Kong. Seeing this scene, the 5 old men were a little confused. "Look at me and I look at you." They really couldn't figure out why the seemingly ordinary black sphere in Luo Yi's hand exploded with power that surpassed Susanoo. Especially, when the black sphere exploded, the light in the sky was affected. This scene was really shocking. In particular, there were huge waves on the sea, and the seabed for miles around was shattered. This powerful attack from heaven shocked the 5 old men, and they realized Luo Yi's strength head-on. When the video ended, the 5 old men fell silent. After a long time, the blonde 5 elders spoke solemnly, "This person Xiao must be the biggest enemy of our world government. We must eradicate him as soon as possible." "You're right. Unless this person is removed, we will have trouble sleeping and eating." The old man with a mustache nodded in agreement. "Haha, this kid bulldozed the naval headquarters by himself and seriously damaged the majesty of our world government. Now the whole sea is in chaos. Hundreds of kingdoms have separated from the world government. If we don't get rid of him, it's hard to understand the hatred in our hearts." The bald 5 elders' eyes turned cold, and there was an astonishing sword intent in their eyes. The ordinary bamboo sword in his arms was trembling slightly, as if he couldn't help but want to drink the enemy's blood. "This matter needs to be discussed in the long term." Black Hat 5 elders said calmly, his eyes calm. As soon as he said this, the other 4-5 elders looked at him one after another. "What do you mean? Don't you kill him now? Do you want to raise tigers to cause trouble? This son must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. He's growing up so fast." Facing the questions from the 4-5 elders, the Black Hat 5 elders smiled without any pressure. After everyone's emotions stabilized, the Black Hat 5 elders said, "Do you want world government, or do you want Akatsuki's life? What do you want to say?" the blonde 5 elders asked with narrowed eyes. Now the world government is in extreme weakness, and its governance is not even as strong as when the world government was founded 800 years ago. In such a crisis moment, should we first stabilize world rule and suppress the opposition forces, or deal with an Akatsuki? I don't think you need to help you choose this. Upon hearing this, the other 4-5 elders fell silent and acknowledged. Chapter 137. The 5 elders were silent. They had lived for who knows how many years and had long since become human beings. As long as you think about the problem before you for a moment, you will understand the importance of the matter. At present, the dominance of world government has reached an all-time low. If they still want to secure their position as masters of the world and enjoy supreme rights, the most important thing now is to suppress the forces that resist the world government. Rights are the things that fascinate human beings the most. The 5 elders are used to enjoying their respected status, so it is impossible for them to give up their rights. Their choice speaks for itself. I am really unwilling to let Xiao live and make noise on the sea. After a long time, the blonde 5 elders took the lead in breaking the silence. What can we do if we are not willing to give in? Black Hat 5 elders smiled playfully, a wise light flashed in his eyes. Now is an extraordinary period. If we cannot calm down and deal with Xiao, the situation will become even more passive. After all, if we take action, it means that Akatsuki can compete with our existence, and our majesty in intimidating the strong will be reduced accordingly. In this way, the world government will no longer have the power to make the world fear it. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 elders kept silent, knowing the seriousness of the situation. If you are not careful at this time, the world government may very well be destroyed. The 5 old men with mustaches, 627 star, flickered in their eyes and waved away Kong and Sengoku. They were not qualified to know what they were going to say next. After Sengoku and the others went out, 5 elders with mustaches said, "Don't we still have Uranus? Pluton, we also secretly created some. Do we really want to swallow this breath?" As soon as the voice fell, the other 5 elders immediately moved. They have been in business for so many years, and the power they hold in their hands is far beyond the imagination of the world. Only the Black Hat 5 elders frowned and retorted loudly. Confused. Can those things be used on Akatsuki? That is our last trump card. We must not use it until the world government is about to survive. What's more, Uranus is in the hands of the celestial dragons. If we want to use Uranus, we don't have absolute power. As for Pluton, that thing can destroy the world at every turn. If it is used against Akatsuki, the damage will be too great. Then what should we do now? The blonde 5 elders frowned. After hearing what the Black Hat 5 elders said, he felt much calmer. I still say what I said. Now first suppress the opposition forces of the sea. Those forces that affect the rule of the world government will be wiped out. Come on, this person was also a powerful character in the past. What about the kingdoms that broke away from the world government? There are hundreds of kingdoms. The bald 5 elders asked solemnly. This problem is also very serious, because more than half of the kingdom has separated from the world government, which greatly weakens the world government's area of power. Give them 2 ways, rejoin the world government, or perish. The Black Hat 5 elders are like the leaders of the crowd, and they speak with iron-bloodedness. Okay. 5 elders slapped the table with an inverted mustache, and his eyes became fierce. These guys who act according to the circumstances, actually abandoned us at this time of crisis for the world government. If you continue to persist in your obsession, don't blame us for being ruthless. At this time, the Blood Knife pirate ship sneaked all the way and soon arrived at the Fishman Island. Luo Yi in the captain's lounge suddenly felt the light in front of his eyes brighten, and his figure flashed onto the cabin. Master Xiao. Captain Scar and others quickly saluted respectfully when they saw Luo Yi appear. Yang Shueve, it is indeed bright, this light seems to last forever. Luo Yi did not look at them, his eyes were fixed on the bright light source above his head. This thing is the eve of the sun tree that provides light to the entire the Fishman Island. It is magical to say that this tree absorbs sunlight from the sea surface, carries the light to a depth of 10,000 meters, and then transmits it to the Fishman Island again. This tree is regarded as a sacred object by the Fishman Island, and the phenomenon of the sun tree eve emitting light is praised as the blessing of the sun. What a magical world! At this time, Uncle Snake also appeared on the deck, looking at Yang Shueve, his eyes flashing with novelty. Such a magical tree and such a strange scene, Uncle Snake has never seen it before. When I first saw it, I had to sigh at how strange and bright this world is, full of all kinds of things beyond imagination. As for West Germany and others, although they were amazed, they did not have too deep emotions. They had rough personalities and could not appreciate this kind of beauty. For them, the sun tree eve is far behind compared with the sun. The pirate ship continued to sail towards a floating island. The island wrapped in a double-layer foam shield exuded colorful luster under the light. It looks like a dream. This is exactly the destination of Luo Yi and others, 10,000 meters under the sea, the Fishman Island. In the middle of the huge bubble, there is a prototype passage, which is the gateway to the Fishman Island. At this time, the Blood Knife pirate ship approached, and no soldiers were seen guarding it. Instead, there were several ferocious murlocs. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi smiled slightly, and a sense of surprise flashed in his heart. This game of the Fishman Island trip was just as he expected. Hody Jones had already taken action. I just don't know if Vanderdyken has collaborated with him. What kind of script is Blackbeard, who broke into the Fishman Island some time ago, directing? Things are getting more and more interesting, but I like games like this. Luo Yi twisted his neck, a cynical smile appeared on his face. Master Xiao, what should we do next? Scar Captain Sid asked cautiously. He looked at the ferocious Fishman guards, and they were not easy to get along with. Rush in, and anyone who dares to stop them will be killed without mercy. Luo Yi smiled coldly, not taking the fishmen seriously at all. When the pirate ship approached, the Murlocs guarding the checkpoint immediately cast an unkind look. There are humans again. Looking at the size of that pirate ship, he's not a powerful character. It's time for us to hunt again. These despicable humans deserve to die. Ha ha ha, once they get here, they can't escape. Several fishmen, with their words and evil smiles on their faces, decided the fate of Luo and his group. At this time, the pirate ship just arrived at the pass. Brothers, let's get to work. Capture these humans and make them slaves. Torture to death. Ha 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 ha. The fishman guards, holding knives and forks, swam quickly in the water and headed straight for the pirate ship. Go! West Germany shouted, and the person at the helm immediately increased the power, and the pirate ship's forward speed immediately increased. Puff puff. Several dull voices sounded, and the Murlocs broke through the coating and rushed onto the pirate ship. Chapter 138. West Germany and the others looked hard and immediately charged forward with their swords in hand. I can't afford to offend Xiao, but you ugly fishmen dare to be so presumptuous. With such thoughts in mind, a group of people in West Germany became violent, as if they wanted to fight to relieve the depression and fear of the past 2 days. The two parties quickly fought together, blood was spilled, and screams came one after another. The West German group gradually fell into a disadvantage, with timidity in their eyes, surprised by the strong physique of these Murloc guards. Although they engage in licking blood all day long and have some strength in their own right, how can they compare with these fishmen in front of them? Each fishman is tall, strong, and extremely powerful. They can defeat a strong human with any move. The difference in strength is like a boxer versus an ordinary person. Luo Yi stayed calmly in the cabin, looking calm at the fight in front of him. The fighting continued, and West Germany and others became red-eyed and swung their swords to chop at random without fear of death. Several Murlocs saw the situation, and the smiles on their faces became even more bloodthirsty. They attacked at will with knives and forks in their hands, ranging from serious injuries to death. In a matter of moments, the blood sword pirates, who were killed by several fishmen, were retreating steadily. Really trash. Luo Yi was a little speechless. Even the fishman couldn't handle it. He didn't know how these people survived in the sea until now. Uncle Snake, go take care of those fishmen. After thinking for a while, Luo Yi ordered. After all, if everyone in West Germany is dead, his plan to tease Blackbeard will also come to nothing. Haha, I understand. Uncle Snake raised the corners of his mouth slightly, narrowed his eyes into slits, and exuded a terrifying cold aura. By the way, stay alive and let us know. Luo Yi said to Orochimaru, who walked to the door. Orochimaru nodded slightly and walked out of the cabin. Captain. Seeing Orochimaru appear, West Germany quickly quit the fight. When he came to Orochimaru, he looked respectful and acted according to the script. You are too weak. Orochimaru glanced at West with disdain, flicked his hand, and several shurikens flew out of his sleeves. Black light flashed through the air, and with a few pops of sound, the fishmen who were fighting Zhang Huan could be seen, their expressions stagnant, their eyes widening. Slowly, blood flowed out, and they fell down with unwilling expressions on their faces. Seeing this scene, West Germany's eyes were filled with joy, but seeing that there was still a Murloc standing still, West Germany was a little puzzled. Captain, there is one more. There is another one, let him go back and report the message. Orochimaru said calmly, and when he spoke, the white snake wrapped around his body spit out its head, which made West Germany break into a cold sweat. The pirates, after a brief period of astonishment, saw that there was only one fishman in the field, and hurriedly surrounded him. Each one of them stared at the fishmen with fierce eyes, holding up their long knives, with a bit of pride on their faces. FK. You were so awesome just now, and now you're the only one left. Let's see what you can do. Awesome. Keep up the awesomeness. Brothers, chop him to death. Orochimaru saw this scene and was quite amused. He waved his hand and ordered, okay, let him go. Captain, these fishmen killed so many of us, and then let them go, a pirate asked unwillingly. Are you trying to refute me? Orochimaru frowned and looked at him with dissatisfaction, and the surrounding temperature suddenly cooled down. Don't dare. I don't dare. The pirate's heart trembled and he shook his head tremblingly. Humph. A despicable human being attacked unexpectedly, how can he be considered a hero? The living fishman looked at Orochimaru with hatred. Go away, go tell your leader that the blood sword pirates who conquered the Fishman Island are coming. Orochimaru ignored the hatred of the little people and directly followed Luoyi's instructions. Will you let me go? The fishman looked at Orochimaru suspiciously, with disbelief written on his face. Go away. The captain is a big shot. If he lets you go, he won't stop you. Sid said quickly, taking the opportunity to flatter Orochimaru. Regarding West Germany's performance, Orochimaru is a little funny. The little guy really has his own way of survival. The flattery was accepted, but Orochimaru was not interested in him at all. Will you really let me go? The fishman asked tentatively again, and then looked away at Orochimaru. Who do you think you are, the Blood Sword Pirates? What do you want to do? We want to conquer the Fishman Island. It's as simple as that. You go back and tell your leader the news. We will wait in Fishman Street. Guests are welcome. If you want revenge, just come to me. Orochimaru's tone was calm, but everyone could detect the intimidating evil aura on his body and the dissatisfied look on his face. Please give me flowers. The fishman trembled, realizing how terrifying Orochimaru was, and quickly left. The aura on Uncle Snake's body was so terrifying. He was really afraid that if he ran too slowly, he would be killed if he got hit by him. After the battle, West Germany quickly ordered people to clean up the deck, and the pirate ship continued sailing. Soon, the pirate group passed through the passage and docked at the port of the Fishman Island. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, West Germany and others walked into the Fishman Street in a mighty manner. Humanity. What's going on? In this period, there are actually humans coming here. Look at their momentum, they are coming with bad intentions. The Murlocs who had just experienced the coup in Dragon Palace City were frightened when they suddenly saw West Germany and the others. They quickly and cautiously hid on both sides of the street and started talking quietly. But there are always stupid people in this world. No, a ferocious fishman stopped in front of Orochimaru and others' team. Humans, you still dare to come to the Fishman Island, do you not want to live anymore? If you don't want to die, just get out of here. How dare you, a little fishman, stand in the way of our blood sword pirates? You don't want to live, right? Sid took a step forward and looked at the fishman with an unkind look. Pointing at Orochimaru. Did you see it? This is our captain. His strength will crush you like an ant. If you are wise, get out of the way. Ha 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 ha. Hearing West Germany's words, the fishman opened his mouth and laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Boy, look at the size of your pirate group, it looks like garbage at first glance, and you still dare to speak so brazenly. Having said this, the fishman waved his hand back. Brothers, if humans come to our Fishman Street, what should we do? Kill them. A large group of shouts rang out, and with the sound, dozens of vicious fishmen sprang out from the corner of the street. Seeing the younger brothers appear, the fishman stood in the middle of the street with his arms akimbo, raised his head, and looked at West Germany and others with disdain. Haha, you are looking for death. West Germany is not afraid. With Orochimaru here, he is confident that these people will die if they hook their fingers. Haha, you humans will only use your words. Brothers, kill them. The fishman was aroused by West Germany. He was originally a fishman gangster who followed Hody Jones, so he naturally hated human beings. Chapter 139. The fishman waved his hand, and the younger brothers under his hand came swarming over. West Germany was immediately frightened when he saw this posture, and cold sweat broke out in his vest. Looking at Orochimaru who looked calm next to him, Sid felt a lot more relaxed. With only the blood sword pirates, he would never dare to provoke the fishman, but with Luoyi and Orochimaru around, West Germany had nothing to fear. Naval headquarters has been bulldozed by the Akatsuki organization. In this world, is there anyone who can fight against the Akatsuki organization? West Germany was immediately complacent. Being able to follow Luoyi would give him great glory. In the future, when he gets older, he will be able to boast that Laozi worked with the Akatsuki organization, which is much more awesome than Roger's crew. Captain, what should I do? Sid gathered his thoughts and looked at Orochimaru. How dare you make such a noise even if you are a mere alien? Since the leader wants to conquer this small island, I will make a big fuss today. Orochimaru smiled coldly and said, 377. Shuriken clone technique. At this time, Orochimaru's body flashed, and he rushed forward, his left hand bursting with green light. He reached out and threw it, and in an instant, the green light turned into light all over the sky. There seemed to be a rain of green arrows in the sky. This light is so gorgeous. Seeing this scene, Sid's eyes were full of yearning. This was the first time for him to see a super strong man take action at such a close range. Under the Shuriken clone technique, the rushing mermaids paused in formation, looking at the sky in surprise. A person with fruit abilities, the leading fishman said in shock, worry flashing in his eyes. People with fruit abilities are the weakest beings, and they are not something he can easily provoke. The Shuriken clone technique attacks extremely fast. Just when the fish people were stunned, green arrows rained down from the sky. Retreat. The leading fishman only had time to say this word before his figure was submerged in green light. Boom boom boom. Dull explosions continued to sound, large amounts of smoke and dust rose from the ground, and nearby streets shook under the attack. Ah, ah! The painful screams kept coming from the smoke. Although West Germany and others couldn't see the fishmen in the smoke, they could guess what the situation was like just by listening to the screams. The possibility of those fishmen surviving is very slim. When the Murlocs on both sides of the street saw this scene, they screamed and fled. Most of the residents of the Fishman Island are very kind-hearted and have little strength. I have never seen such a battle scene. The clone's shuriken attack ended quickly, and when the green light faded, the smoke lingered for a long time. But the strange thing is that no fishman came out of the smoke-filled streets. The scene was quiet, without any sound. Sid looked at the scene in front of him suspiciously. Suddenly his pupils shrank and he saw a large amount of blood flowing out. West Germany shook his head at the smoke disdainfully, and raised his middle finger in disdain. Hey, if you don't call me awesome, you should die. Let's go. For Uncle Snake, the initiator of all this, he just said one word casually. As soon as the voice fell, regardless of West Germany and the others, Uncle Snake ignored the blood flowing on the ground and walked towards the smoke first. West Germany and the others looked at each other and quickly followed, but when they walked into the smoke, many of them couldn't help but retched. Even though they had seen a lot of dead people, and some had a lot of lives on their hands, this was the first time they had seen a scene like this. It's too awful. The smoke was completely a small hell. None of the fishmen who had just screamed survived, and they all turned into broken limbs. Many intestines are still squirming on the ground with blood. West Germany and the others did not dare to look any further. They suppressed the pungent smell of blood and quickly followed Orochimaru. The scene that happened in the street quickly spread. When Uncle Snake and the others found a hotel, the owner received them tremblingly, not daring to embarrass themselves because they were human beings. Not only did he not charge them, but he also let them stay as long as they wanted. The boss was extremely afraid of the West Germans and prayed in his heart that his shop would not be demolished. West Germany and the others selected the rooms and reserved the best ones for Luo Yi. Luo Yi, who was far away on the edge of the Fishman Island, sensed everything from a distance, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Luo Yi's figure was as fast as Dao Guang. No one could see him. In an instant, he arrived at the hotel where Shida and others were. After arriving at the room, a hurricane blew from beginning to end in the street. The violent wind and waves blew people around. What happened? Such a strong wind, what the hell, how did it come about? Strangeness. Oh, you knocked me to death. The fishmen who were blown away on both sides of the street stood up and cursed, completely unaware that Luo Yi had brought the wind with them. Chief, things are going very smoothly. I am doing exactly what you asked for. Someone should come to your door soon. In the room, Orochimaru stood respectfully and said to Luo Yi, who was lying on the sofa with a leisurely expression. Well, at the beginning of the show, there are many fish people, and some important people are surprised by 1 UN. Luo Yi nodded. It's just that I don't know if it's Hody Jones or Blackbeard's people who are here. Forget it, I'll send Black White Zetsu to investigate. Luo Yi was talking to himself, and suddenly, Black White Zetsu appeared in the room. Boss. Black White Zetsu greeted Luo Yi happily as soon as he appeared. He knew that Luo Yi must have something important to give him when he called him out. Ju, you go to Dragon Palace City for me. Luo Yi said with a smile. Okay. Black White Zetsu simply nodded and used the mayfly technique. His figure changed, dived into the ground and disappeared. Conquering the Fishman Island and gaining Shirahashi's trust was a big deal. Luo Yi and others had kept the distribution of building facilities on the Fishman Island in mind in advance. Seeing Ju Shi disappear, Luo Yi closed his eyes at the same time, and with a thought, he shared the perspective with Ju Shi. Some things are better seen more clearly by oneself. Ju sneaked all the way and entered Dragon Palace City. Through Ju's perspective, Luo Yi saw that the people guarding Dragon Palace City were ferocious fishmen, mixed with many humans. Seeing this, Luo Yi understood. 5.5. The only one who can command these fishmen is Hody Jones. As for the humans, of course it is Blackbeard's crew. From the looks of it, Blackbeard should have joined forces with Hody Jones. Luo Yi quickly guessed the possible situation in his mind. Soon, Ju entered an uninhabited land, passed through numerous guards, and arrived at the main hall of Dragon Palace City. This is the place where Neptune and his ministers discuss political affairs on a daily basis. Luo Yi is certain that whoever controls Dragon Palace City will definitely use this place as a stronghold. Sure enough, when Ju cautiously walked along the wall and emerged from the ceiling, a burst of heated discussion came out. Black White Zetsu looked for the sound. Blackbeard, Hody Jones, Vanderdecken, Blackbeard's crew. Good guys, a bunch of bad guys, gathered together. Chapter 140. It floated quietly on the ceiling, even the sound of breathing disappeared. At this time, Blackbeard and the others had no idea that there was a person monitoring their conversation. Ha ha ha, Hody Jones, they are just a small blood sword pirates group, I think you will be nervous. Blackbeard sat on Neptune's original seat and laughed at the first Murloc on the left without hesitation. The fishman looks fierce, with a sharp nose, white teeth like sauce, and is wearing a red singlet. This fishman is none other than Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Hody Jones glared at him, his displeasure evident. Blackbeard, what are you talking about? The person who died was not a human being, so of course you don't feel bad. Ha ha ha, Hody Jones, you are a villain, but you know how to show compassion for ordinary fishmen. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. Blackbeard heard this and laughed even louder. The good guys of the Blackbeard pirates also started laughing. Everyone knows who Hody Jones is. Vander Dyken, sitting in the first place on the right, said nothing. In his eyes, nothing could compare to conquering Princess Shirahoshi. Facing the roar of laughter, Hody Jones's face quickly darkened. Humph. Since they dare to kill me, the Fishman Island fishmen, they just don't take me, Hody Jones, into consideration. The Blood Knife pirates are a bit interesting. Thick and crazy. But I don't know if I can continue to be crazy in the face of my new mermaid pirates. What? Are you going to take action lightly? Blackbeard, who was missing his front teeth, took a few sips of wine and looked at Hody Jones with a playful look. Me taking action? How is that possible? Hody Jones waved his hand and said with an evil look on his face, it's just an unknown human pirate group, and it was wiped out by just sending a random person. Blackbeard looked at Hody Jones calmly, intuitively telling him that this matter was not that simple. How could an unknown little pirate dare to come to the Fishman Island to run wild? What's more, according to eyewitnesses, the so-called captain of the Blood Sword pirates killed dozens of fishmen with one move. This strength is not considered weak. Thinking of this, Blackbeard, who was suspicious by nature, noticed something strange. It's okay, let Hody Jones, a stupid young man, test it out. Blackbeard thought to himself, without revealing anything on his face, still holding the wine bottle, looking indifferent. Smash it, slap it, and remind you seemingly unintentionally, Hody Jones, don't capsize in the gutter. Humph. How is that possible? You underestimate Laozi too much. Some weak humans can be easily crushed to death. Hody Jones grinned at Blackbeard, showing his sharp fangs. Well, you can take care of this matter. Anyway, the Fishman Island belongs to three of us. Blackbeard smiled jokingly and took a nap while holding the wine bottle. Afterwards, Hody Jones got up and walked out of the hall. Seeing this, Luo Yi knew that there was nothing substantial, so he moved his mind and asked Black Zetsu to return to the hotel. Hody Jones' revenge came quickly. Luo Yi was playing a leisurely game of chess with Uncle Snake when a burst of shouting and cursing came from below the hotel. Luo Yi and Uncle Snake looked at each other and smiled, knowing that it was game time. Uncle Snake shrugged at Luo Yi and put down the chess piece helplessly. I won't move the chessboard, you can solve it quickly. Luo Yi said with a smile. It's just a matter of waving my hand to clean them up. Uncle Snake stood up, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and opened the door with a cold smile. Uncle Snake, please be careful, it won't be fun if they all die. Luo Yi reminded lightly. I understand. Uncle Snake didn't look back and made an okay gesture. Quack, where are those arrogant pirates? I will bite their flesh into pieces and eat them. Boss, hurry up and tell them to come down. Do you still want us to go up and invite you? Be sensible and hurry up. Don't let me get angry and burn down your shop. As soon as Orochimaru walked downstairs, he heard two discordant voices, and their arrogant tone made people very unhappy. Orochimaru looked along the sound and saw a dwarf murloc wearing a warrior helmet and a black and white striped murloc. These two fishmen are the leaders of Hody Jones' new Fishman pirate group, Fire Damo and Geo. Seeing Geo's body color like a Madara horse, especially the word 2 on the chest, Uncle Snake suddenly felt funny. Orochimaru walked forward quickly. As a ninja, he made no sound under his feet as he walked. It wasn't until he walked behind the two of them that Orochimaru said calmly, it's just you two, why didn't you bring your men with you? It's just that you two are really boring. Suddenly hearing Orochimaru's voice, Damo and Geo were a little bit unresponsive as the innkeeper yelled. Who are you? Bodhidharma turned around in confusion and saw Orochimaru, who was cold all over. Seeing that it was obviously not a fishman, Bodhidharma's expression changed drastically. Humanity. What? Human? Geo quickly turned around and glanced at Orochimaru quickly. Boy, if you dare to appear in front of us, if I guess correctly, you are a member of the Blood Sword Pirates. I am the captain of the Blood Knife Pirates. Orochimaru said expressionlessly, and the white snake on his body spat at the two fishmen with interest. It is you. Bodhidharma's eyes turned cold, looking at Orochimaru as if he were looking at a dead person. You broke through the barrier and killed our people in Fishman Street. Not only did you not escape, but you also dared to give us harsh words. You are very courageous. You must be deliberately seeking death. Hearing this, Orochimaru felt a little unhappy. How dare 407 miscellaneous fish be so arrogant? Orochimaru didn't waste any more words. He flashed and kicked Bodhidharma at will, as fast as lightning. Damn it! It's really weak. Faced with this, Bodhidharma felt unable to resist, his head jumped to the ground and went straight into the soil. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Uncle Snake's foot fell in the air, leaving a big hole in the ground. Interesting, are you a groundhog? Uncle Snake patted the dirt on his feet and looked at the hole drilled by Bodhidharma with great interest. Humph! You can't catch me! Suddenly, Bodhidharma popped up, glared at Orochimaru fiercely, and then got into Wangli. Soon, he came out again, damn human being, I will definitely bite you into pieces and eat you. Haha! Uncle Snake smiled coldly, your innate skills are too weak. After finishing speaking, Bodhidharma was not given time to think about it. Earth style. Orochimaru quickly made a series of hand seals and entered the earth directly. Once he entered the soil, Orochimaru was very fast, and the tight soil was like water to him. After a few breaths, Orochimaru caught up with Bodhidharma, who was making a hole in the hole. He passed a shuriken and inserted it into Bodhidharma's butt. Ah! A pig-killing scream sounded immediately. Chapter 141. Following the screams, a black shadow roared, broke through the ground, and jumped more than 10 meters away. It was Bodhidharma who was attacked by Orochimaru. He looked at the entrance of the cave with a surprised look on his face. He was very surprised and couldn't figure out why humans could burrow into the ground. At this moment, Orochimaru's body appeared in a flash. His body was not stained with dust, and there was no trace of Bodhidharma's earthiness. Marmot, don't drill anymore. Orochimaru teased Bodhidharma with a smile. Humph! I'm going to kill you. Bodhidharma's face turned red. This was the first time someone dared to laugh at him. Bodhidharma was very angry. The next moment, Bodhidharma flashed and hit Orochimaru at top speed. The short figure lit up the fire halfway, looking like a great fireball. This is Fire Bodhidharma's strongest attack method. The Bodhidharma fireball cuts, runs quickly to burn the body, and then rushes towards the enemy to attack. Whoosh! Bodhidharma was very fast and arrived in front of Orochimaru in the blink of an eye, with a proud smile on his face filled with fire. It was as if he had already seen the scene in front of him of humans being burned into Kurozumai. Fire! Orochimaru looked at Bodhidharma indifferently and quickly made a series of hand seals with both hands. Water-style water wall. Orochimaru raised his hand to release the ninjutsu, and in an instant, a water channel several meters long appeared in front of him. With a pop, Bodhidharma, who was rushing towards him, hit the wall of water without any surprise. Under the strong impact, he dove into the water. Sizzle! Fire and water are incompatible. As soon as Bodhidharma got into the water channel, the flames on his body were quickly extinguished by the water. With a pop, he got out of the water channel again and appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru has been waiting for Bodhidharma for a long time, and when he appears, he immediately releases the ninjutsu, fire-style dragon fire technique. The next moment, a long column of flame rushed out from Orochimaru's hand and shot straight towards Bodhidharma. With a bang, Bodhidharma collided with the oncoming flames, and screams suddenly sounded. Fire-style dragon fire technique, although it is only a sea-level ninjutsu, but when used by a strong person like Orochimaru, it will certainly explode with powerful attack power. Although Orochimaru doesn't like ninjutsu, he once studied under Third Hokage and was influenced by it, so he can still master these ninjutsu. Plop! Bodhidharma was rushed away by the flames, his whole body was burning with flames, and he fell more than 10 meters away. Although Bodhidharma can use fire briefly, it does not mean that he can resist fire attacks. Under the Orochimaru water and fire dual ninjutsu, he immediately knelt down. After a while, the flames on Bodhidharma slowly extinguished, and Bodhidharma, who was charred black, completely lost his ability to fight. Too weak. Orochimaru gave him a disdainful look, a little bored. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly jumped out and stabbed Orochimaru with a knife. Poof! With a muffled sound, Orochimaru was penetrated by a knife. Strange, why is there no blood? Gio looked at Orochimaru's wound in confusion. It was clearly penetrated by a knife, but not a drop of blood came out. Haha, you're still 10,000 years too early to kill me. At this time, a cold voice sounded behind Jiao. Along with the sound came the cold breath. Feeling all this, Jiao broke out in cold sweat. He is good at sneaking assassinations, but when someone gets close to him, he doesn't even know it. If Orochimaru hadn't made the sound, I'm afraid he would have died without knowing how. How did you do that? Jiao tensed, smelling Orochimaru. He was very puzzled. The enemy's body was obviously penetrated and he was still standing in front of him. How could he appear intact behind him? See for yourself. Orochimaru said calmly. While he was talking, he saw Orochimaru in front of Jiao, scattering and turning into dirt. Earth-style earth substitute. Jiao just took advantage of Orochimaru's battle with Bodhidharma and quietly used his ability to lurk into the surrounding environment. He thought Orochimaru didn't notice him. But Orochimaru, who was born as a ninja, doesn't have such a sharp eye. Jiao thinks he has perfect timing, but little does he know that everything he does is seen by Orochimaru. Your disguise, stealth, is too low level. Orochimaru shrugged disdainfully, and the white snake on his body suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit Gio in one bite. Ah! Ah! Gio struggled wildly, but with his little strength, he was no match for White Snake. After a few breaths, Gio was swallowed by the White Snake. Only a little bloodline remained on the ground, which represented the existence of a fishman like Gio. Bodhidharma in the distance saw this scene and was horrified. Was his companion just gone? Or was he eaten by a human pet? In an instant, Bodhidharma was filled with anger and wanted revenge. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he used his only strength to take out a handful of forbidden medicine and threw it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a few bangs. The next moment, Bodhidharma, who had lost his fighting ability, stood up from the ground. The bones all over the body were crackling, the muscles were bulging rapidly, and veins were popping up all over the body. The whole person was completely bigger. Not only that, Orochimaru sensed it for a moment and found that the strength of the fishman in front of him had increased several times. It's interesting, using drugs to improve strength. Orochimaru looked at Bodhidharma curiously, and after a while, he said with a little pity, no matter how much you are 100 times stronger, you are still no match for me. Ha 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 ha, human being, I said, I will eat you. Bodhidharma laughed angrily, his bloodshot eyes shining with bloodthirsty light. You are dreaming. Orochimaru raised his hand and rushed towards Bodhidharma. Still halfway, Orochimaru stretched out his hand and threw it, and the shuriken clone technique reappeared. Green light, like a meteor shower, shot toward Bodhidharma. Humph. You must have used this move to kill those fishmen. Your move is pretty good, but it doesn't work on me. Bodhidharma glowed green, his whole body slowly lit up with flames, and with a whoosh, he rushed towards Orochimaru. The figure wrapped in flames is extremely fast and its defense ability has been greatly improved. The shuriken clone technique hit it, making a clanging sound as it hit the steel, without causing any harm to Bodhidharma. The two of them rushed towards each other fearlessly, and in the blink of an eye, they were fighting hand to hand. Bodhidharma, Lee Hoseo, flashed, his body rose into the air, spinning and crashing into Orochimaru. Go to hell, humans. Seeing Bodhidharma hitting him like a fire top, Orochimaru looked calm, stretched out his hand, and the giant white snake flew out. The huge body swung its tail and swept towards Bodhidharma. Under the huge force, the snake's tail was like a giant steel whip, and the air exploded. Boom! There was a loud noise, fire filled the air, and the aftermath swept out, and the ground within a radius of several meters was shattered. Poof! Bodhidharma, who was slapped away by one tail, groaned and blood spurted out from his mouth. It flew dozens of meters and directly destroyed the houses on the opposite street. As soon as he fell to the ground, Bodhidharma's expression changed and he found that all the bones in his body were smashed to pieces by the white snake one tail. He lost his ability to attack again. Looking at the huge white snake, especially the cold and ruthless vertical pupils, thinking of Gio's death just now, his body couldn't stop trembling. Chapter 142. Bodhidharma was afraid, he was afraid that he would be eaten like Gio. Only now did he realize to his horror that the human beings in front of him were very strong, and he and Gio were no match at all. Even though he took banned drugs, he couldn't withstand a single blow. His strength was at least comparable to that of his own captain, Hody Jones. White Snake glanced at Bodhidharma coldly, but Orochimaru took him back. Go back and tell your leader that we are leaving the Fishman Island. Get out of the Fishman Island immediately. If you don't accept it, just come to us. I will wait for you here. You won't kill me. Bodhidharma was confused when he heard this. Kill you, who gave me a message? Without your intuitive description, how would your leader know how powerful I am? Orochimaru put his hands behind his back, looking down on the world with an aura. Hearing this, Bodhidharma felt uncomfortable, he was so crazy. He swore that it was the first time in decades of his life that he had seen such an arrogant human being. However, he wisely did not speak, fearing that he would offend Orochimaru and be killed. Bodhidharma made up his mind to tell Hody Jones exactly what Orochimaru said when he returned. No. He had to add insult to injury. He had suffered such a big loss and asked the captain to help him get revenge. After Orochimaru said these words, he ignored Bodhidharma and went straight back to the hotel. As for how a fishman with broken bones all over his body would get back, that was not his concern. We're back, let's continue playing chess. Luoyi saw Orochimaru 390 coming back and immediately asked him to sit down. Luoyi didn't care at all about what happened downstairs just now. That's just the mini-boss at the beginning of the game. On the other side, Bodhidharma, who was seriously injured, finally found a fishman and took him back to Dragon Palace City. In the main hall of Dragon Palace City, Blackbeard was awakened by a burst of noise. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the source of the sound. At this time, Hody Jones was furious, and the table in front of him was smashed by his punch. What are you arguing about? Hody Jones, Blood Knife Pirates, have you cleaned up? Hearing Blackbeard's question, Hody Jones' expression froze and he was quite annoyed. Stop it. The captain of the Blood Knife Pirates still has some strength. Of the 2 cotters I sent, one died and the other was seriously injured. After speaking, Hody Jones pointed to the stretcher in front of him. Only then did Blackbeard see boat Hitterma wrapped like a rice dumpling. Looking at the pair of resentful eyes in the white cloth, Blackbeard couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, Hody Jones, these are your cotters, they are too weak. Any unknown pirate captain can destroy 2 of your cotters. Your new Fishman pirates are really good at it. Ha ha ha. Facing Blackbeard's cynicism, Hody Jones felt so hateful that his face turned blue with anger. After thinking about it, Hody Jones felt something in his heart. Blackbeard, since you have formed an alliance with me and we will rule the Fishman Island together, and now I have lost 2 cotters, shouldn't you do something to help? Help? What can I do? Blackbeard picked his nose, pretending to be stupid. Humph. Hody Jones snorted coldly, we can't let the matter of the blood knife pirates go down like this. Since I tried once, I didn't succeed. As the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, the most powerful among our 3 parties, shouldn't you have what does it mean? With that said, Hody Jones turned his attention to Vanderdecken and tried to get Vanderdecken to help speak. What do you want me to do? Decken waved his hand impatiently, as if it was none of his business. Vanderdecken. We are allies. Hody Jones said angrily. The blood knife pirates kill Fishman. What's wrong with a human like me? Vanderdecken smiled playfully, wielding a master axe. It's time to court again. Princess Shirahoshi, marry me. As soon as the voice fell, Vanderdecken threw the axe in his hand with a sincere expression, whirled out of the hall, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humph. You only have eyes for that woman. Just lead people to attack her. Why is there such trouble? Hody Jones narrowed his eyes. Tian Fen was dissatisfied with Vanderdecken's actions. After thinking about it, Hody Jones asked about the questions in Baita's mind during this period. That old guy Neptune and the 3 Hixing brothers are also hiding in Shirahoshi's castle. We want to send people to attack the castle, but you keep blocking us. What are your plans? Hearing this, Blackbeard also turned his attention to Vanderdecken, which was also something he was puzzled about. Vanderdecken clapped his hands, and faced the questioning gazes of everyone, with an indifferent expression. Don't say it, this is a secret between Princess Shirahoshi and me. It's useless if you know it. Just don't attack the castle anyway. Vanderdecken would not tell them that Shirahoshi was probably the secret of this Poseidon. Vanderdecken also hopes to conquer Shirahoshi and rely on the power of Poseidon to dominate the world. Humph. Vanderdecken, I'm afraid you have some big secret to hide from us. Blackbeard raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at him with deep meaning. What big secret can I have? I only have a secret with Princess Shirahoshi. I have been pursuing her for so many years and I can't let you destroy it. Vanderdecken smiled and cleverly avoided Blackbeard's temptation. Speaking of which, Blackbeard didn't hesitate to ask. After all, the 2 sides were still allies on the surface, and it wasn't worth breaking up because of a little doubt. Let's continue with the issue of the blood sword pirates. Seeing that Blackbeard and Vanderdecken were silent, Hody Jones continued the difficult topic just now. That's your business, I won't get involved. Vanderdecken turned his face to one side and made his attitude clear. What about you? Blackbeard, you, the Blackbeard pirates, are the strongest. I'm afraid you have to send someone to help me deal with the Tomo pirates. It's none of my business. The blood knife pirates didn't provoke me. Blackbeard pirates, I have no need to take action. Blackbeard squinted his eyes and grinned at Hody Jones, clearly rejecting Hody Jones's request for help. Humph. Hody Jones' face was as heavy as water, and he felt the urge to vomit blood. After thinking about it, Hody Jones suppressed his anger and looked at Damo. How strong is the captain of the blood knife pirates? I have no idea. Anyway, he is very strong. I took banned drugs and was defeated by him with one move. I can't test how strong he is, but he is very crazy. He said, let us get out of the Fishman Island in one day. Otherwise, I will wash out the Fishman Island with blood. Boat Hitterma said with added jealousy. Arrogant. Hearing this, Hody Jones immediately became angry, and his eyes quickly became bloodshot. He really said that? Yeah. He also said that our new Fishman pirate group is rubbish, and he can kill them all by himself. Damo saw Hody Jones getting angry, and couldn't help but sneer at Hody Jones who was working harder. Chapter 143. When Hody Jones heard what Boat Hitterma said, he was furious. He exuded frightening murderous intent and had the momentum to kill. He's looking for death. Captain, you must kill him. What a tragic death for Jiao, who became the food of that man's pet. Boat Hitterma said quickly. I will avenge Jiao for him. Hody Jones bared his fangs that glowed with cold light, and clenched his hands together making a crackling sound. Blackbeard and the others didn't know that while they were talking about things, Black and White Zetsu stayed quietly on the ceiling, taking in everything. It's interesting. Shirahoshi hasn't fallen into their hands yet. Although the plot has changed, it's still good for me. Luo Yi, who was far away in the hotel, got the news that surprised him through the sharing of White Zetsu. It seems that Shirahoshi is still staying in the castle in the original work, so if you want to gain Shirahoshi's trust, it will be easier to get her promise. Go to Princess Shirahoshi's castle. Luoyi ordered Black White Zetsu through his mind. Soon, the axe thrown by Vanderdecken traveled all the way and entered the castle where Shirahoshi was. Ah! Here we go again! Shirahoshi quickly covered his ears with his hands as he heard the swishing sound of the axe flying at high speed, looking very scared. Father is here. No one can hurt you. A huge blue fishman flashed and stood in front of Shirahoshi. Although the figure was huge, it still seemed a bit small compared to Shirahoshi. This fishman is the king of the Fishman Island, Neptune. But when Blackbeard came to the Fishman Island, Hody Jones took the opportunity to launch a riot, and Vanderdecken also took action to fight for Shirahoshi. Forced into desperation, Neptune took his 3 sons and retreated to Shirahoshi's castle, guarding Shirahoshi day and night. As a result, Vanderdecken immediately took action and did not dare to deal with Neptune and the others easily. He clearly remembered how terrifying the huge Sea Kings Shirahoshi summoned to protect Princess Otohime when he was a child were. If the castle is stormed, there will be a fight with Neptune and others. If Shirahoshi summons the Sea Kings again now, I am afraid that their 3 forces will not be enough to fill the gap between the teeth. At this time, Neptune held the trident in his hand and swiped the flying axe fiercely. There was a clang and sparks flew everywhere. Neptune shouted and deflected the flying axe with force, flying diagonally and inserting it into the ceiling. Seeing that the axe did not fly towards him, Shirahoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Days like this lasted for several years, and she was in fear every day. Father! Woohoo! Shirahoshi, who was timid by nature, relaxed and cried like a child. Don't be afraid, your father is here, and your 3 brothers will protect you. Neptune quickly comforted his daughter. Yet, Shirahoshi responded obediently and quickly reached out to wipe the tears on his face. While wiping away tears, Shirahoshi, who was pure and kind-hearted at heart, frowned and thought of a very serious problem. Father, I am protected by you and my brothers, but now the evil people are in power, and even the palace has been occupied by them. What will we, the residents of the Fishman Island, do? Upon hearing this, Neptune's eyes, which were already full of exhaustion, immediately dimmed. We can't protect ourselves now. The palace's troops are dead and the living ones are imprisoned. I really can't care about them anymore. Hey, it's all my fault as a king. Why didn't I discover the Fishman Island earlier, and there are bad guys like Hody Jones and Vanderdecken. Seeing Neptune with a sad face, the 3 Hixing brothers looked at each other and looked a little depressed. In the current situation, they can't guarantee their own safety, so how can they care about the lives and deaths of the people? The mind is full, but the strength is not enough. However, Shirahoshi felt soft when he saw his father and 3 brothers with dejected faces, and quickly comforted him. Father, you don't have to be too anxious, things will definitely turn around. The queen will protect you in another world. We and the people of the Fishman Island, everyone will be fine. Hearing this, Neptune felt a little better. Shirahoshi, you are right. As the king of the Fishman Island, I cannot give up whether it is for the dead soldiers or the people. Yet. Shirahoshi nodded happily, his eyes smiling like crescent moons. The 3 Hixing brothers also rekindled their fighting spirit. Black White Zetsu lurked quietly in the corner and witnessed their conversation. Luoyi gained a true understanding of Shirahoshi and Neptune through telepathy. Shirahoshi is indeed as kind-hearted and crying as in the original work. Since the princess is in trouble, it's time for me to take action. Luoyi smiled slightly and ordered Black White Zetsu to show up. Hello. Black White Zetsu smiled and greeted the Neptune family. Who are you? Hearing the sudden voice, Neptune turned around suddenly and looked at White Zetsu with an unkind look. How did you get in? The 3 Hixing brothers flashed and surrounded Black and White Zetsu. During the period when Ryago Castle was occupied, they were very vigilant, due to the appearance of Black White Zetsu. As soon as he appeared, he was regarded as an enemy by the Neptune family. What a scary person! Shirahoshi shrank and looked at Zetsu with fear. However, there was still some curiosity in her eyes. She had never left the castle before, and this was the first time she saw such a strange person. Haha, don't be nervous. Although I look a little scary, I'm not a bad person. Black White Zetsu said politely, with a smile on his face trying to be kind. Humph. You're lying. Now that Ryago Castle is occupied by pirates, you must be one of Blackbeard's men. Neptune raised his trident, ready to take action. You really misunderstood. Black White Zetsu waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. I'm not one of Blackbeard's people. I came from the sea. Don't you think the clothes I'm wearing look familiar? Hearing Black Zetsu's words, although Neptune and the others were wary, they still couldn't help but look at Zetsu's clothes. A black windbreaker with dazzling red clouds embroidered on it. At this glance, Neptune suddenly felt familiar. The 3 Hixing brothers looked at each other and felt familiar. Suddenly, Neptune's eyes froze, and he thought of the legend that had stirred up the sea in the past 6 months. Akatsuki. Akatsuki organization. Neptune said in shock. As soon as these words came out, the three Hixing brothers suddenly raised their heads and looked at Black-White Zetsu in shock. Yes, I am a member of the Akatsuki organization, the Black-White Zetsu who specializes in detecting intelligence. Zetsu said with a smile. Upon hearing Ju's admission, Neptune immediately put away his trident and waved his hand to the three starfish brothers to push him away. Then, Neptune tried his best to maintain the majesty of a king and asked in a very polite tone. Your Akatsuki organization has come to the Fishman Island? Akatsuki, are you here? Our leader is in Fishman Street. Chapter 144. Hearing the news that Luo Yi came to the Fishman Island, Neptune was a little shocked. It was really a big deal for such a big shot to come to the Fishman Island. You know, Luo Yi's status now far exceeds that of the four emperors. However, Neptune soon became wary. A big shot like Xiao must have his own purpose in doing things, and he didn't know whether coming to the Fishman Island was a good thing or a bad thing. What do you want to do when you come to the Fishman Island? Neptune asked Black-White Zetsu seriously, with deep worry in his eyes. After all, Luo Yi bulldozed the naval headquarters. No kingdom in this world can resist the Akatsuki organization. We are here to take over Mermaid Island. You should have heard that Whitebeard has contacted our leader several times. I'm afraid you don't know that Whitebeard has handed over the jurisdiction of Mermaid Island to our leader. Black-White Zetsu explained. What? Neptune's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, and 7090 couldn't believe it in his eyes. But soon, he felt relieved. Also, in the last Impel Down battle, I heard that in order to save Ace, Whitebeard was defeated by Akatsuki and was seriously injured. How could he have the energy to continue protecting the Fishman Island? Having said this, Neptune frowned and looked at Black-White Zetsu with pleading eyes. Since you said Whitebeard handed over the Fishman Island to Akatsuki, then now that Blackbeard has come to the Fishman Island to cause trouble, I'm afraid you have to do something, right? Hearing this, Black-White Zetsu was about to speak, when Luo Yi's order came to his mind. I'll talk to him. After receiving Luo Yi's instructions, Black-White Zetsu's mind moved. As a bystander, Luo Yi's spirit completely controlled his body. Hello, Neptune, and Princess Shirahoshi. Hi. Neptune was a little confused. Why did the black and white Zetsu in front of him speak nonsense, and his whole tone changed? Haha, I controlled Ju's body through telepathy. Now he is me, Xiao. Luo Yi said with a smile. If you have any ideas about our Akatsuki organization taking over the Fishman Island, feel free to tell us. Hearing what Luo Yi said, Neptune's pupils shrank and he looked at White Zetsu again. Sure enough, his aura and demeanor were completely different from those before. The Black-White Zetsu at this time gave Neptune a sense of cynicism and contempt for the world, and his whole person had a vague and domineering atmosphere. Based on Neptune's long-standing experience, reason told him that the person in front of him was not lying, and that he was indeed Akatsuki's consciousness. Thinking of this, Neptune was a little shocked. As expected of the unscrupulous Akatsuki organization, this miraculous method of transmitting consciousness was readily available. It was indeed so powerful that it made people despair. When the three Hixing brothers heard this, they were stunned. There is no young person who does not admire the strong, especially the super strong of the same generation. Now when they meet Luo Yi, even if they are conscious, they are stunned. What an idol. Neptune confirmed the identity of the person in front of him, and his tone suddenly became polite. Xiao, nice to meet you. I'm very happy to see you too, especially to see Princess Shirahoshi. Luo Yi smiled slightly and looked at Shirahoshi. Me. Shirahoshi was a little confused, looking at Luo Yi looking at her, and suddenly became a little shy, but she was more curious. Are you really the Akatsuki-sama who is invincible in the world? While speaking, Shirahoshi couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at Luo Yi. Regarding the name of Akatsuki, Shirahoshi has heard it countless times from his father and brother, and knows that it is a super strong man who can kill Admiral and defeat the four emperors. Shirahoshi once thought that she would never see Luo Yi if she stayed in the castle in this life, but she didn't expect that Luo Yi would appear in front of her. I am indeed Akatsuki, but now my consciousness only exists in Zetsu's body. Princess Shirahoshi, I heard that there is a kind and beautiful Fishman princess on the Fishman Island. When I saw her just now, the rumors turned out to be true. Hearing Luo Yi's compliment, Shirahoshi immediately became shy when he thought about how big he looked just now, and said coyly, well, I'm not that good either. I just don't want the people of the Fishman Island to suffer. Covering his face with his hands, Shirahoshi said cautiously, Master Xiao, you are really good at talking. This is the first time I have been praised by a human. Thank you. Haha. Seeing Shirahoshi's blushing look, which was so cute, Luo Shi couldn't help laughing heartily. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. If I tease you again, you will want to crawl into the cracks in the ground. Luo Yi waved his hand and turned to Neptune. I can help you get Neptune and Dragon Palace City back, and I can also help you clean up Blackbeard, Hody Jones, and others. However, you have to agree to a condition. As soon as these words came out, Neptune's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt the light of hope coming. What's the condition? As long as you don't enslave the Fishman Island, I will agree to it even if I risk my life. Haha, it's not that serious. Luo Yi looked at Neptune's nervous look, smiled and waved his hand. I just need a promise, Princess Shirahashi's promise. Hi. After hearing this, Neptune was a little confused, and his heart suddenly trembled. Could it be that Xiao is interested in his gentle and lovely daughter and wants to have a good relationship? Xiao, do you want to make a lifelong arrangement with your little girl? Neptune asked tentatively. As soon as he said this, Shirahoshi exclaimed, his face turned red, but he couldn't help but look at Luo Yi. The three Hixing brothers also suddenly raised their heads and looked at Neptune in shock. How is it possible? Luo Yi was a little speechless and thought to himself, your brain circuit is too big, how can you contact Ding Sheng for a lifetime? Luo Yi waved his hand and spoke with a slight smile. The promise I want has nothing to do with the love between children. Forget it, in order to express my sincerity, I will help you solve the trouble on the Fishman Island first, and we will talk about the promise later. Xiao, if you have anything to do, let's talk about it first. Neptune said worriedly. After all, the Akatsuki organization was too strong, and Neptune was very worried. After Luo Yi dealt with Blackbeard and the others, he made a promise that he could not accept. At that time, it will be difficult to get off the horse. Seeing Neptune 5.3 like this, Luo Yi smiled gently. Haha, Neptune, you don't have to put too much psychological burden on me. I'm going to do something first. I just hope to gain your complete trust. After all, this promise is true if it is sincere. I will not make any requests that will embarrass you, and besides Princess Shirahoshi, there really is nothing in your Fishman Island that interests me. Hearing what Luo Yi said, Neptune's worries immediately dissipated, but he only became more confused. Luo Yi mentioned Shirahoshi in both past and present situations. What exactly did he want Shirahoshi to do? Suddenly, Neptune thought of a possibility. Could it be that Akatsuki knew that Shirahoshi had the power to destroy the world? It was impossible. This matter had never been rumored. It was impossible for a human being to know such a secret. You know, Whitebeard has sheltered the Fishman Island for more than 10 years without knowing this secret. Chapter 145. Xiao, when are you going to take action? Since Luo Yi refused to explain clearly what the promise was, it was not easy for him to continue asking and directly talk about the urgent matters that needed to be resolved. Any time. Luo Yi smiled playfully, whether it's Blackbeard or Hody Jones, in my eyes, they are just a group of lowly clowns. They can be destroyed by raising their hands. As he spoke, Luo Yi naturally burst out with a mountain-like aura, which was a natural expression of his temperament. Feeling this powerful aura, Neptune and the others broke out in cold sweat on their vests. It was so scary. This was the superpower who shocked the world. Neptune felt that this aura far surpassed that of Whitebeard. Several people were shocked by Luo Yi's momentum and were completely speechless. Nipton, Dragon Palace City will be back in your hands soon. I'll leave first. After Luo Yi said this, he recovered his mind. Then, Black-White Zetsu flashed his body, used Mayfly technique, and returned to the hotel. At this time, Luo Yi in the hotel opened his eyes and discussed with Orochimaru about raising Ryago Castle. The situation has changed. The situation on the Fishman Island is now very favorable to us. Ryago Castle was occupied by Blackbeard and others. Whitebeard handed over the Fishman Island to us. The prerequisites for gaining Shirahashi's trust and commitment have been established. We only need to capture Ryago Castle and everything will be settled. This is God's help. I don't need to spend any time planning. Is the leader going to take action immediately? Orochimaru asked calmly as he placed a white chess piece. Yes. Luo Yi smiled and nodded, the situation is favorable now. In this game, we will directly defeat the boss. While talking, Luo Yi placed the black chess pieces in the middle of the chessboard. In an instant, all the black chess pieces connected into a black dragon. Orochimaru looked at the chessboard and put down the white chess piece with a smile. The leader's chess skills are inferior to those of his subordinates. You take West Germany and the others into action immediately. I will appear at the critical moment to give Blackbeard a surprise. Luo Yi ordered. Soon, Orochimaru summoned all the members of the Blood Sword Pirates and headed to Ryago Castle. Everyone in the Blood Knife Pirates followed Orochimaru excitedly, holding gleaming weapons in their hands. They felt that they were finally going to do something big in their lives. The team moved forward in a mighty manner and soon arrived outside the Dragon Palace City. At this time, the fish and human pirates guarding Ryago Castle suddenly became wary when they saw Orochimaru and the others appearing with weapons. It was clear that these people in front of them had bad intentions, and the guards all drew their weapons. Who are you? If you dare to break into Dragon Palace City without permission, you don't want to live anymore, do you? Kill. Faced with their questioning, Orochimaru waved his hand and spat out a sentence coldly. As soon as the voice fell, he raised his hand and released the shuriken clone technique. In an instant, green light was flying all over the sky. Those ordinary guards were swallowed up by the green light before they could make any resistance. After a while, the light slowly dissipated, and outside the entire Dragon Palace city, the ground was shattered, and there were stumps and broken bodies everywhere. Of all the guards, no one survived. Seeing this scene, West Germany and others' bodies trembled with excitement, it was so strong. The enemy was eliminated without them having to take action at all. They are full of pride, and they feel honored to be able to follow the cadres of the Akatsuki organization and gallop on the battlefield together. Charge! Seeing that the enemies were all dealt with, Orochimaru spat out one word boldly. West Germany and the others immediately howled, pounced on them like wolves, and blasted open the door. Afterwards, as the team moved forward, Orochimaru killed all the guards they encountered with just a random ninjutsu. In this way, the Blood Sword pirates followed Orochimaru, passed the pass, and arrived at the center of Ryago Castle, visible from the main hall. Be careful, those who appear next are not ordinary characters. Be prepared to die. Orochimaru told West Germany and others while looking at the main hall thousands of meters away. For these obedient and cheap men, Orochimaru does not want them to be wiped out. After all, no matter how strong a person is, he still needs some people to help him do miscellaneous tasks. At this time, Hody Jones was still in a dilemma. As the captain of the new Fishman pirates, he certainly could not take action against the Blood Knife pirates easily. But he couldn't find a suitable candidate for a while, which made him a little embarrassed. Damn Blackbeard! Hody Jones smashed the stone pillar next to him with one punch, and veins popped up on his forehead. He was very dissatisfied with the actions of Blackbeard and Vanderdecken. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the room where Hody Jones was. Captain, something serious has happened. Something serious has happened. What's going on? To make you so panicked, straighten your head before we talk. Hody Jones, who was in an irritable mood, kicked away the fishman who was rushing towards him at a high speed. Ship, Captain. The fishman lay on the ground, holding back the pain, and looked at Hody Jones in confusion. Don't you have something to report? Hurry up. Hody Jones glanced at him impatiently. After hearing this, the fisherman remembered the fighting outside and said quickly, Captain, the Blood Sword pirates are coming. Our people can't stop it at all. Now, the two adults, Das and Ikaros, have arrived. It's over. But I don't know if they can stop the Blood Sword pirates. Hey. After hearing the fishman's report, Hody Jones frowned, you seem to be afraid of them. Captain, they are too scary, especially the captain of the Blood Knife pirates. Every attack can kill dozens of 223 companions, the fishman said with some horror. Hearing this, Hody Jones frowned and said, no matter how strong he is still no match for me. Lao Zi still has the last trump card. Suddenly, Hody Jones changed the topic and looked at the fishman. If I remember correctly, it's your team's guard duty today. Why don't you go and stop the Blood Knife pirates? Captain, they are too scary. My subordinates are no match at all. They will die in vain if they go, the fishman said timidly, his eyes avoiding Hody Jones. Trash. What's the point of keeping you? Seeing him like this, Hody Jones became angry, dodged, and punched the fishman. Ah, Captain, the fishman shouted in horror. The next moment, there was a pop, blood splashed everywhere, and the fishman was directly punched by Hody Jones, and he could not die anymore. Hody Jones wiped away the blood splattered on his face, with an evil smile on his lips. The Blood Knife pirates are quite capable, but I don't know whether it's Lao Zi's fists or your fate. After the voice fell, Hody Jones strode out of the room and walked towards the main hall. At the same time, Blackbeard and Vanderdecken also received news that the Blood Sword pirates were attacking Ryago Castle. They were a little surprised, how could a small pirate group be so bold? Don't you know how to write the word death? Chapter 146. Hody Jones quickly walked into the main hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Blackbeard discussing loudly with his cadres. How can the captain of a small pirate group dare to attack Ryago Castle? Is our Blackbeard pirate group so intimidating? Blackbeard's Shinso hand, Van Oka said. I'm afraid this matter is a bit strange. Blackbeard frowned, the Blood Sword pirates are definitely not as simple as they seem. I suddenly thought of a question. We occupied the Fishman Island. Could it be Whitebeard's people? Or the ant who has always wanted the Fishman Island? It's the two of them disguised as the Blood Sword pirates. Fight said. No. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard flatly denied. Whatever Whitebeard and Ant said, they are also four emperors. They have their own arrogance. If they were to come, I'm afraid they would attack Dragon Palace City immediately. What do you mean? Lafitte asked tentatively. I'm afraid someone else is taking action. Blackbeard looked solemn, stood up and looked outside the hall. Listening to the faint sound of fighting, Blackbeard said coldly, no matter who you are, since you dare to take advantage of me, I will definitely let you never come back. Brothers, it's time to stretch your hands and feet and let them feel the power of the Blackbeard pirates. At this time, Hody Jones happened to come in. Hearing this, he smiled playfully. Hey, Blackbeard, now that you are being killed in your lair, you are finally willing to take action. Faced with Hody Jones' ridicule, Blackbeard smiled playfully, the enemies are coming. I have no reason not to fight. Also, what you said is a bit funny. You said that I really want you to don't want this Dragon Palace city. You. Hody Jones was furious, his face changed several times, and he said angrily, Laozi's people have been waiting for you for a long time, what sarcastic words did you say? Oh, I'm just stating the facts. Blackbeard said every word. After saying that, he walked down step by step from the high throne and looked at Hody Jones with disdain. You just have some reckless courage. Blackbeard's indifferent ridicule was the most heartbreaking. However, Blackbeard looked calm, looking at Hody Jones like he was looking at a dog. BD. Hody Jones was furious, veins popped out on his forehead, and he raised the harpoon high. What? You want to do something to me? Blackbeard's eyes turned cold, and he looked directly at Hody Jones, and a dark aura erupted from his body. The two sides instantly became tense. At this moment, Vanderdecken, who had been silent, couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone, stop it. If you have anything to do, wait until the Blood Sword pirates are dealt with. You can settle the matter later. We can be considered allies after all. At this time, isn't fighting in a nest an opportunity for us to take advantage of the enemy? Hearing Vanderdecken's words, Hody Jones snorted coldly and put down the harpoon. Blackbeard smiled playfully, and walked out of the hall with his cotters without even looking at Hody Jones. Not far away, Orochimaru and others encountered effective obstruction for the first time, and were temporarily stopped by two powerful fishmen in front of them. After all, it is the last line of defense, and the power of defense is still quite strong. Finally something interesting. Orochimaru sneered and spoke, looking at the two fishmen in front of him calmly, the chakra in his body was running rapidly. Today, Orochimaru is very happy because he can show his strength freely. Are you the captain of the Blood Knife Pirates? The questioner was Ikaros, the inking squid man. Yes, it's me. Orochimaru nodded lightly. Do you know how stupid you are? Icarus glanced at Orochimaru disdainfully, they are just human beings, in his eyes they are trash. You, a little-known human, dare to come to the Fishman Island to run wild, which is a bit overestimating your capabilities. You know, the 7 warlords of the sea don't dare to underestimate our new Fishmen pirates. You said a lot of things, I don't understand a bit. Orochimaru shook his head coldly, looking at Icarus and Das beside him with cold eyes. If you can take action, don't talk. You have to take action anyway. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? After saying that, Orochimaru waved his hand and released the shuriken clone technique. In an instant, green light flew out. Presumptuous. Icarus' expression changed and he roared angrily. No one dared to ignore his Icarus attitude, and Orochimaru completely angered him. Squid Ink Clone. Facing the attack of technique, the shuriken clone, Icarus disappeared, leaving only an immobile clone. After a moment, Icarus appeared, opened his mouth and sprayed water at Orochimaru. Wings of Icarus. Just as Icarus attacks, Das swings his sledgehammer and charges towards Orochimaru. The heavy hammer was swung by him like a helicopter propeller, and all the shurikens that were stabbing him were knocked away by the hammer. Boy! You want to die? As soon as Das rushed out of the attack range of the shuriken, he immediately jumped up high and swung the big hammer to smash the big snake. You are too weak. Orochimaru smiled coldly, completely ignoring the two of them. Although these two people are strong, they are only a little stronger than Bodhidharma. Compared with Orochimaru's powerful strength, they are not enough. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Orochimaru looked solemn, quickly made a series of hand seals with his hands, and in the blink of an eye, a blazing fireball shot towards Icarus. The fireball and Icarus' spit collided instantly. Zitzizig. After a few wisps of green smoke, all the saliva was burned, and the great fireball continued to fly towards Icarus. As soon as he saw the fireball flying, Icarus immediately let out a cry of terror, hurriedly released the substitute, and hid aside in the blink of an eye. Afraid of fire, haha, that's easy to handle. Orochimaru saw this scene and smiled disdainfully. At this time, Das's attack had arrived, and the strong wind brought by the hammer made Orochimaru's hair dance wildly. Captain, be careful. West Germany, who was not far away, saw this scene and quickly shouted a warning. You want to hurt me, it's impossible. Orochimaru frowned, his face became serious, and the chakra in his body moved to his right hand. Crack! The sound of lightning appears. Lightning-style Chidori. In the blink of an eye, blue light bloomed, and the surrounding light became much brighter. I saw a dazzling thunderball appear in Orochimaru's right hand, the lightning flashed and radiated to the surrounding area. Is this thunder and lightning? Das, who was in mid-air, was horrified when he saw this scene, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Murlocs are naturally afraid of the two powers of lightning and fire. Orochimaru looked at the thunderball in his hand, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He was not interested in various ninjutsu, but he still mastered many ninjutsu under the careful teaching of Third Hokage. Some things once learned can never be forgotten. Orochimaru smiled warmly, dodged his figure, and attacked Das with the ball. Chapter 147. Too strong. Sid and his crew looked at Orochimaru dumbfounded, with blue light shining in their eyes. The flashing thunderball was so far away that they felt their bodies numb. Go to hell. Seeing Orochimaru getting closer and closer, Das knew that there was no way to retreat. He felt cruel and hit Orochimaru with a big hammer. Humph. Orochimaru looked disdainfully, raised his hand vigorously, and the thunderball met the big hammer. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the dazzling electric light drowned the two figures. Ah! A shrill scream came out. West Germany and the others knew as soon as they heard that it was not Orochimaru. Since it was not him, it could only be Das. Sure enough, after the lightning that filled the eyeballs dispersed, a figure stood proudly. Orochimaru patted his stain-free sleeves with a calm expression. At his feet lay a dark corpse that had been split into two parts. It's Das. Das, who was pretty strong, didn't have time to take drugs, and was cut in half by Orochimaru with a chidori. The big hammer he was proud of was also chopped into a pile of charred scrap metal by Chidori. The scene that was noisy just now immediately became quiet. In addition to Das, there were also broken limbs not far away. They were all the Fishman pirates who died under the shuriken clone technique just now. Instant kill. Sid's eyes widened, he swallowed unconsciously, and said with difficulty. The crew members around him also looked dumbfounded. Orochimaru tried his best, and the strength he showed completely shocked them. You must know that the corpses broken into two parts on the ground are the leaders of the new Fishman pirates. Their strength is something that the blood sword pirates can only look up to. But just like this, the strong man they looked up to could not make a move in the hands of Orochimaru. West Germany and others could not imagine how strong Orochimaru was. As for Luo Yi, the leader of the Xia organization, West Germany did not even dare to speculate on his strength. After all, Luo Yi is a super strong person who can instantly kill Admiral and punch Sengoku and Garp. If it weren't for the chance meeting, Shida swore that he would never see Luo Yi in his life. Just when West was extremely shocked and thinking wildly, Orochimaru, who had been facing away from everyone, slowly turned around. Want to run? It's impossible. Hi. Hearing this, West Germany and the others were stunned, and quickly followed Orochimaru's gaze, and saw Ikaros, another leader of the new Fishman pirates. Escaping quietly. He was also smart. He escaped in the direction outside the Dragon Palace city, probably hoping that everyone would look forward and no one would pay attention to him. But he underestimated Orochimaru's perception ability. As a ninja, any trouble could not escape his perception. You. When Orochimaru noticed, Ikaros shrank and looked a little embarrassed. As an enemy, I despise your fighting will. Orochimaru looked at Ikaros expressionlessly, with a cold glint in his eyes. What do you want to do? If you can't beat him, why don't you let him run away? Ikaros frowned, a little dissatisfied with the big snake. Since you want to kill them all, then I will accompany you to the end. Let's play a big game and see who dies here today. The feeling of being despised made Ikaros feel unhappy. He simply stopped running and took out a handful of banned drugs and threw it into his mouth. You risk your life with me? You don't have the qualifications. Orochimaru's tone was indifferent, without any emotion. Stop looking down on others. Soon you will know how powerful I am. Ah! Before he finished speaking, Ikaros screamed in pain, his eyes widened, and the whites of his eyes quickly became bloodshot. He was well aware of Orochimaru's power, so he took more than the amount of banned drugs. In this way, he can gain stronger strength, but the physical pain will also increase several times. Ah! Ikaros screamed, and as the sound came out, his body was changing rapidly. The muscles bulged out one by one and were covered with several identical veins. His face turned redder than guangong, and the whole person looked particularly terrifying. What are you doing? How scary! The pirates of the Blood Knife Pirates looked at Ikaros with suspicious eyes, instinctively feeling threatened. I don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Sid, who was also surprised, looked at Orochimaru who looked indifferent, and scolded his subordinates loudly. He didn't want Orochimaru to see the joke. When the pirates heard West Germany's reprimand, they quickly shrank their necks and kept silent. They don't know that there are banned drugs in the world that have increased several times or 10 times in a short period of time. Isn't it over yet? It seems that the dose you swallowed this time is a bit large. Orochimaru looked on coldly, with some impatience on his face. Ha ha ha. Humble human being, it doesn't matter how strong you are, I will send you to death immediately. At this moment, Ikaros's face no longer looked painful. He felt the powerful power in his body and looked at Orochimaru's face. His eyes were filled with deep murderous intent. Originally, he didn't want to go shopping with Orochimaru. Now that he was forced to do it, he was still a cotter after all, so he would risk his life for that little bit of dignity. You have no chance. Orochimaru smiled disdainfully, looking at him with a bit of pity. No matter how many strength-enhancing drugs you take, you still don't know how strong I am. As he spoke, Orochimaru made a series of hand seals and opened his mouth towards Ikaros, with a fiery red light flashing in his mouth. Next moment, with a bang, a ball of flame flew towards Ikaros. Seeing the flying fireball, Ikaros looked shocked. He was afraid of fire and instinctively ducked to the side. But as soon as he moved, the fireball also moved with him. Not only did he not get rid of the fireball, but he also got closer and closer to the fireball. What happened? Icarus exclaimed. For the first time, he encountered a fireball that could change direction and follow people. Orochimaru ignored him and opened his mouth to spit out another fireball. The second fireball is still the same, with the ability to track Icarus. No matter how he avoids it, there will be no fireball. This move is exactly fire-style Fengxian fire technique. Although it is a low-level sea-level fire ninjutsu, it is still enough to deal with Ikaros, who is afraid of fire. Taking advantage of Icarus' panic, Orochimaru opened his mouth repeatedly, and within a few breaths, dozens of fireballs were floating around Icarus. There were fireballs all around his body, head, and feet. This time, Icarus was cornered by Orochimaru and had to face thousands of fireballs that terrified him. So gorgeous! This is the first time I've seen a flying fireball. A different kind of flame, brighter than fireworks. West Germany and his crew were stunned again. They looked at the fireball and then at Orochimaru. They respected Orochimaru beyond measure. They found that Orochimaru was like a treasure trove, with any unheard of attack methods at their fingertips. Chapter 148. At this time, Icarus looked panicked and his hair stood up all over his body. Although he was clearly in the flames, Icarus felt a deep chill overflowing from the bottom of his heart, like a flood that could not be suppressed and refused to recede. Seeing the fireballs floating around his body, looking at him with eager eyes and threatening to explode and harm himself at any time, Icarus couldn't bear it anymore. Ah! I will fight with you! Icarus roared, waving the spear in his hand and stabbing the fireball beside him. Haha! The bravery of a reckless man! Orochimaru smiled playfully and silently used chakra to control the fireball attack. Puff! Icarus's spear destroyed an incoming fireball with one blow, but soon, before he could take back the spear, the second fireball had already struck. His heart tightened and he quickly dodged to the side. Just after dodging the second one, Icarus had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. The third, fourth, fifth, the fireballs connected together and attacked like a goddess scattering flowers. With a bang, a fireball hit Icarus, and the burning of the explosion made Icarus scream. This was just the beginning. A series of fireballs crashed onto him, explosions occurred one after another, and raging flames engulfed his body. To outsiders, Icarus at this time had turned into a burning man. No! Ah! Icarus screamed in pain as the flames burned, his voice filled with despair. After releasing the fire-style Phoenix fire technique, Orochimaru calmly stopped his hand and looked at Icarus who was burned by the flames indifferently. He will never be merciful to his enemies. Tisk, 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 I'm afraid it won't be pleasant to be burned by the flames. West Germany said jokingly, looking at Icarus who kept screaming. Boss, if I were him, I would have committed suicide a long time ago. It's all death anyway, why should I bear this kind of pain? In the final analysis, the strength is still too weak. It's not that we are weak, it's that our captain is too strong. The cotters of the new mermaid pirates are fully capable of annihilating us, but compared to our temporary captain, there is a gap between earth and sky. The crew members of the Blood Knife Pirates talked a lot, and finally turned their attention to Orochimaru, with deep awe in their eyes. Icarus's screams continued, and there was no water around him, so he could not extinguish the flames on his body. Icarus was filled with fear when he thought of his relative who was too close to the sun and was roasted into dried fish. He was afraid of death, and even more afraid of being burned to death by fire. The relative who turned into a dried fish has always been his shadow, which is why he is very afraid of fire. Thinking that he would soon be burned to charcoal, a ferocious look slowly appeared on Icarus' face, which was twisted in pain. The rabbit bites people when it is anxious, let alone a ferocious fishman pirate. If Laozi dies, he will still have two people to support him. Ikaros roared, ignoring the burning pain all over his body, he stepped forward and rushed towards the members of the Blood Knife Pirates. Ah! He's coming! Run! He wants to burn us to death, and there are several people behind him. It's so abominable! Run! The members of the Blood Knife Pirates screamed and fled in all directions. Humph! Laozi is here to meet you. Your strength is greatly reduced now, Laozi will take the opportunity to kill you. It will also increase his prestige. Sid did not run away, but instead clenched the long knife in his hand, looking eager to try, and his eyes were a little red with excitement. Humph! Go to hell! Seeing West Germany like this, Icarus was furious. He was actually looked down upon by a weak human being. Are you kidding me? I am a leader of the new Fishman pirate group. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. I can't be bullied by anyone. Thinking of this, Icarus rushed towards West Germany at high speed with flames all over his body. Get away! You are no match for him. Just when West Germany was about to fight Icarus, Orochimaru flashed and appeared in front of him. He took the forbidden drug. Even if he was burned by the flames, 10 of you would not be a match. Orochimaru has said so, he doesn't dare to show off anymore, life is obviously more important than pretense. Sid looked at the flaming figure and quickly stepped aside. Hateful. What else will you humans do besides running away? Ikaros felt a little depressed when he saw the blood knife pirates running away without waking up, and Orochimaru was replaced by Orochimaru to attack him. Humph. If you want to kill us, why don't you allow us to escape? Although we can't defeat you, don't be arrogant. Our captain is waiting for you. Trash. You can't even block a move from our captain, and you still dare to scream. What the hell? Please give me flowers, Zoro. You want to kill us, you are dreaming. The pirates of the blood knife pirates, you say something, I say something, and they fight back against Icarus with disdain. Hearing these fragmentary words, Icarus became even more angry, let out a loud roar, turned around, picked someone at random and rushed over. Ah! Don't come over! Seeing Icarus rushing over with great momentum, the pirate was immediately frightened. He had no strength to resist Icarus. How dare you! Orochimaru frowned, and immediately used software modification, his arms became like whips, and turned towards Icarus. The speed was extremely fast, with the wind and waves caught, and he pulled out hard. At this moment, Orochimaru used his signature skill. Humph! Icarus saw Orochimaru's attack, turned around suddenly, and punched out. 0-0. The next moment, there was a loud bang and the two sides collided. I saw that Orochimaru's arm was as indestructible as a steel whip, easily crushing Icarus' fist and removing half of his arm. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Icarus was in pain and almost lost his mind. I used this trick. Even if you die, you should be proud. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and he threw his arms at Icarus. Facing Orochimaru's attack, Icarus was completely unable to resist and could only be beaten passively. After a few breaths, he was knocked hundreds of meters away by Orochimaru and hit the ground heavily. The flames all over his body were not extinguished, but he could no longer die. Human! How dare you kill Icarus? At this moment, a group of figures with powerful auras came from a distance, and the leader was none other than Blackbeard. The speaker is Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates. Seeing the tragic death of his men in the hands of Orochimaru, the anger in Hody Jones's heart surged, his eyes turned red, he wanted to kill. He wanted to tear Orochimaru into pieces. So what if I kill him? Orochimaru put his hands behind his back, looked at Hody Jones, and asked calmly. Oh, you are so brave. Hearing this, Blackbeard grinned and looked at Orochimaru, feeling a little surprised that he couldn't see through the strength of the person in front of him. Boy, you are quite strong. Blackbeard, you have no right to talk to me like this. Orochimaru smiled playfully and looked at Blackbeard like a hunter seeing his prey. Chapter 149. Hearing this, Blackbeard frowned. You know that I am Blackbeard, but you still dare to speak like this. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that today, everyone else will die except you. Orochimaru smiled slightly, his eyes swept across the strong men in front of him, and finally stopped at Blackbeard. Seeing this move, the other strong men's expressions darkened, it was clear that they did not take them seriously. How dare you, an unknown rat, to be so presumptuous? Let me try it on you. Shinso Hand Fan Oka pushed up his glasses and casually activated the musket digger. Bang bang bang! 3 gunshots rang out, catching him off guard. 1 shot aimed at Orochimaru's eyebrows, and 2 shot aimed at both eyes. In the blink of an eye, 3 bullets hit Orochimaru, passed through his body, and opened Orochimaru's head. The strange thing is that no blood was shed during June 43. Be careful, this person has a substitute technique. Hody Jones's eyes narrowed, and Taguchi reminded. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru appeared a few meters away, and the Orochimaru who was hit by Van Oka turned into a piece of soil with the wind. It's interesting. You're not Logia, but you actually have a stand-in called technique. He's considered a talent. Blackbeard smiled playfully. But any spell consumes power, so I would like to see how many substitutes you can summon. After saying that, Blackbeard waved his hand, and Van Oka understood it and immediately pulled the trigger. After a few gunshots, the bullets seemed to have eyes and shot directly into the vital parts of the snake's body. Your marksmanship is very accurate, but your attack power is too small. This time, Orochimaru did not use the Earth-style substitute technique. He flicked his sleeves and several shurikens flew out, flashing cold light in the air. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken collided with the bullet accurately, sputtering out dazzling sparks. Pat pat pat. The bullets fired at Orochimaru were all shot to the ground by the shurikens. Seeing this scene, everyone showed surprise, and Van Oka looked at Orochimaru with interest. You are very interesting. You can actually block my shot with a hidden weapon. Your vision and arm flexibility are far beyond ordinary people. This is the first time I've met such an interesting guy like you. Today, I'm going to test whether my marksmanship is better or your concealed weapon skills are better. Having said that, Van Oka didn't give Orochimaru a chance to think about it, and kept pulling the trigger with his finger. In an instant, bullets rained down on Orochimaru. You want to compare with me, but you're not qualified enough. Worker. Orochimaru smiled disdainfully, raised his hand, and green light appeared, bursting out densely. Orochimaru moved his mind and used chakra to control the trajectory of every attack, and every bullet was easily defended. Fan Oka's mind was concentrated, and he was slightly excited. He had not experienced this feeling of being evenly matched for many years. After looking at Orochimaru, Van Oka pulled the trigger faster, and bullets flew out of the gun chamber with sparks. After a long time, Van Oka put down his musket in a slightly annoyed tone. He and Orochimaru had just fought, and they were evenly matched. The battle between the two seems simple, one uses a shuriken and the other uses a musket. In fact, Fan Oka spent a lot of energy. At this time, his whole body felt exhausted, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Fan Oka wiped the sweat from his forehead and knew in his heart that he lost. If Orochimaru hadn't stopped in time, his mental strength would no longer be enough to support him in continuing the attack. I said, "You are not qualified to compete with me." Orochimaru looked at Van Oka and said. Hearing this, Fan Oka's body trembled. It was true and he couldn't find any words to refute. Haha, the Blood Knife Pirates, a little-known pirate group, has a captain like you, it's really eye-opening. Blackbeard laughed and came out to smooth things over. However, I advise you to surrender obediently. You alone cannot defeat all of us. Haha, confidence is a good thing, but there are many people in this world who are better than you Blackbeard, and I happen to be one of them. Orochimaru said. Humph. I, Blackbeard, have been traversing the sea for decades, how can I allow you to teach me a lesson from a junior? Blackbeard's eyes turned cold. Let me say it one last time. Although you are a little ignorant of the world, but considering that you still have some strength, as long as you are willing to surrender, I can forget the past and accept your blood sword pirates. At that time, you will be me Blackbeard. How about being a leader of the pirate group? My conditions are pretty good, right? Not so much. Orochimaru shook his head. I reject. Seeing Orochimaru's indifferent expression, Blackbeard completely lost his patience. Haha, there is a way to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you just barged in. Since you won't surrender, don't blame me for being cruel. As he spoke, Blackbeard waved his hand, and all his cotters rushed towards Orochimaru, each taking a position and blocking all routes. Do you understand? This is what happens if you go against me. Seeing Orochimaru surrounded by his men, Blackbeard said proudly. Do you think you've won? Orochimaru looked at the powerful pirates around him. Any one of these people was far stronger than Chimi, Dos, and the like. However, such strength is far from enough, and they cannot put any pressure on Orochimaru. What? Do you have any other tricks? Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed with his hands on his hips and pointed at West Germany and others who were trembling with fear. Do you want to expect these trash to explode the small universe to help you? Ha ha ha, it made me laugh to death. Blackbeard, you can't escape today. Orochimaru looked at him with cold eyes, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Today, everyone else will die except you. I don't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and his cheeks were sore from laughing. Brothers, kill him. You're such a BD, let's see how awesome he can be. 5.3 I'll go too. Hody Jones tightened his grip on the harpoon, his muscles swelled, and he rushed towards Orochimaru quickly. Haha, there are too many ignorant brats these days. I don't mind killing a few of them. Vanderdecken smiled evilly, waved his hand, and chopped off Orochimaru's head with the sharp axe. For a time, everything in the sky and on the ground, in all directions, was sealed. Blackbeard and the others are confident that the snake is dead. Only the trembling members of the Blood Knife Pirates knew that although Blackbeard and others were powerful, the more terrifying existence on their side had not yet taken action. At this moment, Blackbeard's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Do it!" Suddenly, a voice came out from afar. The owner of the voice seemed to be moving very fast. Without saying a word, it felt like the voice was hundreds of meters closer. Blackbeard, I make you despair. Chapter 150. Hearing the sudden sound, everyone's eyes were attracted and they quickly looked in the direction of the sound. But he didn't see anything. Luo Yi moved too fast and exceeded the speed of his sight. The members of the Blood Knife Pirates were overjoyed and couldn't help but be a little excited. They knew it was Luo Yi who was here. The man who has never lost a single match against 4 emperors or naval headquarters since his debut. Who? Blackbeard was shocked. The voice was somewhat familiar, but he didn't dare to confirm it. The cotters under his command also looked surprised and were secretly on guard. After all, they could only hear his voice but not see him, indicating that the strength of the person coming was far greater than theirs. Who is he? Pretending to be a ghost. Huo de Jones suppressed his fear and looked around quickly. In the field, only Orochimaru remained calm. A moment later, a figure appeared next to Orochimaru, looking at Blackbeard and others with a chuckle. Haha, here I come. It's you. Xiao. Blackbeard saw Luo Yi appear, his pupils tightened sharply, and he couldn't help but hear the scene of Impel Down being tortured. If there is anyone else in the world who can scare Blackbeard, it can only be Luo Yi. Xiao, we don't offend the river. What do you mean by coming to the Fishman Island and attacking Ryago City? Blackbeard asked bravely. He could see that this blood sword pirates must be Luo Yi's people. As a saying goes, I am here to take back Dragon Palace City, get rid of you cancers, and liberate the Fishman Island. Luo Yi said lightly, as if these things were insignificant to him. Are you the Akatsuki? The legendary Akatsuki who bulldozed the naval headquarters. Huo de Jones couldn't help but interjected. Yes, that's me. Luo Yi nodded and said helplessly, I don't want to do anything. If you guys are wise, you might as well commit suicide. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Blackbeard and others immediately turned livid. Xiao, don't bully others too much. Blackbeard said angrily. I have never provoked you, let alone your Akatsuki organization, why do you always have trouble with me? Xiao, it's not your turn as an outsider to interfere in the affairs of the Fishman Island. Huo de Jones looked at Luo Yi with an unkind look. Even though he knew that the person in front of him was a super strong man, for his own power to rule, Huo de Jones had a lot of power. The will to fight to the death. Hey, I don't care what you do. Anyway, I just want to get Princess Shirahoshi. Xiao, we never have any festivals. You kill whoever you want, and I won't get involved. Vanderdecken curled his lips and prepared to withdraw. I would have forgotten if you didn't say this. Luo Yi looked at Vanderdecken, his emotionless gaze, which shocked Vanderdecken and gave him a bad premonition. Vanderdecken, you don't even look in the mirror, yet you want to get involved with Princess Shirahoshi, you humble clown, you are just wishful thinking. BD. Vanderdecken was immediately angry at Luo Yi's unabashed ridicule. He hated others talking about his appearance most in his life. Xiao, I don't care what kind of strong person you are. Today you have completely angered me. We have a large group of strong people here. I don't believe we can't deal with you. Vanderdecken's face turned red and he said firmly. Haha. Luo Yi smiled disdainfully, but his face quickly darkened, and the breath on his body became extremely cold, like the ice wind in winter, which made people shiver. Vanderdecken, I have to admit that you are very brave. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. So what? Vanderdecken looked hard, I am considered a strong man, and I also have my own dignity. You humiliate me in front of me, how can I still swallow your anger? What a joke. You're right, I think so too. Luo Yi sneered and nodded, however, in this world, fists will always speak. Your fists can't stand up to me. If you openly disobey me, you must be prepared to bear with me. Prepare for wrath. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Yi moved. The figure dragged out a series of after-images, so fast that no one had time to react. Fan Oka! Blackbeard exclaimed when he saw Luo Yi taking action. The only one who could keep up with Luo Yi's speed was the sniper rifle in the hands of Shinso Hand Fan Oka. Bang 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 bang! After receiving Blackbeard's order, Fan Oka immediately pulled the trigger. The straight barrel of the gun sprayed out dazzling fire, and bullets were predicted in advance and fired towards Luo Yi's possible route. Are you fighting mosquitoes? Luo Yi sneered disdainfully. Without stopping, his right hand brought out a string of after-images, grabbing all the bullets in his hand. After doing all this, Luo Yi stood in front of Vanderdecken and looked at him with cold eyes. Ah! Xiao! When he caught Luo Yi's gaze, Vanderdecken was immediately frightened and the sense of crisis of death came over him like a tidal wave. Under the threat of death, Vanderdecken instinctively fought back and swung his sharp axe at Luo Yi. Die! Luo Yi ignored Vanderdecken's attack, raised his hand and punched out. The wind of the punch swept out like a coiling dragon, blowing around Blackbeard and others back again and again. Too strong. Everyone was stunned, with only this thought in their minds. Just the wind of the fist made them feel the pressure of Mount Tai. The legendary man is indeed as powerful as the legend says. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, he gritted his teeth, raised his legs and ran away. He was scared. He wanted to take advantage of Luo Yi to attack Vanderdecken and escape quickly. But the next moment, he stopped, his face became extremely ugly, and a momentum that swept through all the wasteland appeared. Orochimaru cast the 900 technique. The huge white snake of 8 tails stopped in front of Blackbeard with the aura of devouring everything. The leader said, you can't escape if you live or die or see their corpses. Damn it! Faced with such a terrifying opponent, Blackbeard's face was as dark as water, and his heart sank to the bottom. On the other side, Luo Yi's fist came first, with the power to blow up a city, and in conjunction with armament haki, it landed on Vanderdecken. At this time, seeing the fist getting closer and closer, the hair on Vanderdecken's body exploded, and the feeling of death tightly strangled his heart. No! Vanderdecken roared desperately. However, everything was in vain. With a bang, the axe that struck Luo Yi was like paper, and was smashed into pieces by Luo Yi's fist. Then, the fist hit Vanderdecken's body, and the sound of a watermelon exploding was heard. Blood rained from the sky, and the blood combined with the silver axe fragments, no matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. And Vanderdecken has disappeared, too dead to die, and has completely disappeared from this world. He punched out Vanderdecken. Vanderdecken is a user with fruit abilities. It's too scary. Is this kind of power still human? This is Akatsuki. Everyone was shocked. A powerful fruit ability user could not stop the power of Luo Fist.